Chapter 1, The Beginning. The alarm blared in Richard Gonzalez's ears, rousing him from his slumber. He groggily reached for his phone on the nightstand and squinted at the glaring screen. Oh, no! Richard gasped as he saw the time. He was already late for his morning class. Jumping out of bed, he hastily donned his school uniform, his mind racing with thoughts of the reprimand he would receive from his stern professor. But as he wore his I.D. and prepared to dash out the door, the entire condominium building shook violently, as if an earthquake was tearing through the city. Confused and curious, Richard rushed to the window to see what was causing the tremors. What he saw froze him in terror. Chaos had consumed the once busy streets of Makati City. People were pouncing on one another, their teeth sinking into flesh with grotesque ferocity. It was like something out of a nightmare. His heart pounding, Richard witnessed the unthinkable, people turning on their fellow humans, devouring them like ravenous animals. He saw blood-soaked streets, cars colliding in a cacophony of metal and glass, and nearby explosions sending shockwaves through the city. Fear gripped him like a vice, and he stumbled backward, his mind struggling to comprehend the horror unfolding before his eyes. This couldn't be real. It must be some kind of sick prank or a movie set gone horribly wrong. But the screams and the madness outside were all too real. Richard's trembling fingers fumbled with his phone, desperately trying to establish a connection to the outside world. He opened his Twitter and Facebook feeds, hoping for some rational explanation for this madness. But instead, his worst fears were confirmed. Videos flooded his timeline showing the same horrifying scenes he had witnessed outside his window. As Richard scrolled through the news articles and social media updates, he was horrified to learn that the zombie outbreak was not confined to Makati City alone. Reports poured in from every major city in the Philippines, Quezon City, Manila, Taguig, all facing the same situation. The infection was spreading like wildfire, turning ordinary citizens into bloodthirsty monsters. But the horror did not stop at the Philippine borders. International news outlets were also reporting the outbreak in major cities worldwide. Seoul, Tokyo, New York, Beijing, Berlin, Paris, Moscow, Rio de Janeiro, Delhi, no place seemed to be spared from the outbreak. Fear and despair threatened to overwhelm Richard as he realized the magnitude of the catastrophe. This was not a localized incident or a passing nightmare, it was a global crisis. The world as he knew it was crumbling before his eyes. He then checked his messenger to see a flood of messages from his school group chat. The messages were frantic and filled with panic, each reporting the same horrifying events unfolding in their respective locations. Friends and classmates were sending desperate pleas for help, urging each other to stay safe and avoid going outside. Guys, what the hell is happening? Are you seeing this? Richard typed, his fingers trembling with every letter. The responses came in swiftly from one of his classmates. A message read, "I can't believe what I'm seeing outside my window," along with a photo of the school grounds in chaos. It's like a scene from a zombie movie, another exclaimed. Shit, Richard muttered a curse under his breath. There is a zombie apocalypse happening right now. Amidst the chaos, Richard received a notification that he had 10 missed calls from his mother. His heart sank as he realized the urgency of her attempts to reach him. He dialed her number, hoping against hope that she was safe. Mom? Mom, are you okay? Richard's voice cracked as he waited for her to answer. The line was filled with silence for a moment before his mother's trembling voice finally came through. Richard, thank God you're okay. Are you safe? Have you seen what's happening outside? Tears welled up in his eyes as he reassured his mother that he was fine. I'm okay, Mom, but I don't know what's happening. It's like the world has gone crazy. Are you safe? Is everyone safe? His mother's voice trembled as she replied, We're huddled in the house right now. Your father and brothers are barricading the door. Richard, where is your sister? His mother's voice quivered with concern and a knot formed in Richard's stomach. He had completely forgotten about his younger sister, Lisa, who was studying at the same university as him. They were living together in the condominium to save money on transportation, and currently, at this time, she was supposed to be in school. I think she is in school. Mom, Richard stammered dreadily. School? Richard's mom repeated, her voice shaking with fear. Richard, your school is already flooded with zombies. Oh my God, your poor little sister. I'll try and call her, Mom. I'm safe in my room. I'll contact you once I reach out to her, Richard said, trying to reassure his mother. Okay, be careful, Richard. Lock the doors, don't let anyone in. Do you understand? I do, Mom. He immediately dialed Lisa's number, praying that she would answer. But there was no response, just the trilling of the phone. Panic started to rise within him, and he tried calling again and again, but still, there was no answer. Seeing that his call wouldn't go through, he tried sending a message to her, telling her to call in the moment she saw his message. After that, he tapped the icon of the group message with his classmates. There, he typed a message, asking about the situation of the senior high school building. Seconds later, there was a reply. The senior high school building is on fire. A lot of senior high students turned. I'll send you a picture, Richard. As Richard read the message from his classmate, his heart plummeted. The situation was far worse than he had anticipated. Shit, Richard's lower lips quivered as he tried to hold back tears in fear. The reality of the situation hit him like a ton of bricks. Lisa, his little sister, was in grave danger. He needed to reach her, to ensure her safety, but the thought of facing those monstrous creatures terrified him to the core. What should I do? Richard whispered to himself, trying to think rationally. He knew he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Lisa needed him, and he had to find a way to get to her, even if it meant putting his own life on the line. He inched towards the window wall, fear gripping his heart as he peered down. There, in the midst of the chaos, loomed a horrifying sight, a gargantuan creature, its grotesque form moving with inhuman speed on all fours. With every leap, it soared to towering heights, only to descend with a bone-chilling force, its massive arms swinging down like a deadly scythe, effortlessly cleaving through vehicles and people alike, splattering blood and debris in the air. Richard couldn't believe what he was seeing. This is not an ordinary zombie apocalypse with zombies chasing humans. There are mutated zombies with superhuman abilities. And then, another figure caught his eye, and a shudder ran down his spine. Above the city, soaring through the air like a monstrous hybrid of bat and humanoid, was an even more horrifying sight. Its pinkish flesh was visible beneath scraggly feathers that hung like a curtain on both sides of its gnarled, skull-like face. Massive bat-like wings, spanning approximately 2 meters, flapped menacingly. Its piercing red eyes gleamed with a malevolent hunger as it scanned the streets below. With a blood-curdling screech, the monster swooped down, talons outstretched, snatching civilians from the ground and carrying them away to God knows where. There's no way I can get out, Richard muttered, his heart pounding in his chest. He pulled away from the window, his mind racing for a plan. He needed to find a safe way out of the condominium, a way to avoid those monstrous creatures. But as he looked around his room, he realized that he was ill-prepared for such a catastrophe. No weapons, no gears, just his phone and a sinking feeling of helplessness. Just then, his phone buzzed. Thinking that it was a call from Lisa or his mother, he promptly checked the notification. To his dismay, it was not a message of hope or reassurance but an advertisement for a mobile game. Are you ready to defend against the zombie hordes? Build your fortress and survive the apocalypse. Download now and conquer the new world, the ad blared on his screen. Richard cursed under his breath. This was not the time for a stupid game advertisement. He was facing a real-life apocalypse, and his loved ones were in danger. He swiped the notification away, but it won't go away. Please don't swipe. I'm literally giving you a chance to defend yourself and be powerful in the zombie apocalypse, the message read. What the heck, Richard muttered, thoroughly bewildered by the bizarre turn of events. He stared at the persistent message on his phone, unsure of what to make of it. Was this some kind of sick joke? How could a game advertisement be appearing at a time like this? As he frustratingly tried to get the ad out of his screen, he accidentally tapped the download icon. Thank you for downloading the game. For being the first person that downloaded our game, we are going to give you a special reward. Please wait as we boot up your system. Phew uck. Richard bellowed, and suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 2, Unexpected Intruder. Richard spun around to face the door that swung open without warning. A woman in her 20s walked in, her face pale and eyes wide with fear. She slammed the door shut behind her and hastily locked it, her fingers trembling as she struggled to secure the latch. It hit him then that Sarah must have forgotten to lock the door. Who are you? Richard blurted out cautiously. He instinctively took a step back, putting a bit of distance between himself and the stranger. The woman jumped at his voice, her eyes snapping to his with a startled expression. Her disheveled appearance and the desperation in her eyes made it clear that she'd been through a lot. He recognized her, that's his neighbor. Please, let me stay here. Her voice trembled. No. Get out. Richard said without hesitation, he can't be too careful now, especially when a zombie apocalypse is happening outside. The woman's face contorted into a mix of fear and pleading. Her hands clasped together in front of her, almost as if she was praying, and she took a step closer submissively. Please, I'm begging you, she said in a quavering voice. I have nowhere else to go. I'm scared and alone out there. That's not my problem, you have your own unit, stay there. Richard's tone remained firm. I can't, my brother became one of them, it's not safe there, the lady stammered. You mean to say that there are already zombies inside this condominium? Richard questioned, his eyebrows furrowing with concern. The woman nodded frantically, please, you have to understand. I saw what happened to my brother. It was horrifying. Richard cursed under his breath, in this situation, it's best to remain alone. Saving others would only jeopardize his own chances of survival. Please, sir. I'm begging you, the woman cried. As she fell to her knees and clasped her hands together. And then, as she knelt there, her sleeves slipped down her arms, revealing a bite mark on her right arm. Richard's eyes widened, horror and realization flooding over him. He had seen enough movies to know what that bite mark meant. What's that bite mark on your arm? Richard pointed his finger at her arm. The woman's gaze dropped to her arm, her face contorting in horror. She tried to tug her sleeves down, but it was too late. This is nothing, sir. The woman's voice quivered as she hurriedly tried to downplay the significance of the bite mark. What the hell do you mean by nothing? You were bitten. Richard's voice exploded in anger as he rushed to the kitchen, swiftly pulling a knife from the drawer, and aimed it at the woman. I swear, sir. The woman's words stuttered and her voice trembled as her body seemed to twitch involuntarily. A wave of terror washed over her features, her skin taking on a sickly pallor. Richard's eyes widened as he watched the woman's body convulse, her movements becoming erratic and unnatural. Bones audibly cracked and shifted beneath her skin as her limbs contorted in disturbing ways. She let out a guttural, strangled scream that sent shivers down his spine. The woman's eyes, once filled with desperation, were now glazed over with otherworldly darkness. Her fingers twisted and stretched as if in the throes of unimaginable pain, her nails digging into her own flesh. It was like a nightmare come to life, a scene straight out of a horror film. Time seemed to slow as he watched in horrified fascination, the knife in his hand wavering as his fingers trembled. He had to make a decision, and he had to make it fast. The woman's transformation was accelerating, her once human form contorting into something monstrous and grotesque. And then, with a final, gut-wrenching howl, the woman's body stilled. She had completed her transformation. Her eyes, now vacant and lifeless, locked onto Richard with hunger. Richard stumbled back, the knife still clutched tightly in his trembling hand. Her body lunged forward with an unsettling speed that caught Richard off guard. Richard's survival instincts snapped into action. He hoisted the knife, his muscles taut with adrenaline, and swung it at her with every ounce of force he could summon. In that heart-stopping moment, it became painfully apparent that his lack of experience with such a weapon was a fatal flaw. The blade met the woman's shoulder, but it was like striking a brick wall. It scraped off her flesh, leaving a mere scratch as if mocking his feeble attempt. Her advance was unwavering, her fingers extended like grotesque talons, reaching for him with a chilling determination. Panic surged through Richard as he stumbled back, the knife slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. His heart raced as he frantically looked around the room, searching for anything he could use to defend himself. With a surge of adrenaline, he spotted a heavy wooden chair nearby. Without a second thought, he grabbed it and swung it at the approaching figure with all his might. The chair collided with the woman's body, knocking her off balance and sending her crashing to the floor. "Now what?" Richard muttered under his breath. He couldn't get out of his unit because the body was on the way, and time is running out as the zombie is slowly rising. The zombie, once regained her footing, lunged once again. Before he could react, her weight crashed into him, the force of the impact sending him sprawling to the floor. The zombie's body was atop him, her grip like iron as she pinned him down. Her mangled features contorted into a horrifying grin, her intentions chillingly clear. Richard felt her mouth inching closer to his neck, her breath hot and fetid against his skin. An animalistic groan escaped him as he fought against her, every muscle straining in a desperate bid for survival. His hands pushed against her shoulders, his fingers digging into her flesh. He grunted as he strained to keep her gnashing jaws at bay. "I am not going to become a zombie," Richard uttered with a strained voice. And then, in the midst of the life-or-death struggle, Richard's eyes caught a glint of metal within his reach. The knife, that slipped earlier, lay just inches away. Richard reached out, his fingers closing around the hilt of the knife. He wrestled it free from the floor while preventing the zombie on top of him from biting into his neck. With a primal roar, Richard brought the knife up between them and repeatedly stabbed the zombie's neck. Blood trickled down onto his neck, and Richard averted his face to prevent the blood from reaching his mouth. Seconds later, the zombie stopped, and Richard threw her aside. Richard breathed in and out raggedly. He had just killed a person, no, a zombie. He immediately got to his feet and dragged the zombie corpse out of his room with its blood trailing beneath its body. After getting it out, Richard closed the door and locked it. Richard walked over to the sofa and sat down, his blood-stained hands still shivering. The new reality is sinking on him now. As he sat there, staring blankly ahead, a holographic message suddenly appeared in front of him, breaking through the haze of his thoughts. "Congratulations on completing your mission, kill a single zombie. Reward, activation of the military system." Richard's brow furrowed as he read the message. What the heck, what is this? Richard tried to touch it, but his hands went through as if it was a solidified mist. He withdrew his hand in confusion, his brow furrowing even deeper. The holographic message remained suspended in the air, tauntingly out of his reach. Moments later, the display on the holographic screens changed, showing a different display. Military system is now successfully activated. User, Richard Gonzalez. Age, 21. Level, 1. Skills, Weapon Proficiency Level 1, Melee Proficiency Level 1, Driving Proficiency Level 2. Health, 100/100. Experience points, 0 out of 660. Inventory. Shop. Summon troops, 0 out of 10. Wheel of Fortune. Daily rewards. Basic survival guide. Zombie encounters, tactics and strategies. What the Richard muttered as he processed the holographic screen before him. He had watched a lot of anime, and movies, and read light novels. Everything is starting to make sense to him now, just like every character in every system genre he read, he too has his own. Chapter 3: The Military System. Richard's eyes remained fixed on the holographic screen hovering in front of him. Everything felt like it was spinning, and he had a hard time wrapping his head around the whole situation. The zombie outbreak in this weird system thing, it was like he'd been dropped into a messed up video game. I can't even tell what's real anymore, he muttered to himself, frustration creeping into his voice. He wanted to figure things out, but the whole situation was like a puzzle with missing pieces. He squinted at the holographic tabs, feeling a mix of confusion and curiosity bubbling up inside him. Just as he was about to poke at one of the tabs to see what would happen, a new message popped up. Notification: if you want to learn about your system, please tap me to display the instruction manual. Richard's eyebrows shot up in surprise. An instruction manual? It was like this system thing was trying to help him out, even though it felt more like a glitchy dream. He hesitated for a moment, then shrugged and tapped the message. The screen shifted, and words appeared. Welcome to the military system. 1. Your stats: check your health, experience, skills, and other vital information here. 2. Inventory: manage your items and resources. 3. Shop: spend your hard-earned points on supplies and equipment. 4. Summon troops: unlock and command troops for your survival. 5. Wheel of Fortune: test your luck and win rewards, available once a month. 6. Daily rewards: claim daily items to aid in your survival. 7. Missions: this is where you can accept missions and earn rewards upon completion. 8. Basic Survival Guide: tips and tricks for navigating this new world. 9. Zombie Encounters: check information about zombies you encountered. 10. Tactics and Strategies: develop strategies to deal with zombies. Richard blinked at the list. It was like a menu in some kind of bizarre game. He shook his head, trying to wrap his mind around it all. Alright, so I guess this is my lifeline, he muttered to himself, looking at the options laid out before him. It was weirdly organized, like someone had carefully designed it all. He couldn't deny that it was useful, though. If he was going to survive in this new world, he needed every advantage he could get. One prompt that got his attention is the Summon Troops. He tapped that tab and a further explanation for Summon Troops appeared. As you progress and accumulate experience, you'll have the ability to summon troops to bolster your survival efforts. With each level you attain, your troop capacity will grow, enabling you to command a larger force. These troops offer a range of advantages, including scouting, defense, and scavenging. What's more, their loyalty is unwavering, making them indispensable companions in your struggle for survival. So basically, I can summon soldiers, huh? Richard remarked. He then tapped the shop and the virtual marketplace sprawled before him. Current balance: 0 gold. Firearms: handguns, submachine guns, rifles, carbines, shotguns, machine guns, rotary guns, artillery, melee weapons, blunt, edged, pointed, military vehicles, armored personnel carrier, armored vehicles and supply transports, main battle tanks, military aircraft, fixed-wing aircraft, rotary-wing aircraft, tilt-rotor aircraft, drones, computer and electronics, spare parts and fuel, ammunitions, construction tools, equipment, materials, and vehicles, foods, troops, combat troops, communication troops, engineering troops, medical troops, logistics troops, intelligence troops, special forces, reconnaissance troops, chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, CBRN, troops. There were a lot of products displayed, and almost all of them are locked but can be unlocked upon reaching certain levels. And based on the interface, it seems that gold is the currency. If gold is the currency, then how to earn it? Richard's gaze flickered over to another floating screen, and there he found that he can earn gold by completing missions, unlocking daily rewards, and by spinning the wheel of fortune. The more he looked at it, the more it started to look like a game. And just as he was busy studying the system, another interface popped up. As a reward for activating the system, you are rewarded with a beginner's pack. You can find it in your inventory. Beginner's pack? Richard repeated. He had played a lot of games before, so he knew what it entailed. He quickly navigated through the system and opened his inventory. There he found the beginner's pack, displayed like a supply crate. He tapped it and suddenly, numerous holographic screens popped up before him. Congratulations! You received the following: 10x combat troops, 10,000 gold coins, tactical SWAT uniforms set, M4 carbine fitted with suppressor and flashlight, 6x magazine with 30 rounds capacity, ammunition included, Beretta M9, 6x magazine with 15 rounds capacity, ammunition included, tactical knife. Would you like to try out your new outfit? A grin tugged at Richard's lips, his heart racing with excitement. With a firm tap, he confirmed his decision, and in an instant, a swirling light enveloped him. As the light receded, Richard found himself clad in the sleek tactical uniform set, a perfect fit from helmet to boots. The weight of the gear felt strangely comforting, as if he was stepping into a new identity. Not only did the clothes appear, but the weapons he had received from the system materialized as well. The M4 carbine felt heavy but manageable, the armored vest featured magazine pouches where the magazines were stowed, and at his hips, holsters held the M9 Beretta and the tactical knife securely. He had never held a gun before, but he has this odd familiarity that he had once did. He wondered if it was caused by the system, and by looking at the interface again, he confirmed. In the Skill tab, he found a Weapon Proficiency Level 1 tab. He checked further information about his skills, and there he found Melee Proficiency Level 1 and Driving Proficiency Level 1. He also learned that he could level it with skill points, which can be earned by leveling up. Speaking of levels, according to the manual, experience points can be earned by completing missions and killing zombies. So it'll be like other games, he has to grind to raise his level, which means he has to kill a lot of zombies. And it also seemed that level is the main factor of strength. The higher your level, the more powerful you'd become. In his case, he would be able to purchase powerful weapons and vehicles that are currently locked and master his skills. Earlier, he had almost lost hope of saving his sister when he encountered that monstrous beast leaping and flying outside. But with this system, he may have a chance to stand against it. Would you like to summon the troops you have received? Summon the troops? Is the system referring to those troops in the beginner's pack? If so, he wanted to. Without hesitation, he confirmed it, and a 10 holographic magic circle appeared on the ground, and in it, 10 tall figures emerged equipped with the same uniform and weapons as him. Richard's eyes widened in shock, questioning the reality he is living in. Is this world some sort of simulation? But before he could contemplate on that idea, the troops that were summoned performed a salute. "We are ready to receive your orders, sir," they intoned. Chapter 4, A Test. Richard's gaze swept at the troops who were still saluting. Their faces, though blocked by the mask, he could see their eyes. It was as if he was staring at a human. Wait, are they human? Just as he contemplated this in his mind, a new holographic screen materialized before him. Its words brought clarity to his questions. The troops that you summoned are military-trained human beings. They possess the knowledge, skills, and expertise required to perform their assigned tasks. As for their memories, they are created with none. Their only recollections will originate from the moment they are summoned. Additionally, being human, they experience hunger, require sustenance, can form interpersonal relationships, and most importantly, can turn into zombies. Richard absorbed the information, a sense of understanding settling over him. These troops were sophisticated creations, both remarkably capable and yet confined within the parameters of their programming. "Sir," one of the soldiers addressed him, the words slicing through his contemplation. Brought back to the present, Richard focused on the soldier who had spoken. "Yes," he replied, his tone alert. "Do you have any orders, sir?" Richard's mind whirred as he took in the question. Orders? He was their commander now, responsible for their actions. Richard glanced around, his gaze landing on the trails of blood left behind by the zombie he had killed earlier. A thought formed in his mind, an immediate task that needed attention. "Can you clean?" he asked. "Of course, sir, we can clean," the soldier replied. "Do you have any cleaning equipment we can use?" "They are in the storage room over there," Richard pointed at the door leading to a small room. "You'll find a mop and a bucket in there." The soldier nodded crisply, and together, they mopped the floor. Richard watched them, feeling guilty that he ordered military personnel to clean his unit. 5 minutes later, they were done. "Do you have any new orders, sir?" Richard shook his head, indicating that there was none. The soldiers nodded their heads and stood there like a statue. Speaking of orders, he saw that there is a mission tab in the system. He opened his system and tapped the mission tab. "Mission tab, this is where you'll receive your missions. You have one available mission to take. Do you want to know about it?" Curious, Richard tapped yes. And then a mission brief popped up in front of him. "New mission, discovering the new power, now that you have activated the system and learned of its function. It's time for you to put it to the test. With your summoned troops, you are to eliminate 50 infected in your area. Rewards, 20,000 gold coins. 15,000 experience points. Do you wish to accept it?" Richard's gaze flicked over the holographic mission brief, his heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty. The prospect of facing 50 infected zombies, he assumed, was daunting, but the rewards promised were substantial. Gold coins and experience points could potentially strengthen both him and his summoned troops. Besides, he needed to strengthen himself to save his sister, who are probably stuck in the university. After a brief pause, Richard made his decision. He tapped the confirmation button, accepting the mission. The holographic screen responded with a subtle glow as if acknowledging his choice. "Sir," one of the soldiers spoke up, drawing Richard's attention back to his immediate surroundings. "We have a mission," Richard announced. "Our objective is to eliminate 50 infected in the area. We'll do it together." "What's the plan?" one of the soldiers asked. "We are going to sweep this building, floor by floor. Currently, we are on the 25th floor. We are going to start from the top and work our way down. We eliminate any zombies we encounter, and if there are survivors, we'll instruct them to stay indoors. Once we are on the ground floor, and cleared this building of zombies, we are going to regroup at the biggest unit of this building, or we will restock. This condominium has 3 buildings. You can take a look at the window over there." "But sir, we are only eliminating 50 infected or zombies, right?" "I know, but it's prudent that we clear this building of zombies despite us achieving our goal. It's an experience point and a gold coin after all." "Very well, sir," the soldiers nodded their heads in acknowledgement. Based on their response, it seemed that those soldiers were aware of his system. Richard took a deep breath and cleared his throat. "Okay, we will exit this unit. Kill any zombies you encounter." After that, Richard walked over to the door with his troops trailing behind him. And as he was about to open the door, he realized that there was something amiss. You have names, right?" Richard asked as he glanced over his shoulder. The soldiers shook their heads. "We have none, sir, but you are welcome to name us. I knew it, Richard chuckled softly. Okay, I am bad at names and we have to move out now, so I'm going to name you by code names. You will be Alpha 1, you will be Alpha 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Would that be okay for all of you? The soldiers nodded in agreement. Richard's attempt to give them identities, even if in the form of code names, seemed to be appreciated. Richard pushed open the door, and together, they stepped out into the corridor. The flickering lights created an eerie atmosphere. The group moved silently, weapons at the ready, as they reached for the emergency exit. Since it was Richard who knew the place, he was the one leading them. But as they got to the emergency exit door, Alpha 1 stepped in. Sir, I think it's best that I go first, Alpha 1 suggested. Richard looked at Alpha 1. The soldier's words made sense. He was, after all, a military-trained individual, skilled in handling potentially dangerous situations, and it's best for him to stay back. All right, Alpha 1. Lead the way. With a swift nod, Alpha 1 approached the emergency exit door. His gloved hand gripped the handle, and he pushed the door open slowly, revealing the dimly lit stairwell beyond. As Alpha 1 stepped onto the stairwell landing, a sudden movement caught his eye. Before anyone could react, a zombie lunged from the darkness, its rotting arms outstretched toward Alpha 1's throat. Contact! Alpha 1's voice snapped through the air, his training kicking in. In an instant, he pivoted on his heel, bringing his suppressed M4 carbine up and firing a precise shot. The zombie's head snapped back, and it crumpled to the ground with a wet thud. Tango down! Alpha 1 added with his M4 carbine still trained on the lifeless body. He scanned the stairs leading up and down and saw no zombies approaching. Clear. Cool, Richard uttered. Mission objectives: kill 50 infected, 1/50. You received 250 gold coins. You received 20 experience points. So per every zombie kill, I will gain 250 gold coins and 20 experience points, he thought to himself. Sir, we are going up now, Alpha 1 informed. Of course, go on, Richard replied, falling in line behind Alpha 1. As they climbed the stairs, Richard finds himself mirroring their stance, sweeping his gaze and rifle to cover any potential blind spots. As they reached the 26th floor, Alpha 1 glanced over his shoulder. Sir, is the layout of the 25th floor the same as the other floors? That's correct, Richard confirmed. In that case, sir, it's best that we split up our forces when we enter a new floor. There are 3 corridors. Alpha 1 to 3, including you, sir, will be in Group 1. Alpha 4 to 7 will be in Group 2, and Alpha 8 to 10 will be in Group 3. That's good, Richard nodded at his suggestion. With that, they entered a new floor, splitting themselves into 3 groups. Compared to the 25th floor, the 26th floor was filled with zombies. The zombies turned their heads toward the soldiers emerging from the emergency exit, and they roared. Open fire! Richard commanded, and the air was instantly filled with the sharp cracks of gunfire. Alpha 1's group took the left corridor, Alpha 2's group took the center, and Alpha 3's group took the right. The rhythmic sound of rifle fire mixed with the groans and snarls of the approaching zombies, creating a chaotic symphony of battle. Bullets tore through decayed flesh, and bodies fell with each well-placed shot. As they worked together, Richard felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. He focused on his target, squeezing the trigger and taking down one zombie after another. The holographic system prompt continued to appear with each kill, signaling his increasing wealth and experience. Mission objectives: kill 50 infected, 1550. You received 3,500 gold coins. You received 280 experience points. Reloading. Alpha 2 informed as they reached a temporary lull in the onslaught. The team quickly took cover, reloading their weapons while keeping a watchful eye on the surrounding area. As the last zombie in the corridor fell, Richard took a moment to catch his breath. Mission objectives: kill 50 infected, 2550. You received a total of 6,250 gold coins. You received a total of 780 experience points. You have leveled up. Nice shooting, everyone, Richard praised, his words met with nods of acknowledgement from his summoned troops. We should keep moving, sir, Alpha 4 suggested. Agreed, Richard replied, his heart still pounding with the rush of battle. They continued their systematic sweep of the floor, eliminating zombies as they went. On the 29th floor, Richard completed his mission, killing 50 infected. It shows that there are a lot of zombies inside the building, and they are far from over. But just as they were about to climb up to 30, one of the doors opened. Help! Everyone turned their heads toward the source of the sound and aimed their rifles at it. No, no, no. I'm not one of them. It was a man, frantically raising his hand. Are you from the military? Are you here to evacuate us? This is one of the possible scenarios that could happen if a civilian saw them doing this. Richard stepped forward and spoke. We are not from the military, but I advise that you stay indoors until we clear the zombies out of this building. Are you going to return? Please, we have children with us. We don't have food and water, we need help. Richard exchanged a glance with Alpha 1, feeling the weight of the situation pressing on him. The man's plea was genuine, and Richard knew that he had the power to make a difference. But his initial plan had been to clear this building of zombies and move on. He can't completely help them, but the least he can do is clear this building of zombies. I apologize, but we didn't bring any supplies with us, Richard replied. But don't worry, we are eliminating every zombies in this building. Just stay inside and don't get out under any circumstances. Okay, sir, the man said before closing the door. Sir, assuming that each floor will have 20 to 30 zombies, I think we will run out of bullets before we even reach the ground floor, Alpha 1 said. Don't worry, I'll just purchase ammunition from my system. Conserve your bullets, and aim for the head, as I think it's their weak spot. Richard replied and continued. Now, shall we resume our operation? Chapter 5, The Fight. As Richard and his summoned troops sweep every floor of the building, the more he learns about the system, especially on the 2 tabs he hasn't explored yet. The zombie encounters, for example, is like an archive that would automatically fill up when Richard killed a specific variant of zombie. According to the system, the name of the zombie plaguing the building is called Walker. And based on his encounter with a walker, they are swift, agile, and strong. Similar to the zombies in World War Z. No wonder why the city is overrun. If it's zombies from The Walking Dead, then humanity might stand a chance. Their weakness seemed to be their heads, as firing them in their torso is not stopping them, though it slowed them down. As for the basic survival guide, it's a document containing tips and tricks on how to survive the apocalypse retrieved from the internet. This is convenient because he doesn't have to access the internet, which will be gone soon. As they swept the floor down to the ground floor, they would encounter civilians hiding in their rooms, asking to get rescued as they mistook them for being part of the military. Richard's answer would remain the same: stay indoors. As for the health points, there are health bars above the zombies, a convenient interface that allows him and his summoned troops to know if the zombies are going to be killed. He and his summoned troops also have health bars, and they haven't decreased a bit as the zombies weren't able to get near them thanks to their assault rifles. Speaking of rifles, Richard would occasionally restock their supplies of ammunition by buying it from the shop. The cost was 50 gold coins per magazine. Since there were 11 of them, each needing 6 magazines, that would amount to around 66 magazines or 3,300 gold coins. It might sound inexpensive considering that killing a zombie would provide him with 5 magazines worth of ammunition. However, if he were to consider the long-term perspective, especially when his troops numbered in the hundreds or even thousands, the cumulative cost would become substantial. The initial investment of 3,300 gold coins might seem manageable for now, but as the numbers of his troops grew, the expenses for ammunition would escalate significantly. Sir, we are now entering the ground floor, Alpha 1 informed. Things are going to get messy here. Reinforcement would be much appreciated. I know, Richard said as he opened his system, looking at his stats. User, Richard Gonzalez. Age, 21. Level, 6. Skills, Weapon Proficiency Level 1, Melee Proficiency Level 1, Driving Proficiency Level 1. Health, 100/100. Experience points, 18,000/22,885. Available skill points, 5. Current gold balance, 57,500 gold coins. Summon troops, 10/250. The first thing he did was invest the skill points he earned to weapon proficiency, which needs 5 points to level it. When he did that, he felt a surreal change inside his mind and body, as if being inserted and with data in his head. The second thing was increasing his troops. He noticed that as they reached the ground floor, more and more zombies appear, which at their current number, is going to overwhelm them. To increase his troops, he went to the shop tab under the section of troops. He tapped the combat troops and gave them a list of options. Troops, combat troops. Rifleman, 500 gold coins. Grenadier, 500 gold coins. Machine gunner, 750 gold coins. Sniper, 750 gold coins. Assaultman, 1000 gold coins. Locked. 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 Take note that the troops you are going to purchase won't have weapons. In that case, you will have to buy them yourselves in the weapons section. So buying troops doesn't come with weapons, huh? He glanced at his summoned troops, studying what they lacked. It's firepower and manpower. So he purchased 3 machine gunners and 5 riflemen. Total amount equals 4,750 gold coins. Please confirm your purchase. Richard tapped confirm, and a magic circle materialized on the floor. Emerging from the circle were 5 riflemen, bearing the same build and structure as his 10 summoned troops. Alongside them stood 3 machine gunners with a burly physique. Nodding in satisfaction, Richard browsed his shop again and looked to buy weapons for them. Carbine. M4 carbine, 1,000 gold coins x3. 21 Hong Kong dollars, 1,500 gold coins 3x. Ammunition. 18x M4 carbine magazine 30 rounds, 900 gold coins. 9x 21 Hong Kong dollars box magazine 80 rounds, 120 gold coins. Total amount equals 1980 gold coins. Please confirm your purchase. New current balance if purchased, 50,770. Richard confirmed the purchase and a message popped up. Do you want the weapons to be transferred immediately to your summoned troops? Yes or no? That sounds convenient, Richard thought to himself before tapping yes. Suddenly, the weapons that he bought were now in the hands of his newly summoned troops. Okay, the 3 new riflemen will become Alpha 11, 12, and 13. As for the machine gunner, sirs, you will be Heavy Alpha 1, 2, 3. Understood, sir, the 4 newly summoned troops acknowledged in unison. Are we ready, sir? Alpha 1 asked. Richard took a deep breath. He could hear the noises beyond the door. Proceed, Alpha 1, Richard gave the signal. Immediately after, Alpha 1 opened the door and everyone followed behind him. They immediately fanned out to cover a wide area. The lobby of his condominium was large and the zombies present were much larger, around 100 or more of them. All of them were walkers and they turned their heads towards Richard and his summoned troops. The moment the walkers' gaze landed on the humans, their impulses and instincts kicked in, and they surged forward. Open fire! Richard shouted and their M4 carbines and the 21 Hong Kong dollars machine gun roared in response. The air was filled with a deafening symphony of gunfire as bullets tore through the approaching horde of walkers. Richard's summoned troops, now bolstered by the newly acquired riflemen and machine gunners, unleashed a relentless barrage of firepower. The impact of the bullets sent walkers stumbling and falling, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Even as Richard's troops mowed down one wave, more walkers emerged from the main entrance, drawn by the noise of the machine gun that was not suppressed and the movements of the walkers. The health bars above the zombies' heads acted as a visual guide, indicating the effectiveness of their attacks. They aimed for the heads to take down the walkers more efficiently. The summoned machine gunners sprayed suppressing fire, providing cover as riflemen took their time to reload and vice versa. The lobby became a battleground, the marble floor stained with blood and littered with fallen bodies. The groans and snarls of the walkers were drowned out by the continuous chorus of gunfire. As the battle wore on, the relentless onslaught of zombies took its toll. The summoned troops maintained their formation, but Richard could see that they were slowly being overwhelmed and running out of bullets. "There's no end to them," Alpha 5 shouted. "Sir, I think we have to retreat. The walkers just keep coming and coming," Alpha 1 suggested while decimating the incoming walkers. "Shit," Richard cursed inwardly. "So their firepower and manpower are still lacking, huh?" As much as he wanted to buy more personnel, the cost was a lot for him to afford. But at that moment, an idea struck him in the head. "Cover me," Richard commanded as he opened his system and went to the Wheel of Fortune. "Welcome to the Wheel of Fortune. Test your luck and win rewards, available once a month. These are the possible rewards you can get. 1 million gold coins. 5 million gold coins. 10 million gold coins. 1x luxurious chest. 5x precious chest. 10x exquisite chest. Military vehicle supply pack. Weapons supply pack. Division pack personnel. Grand price, 100 million gold coins." Richard's eyes widened upon reading about the possible rewards he can get. How come he didn't check it before going out? It must have slipped his mind as he was busy exploring other tabs. But what's done is done, he needs to spin the wheel. With that, the wheel spun, and Richard stared at it, hoping he could get gold coins. "Please be gold coins, please be gold coins," Richard mouthed a prayer as the wheel gradually came to a stop. The pointer landed on a section, and Richard's heart raced as he waited for the result. 5 million gold coins. Next spin is available next month, the message flashed on the screen, and Richard couldn't believe his luck. A rush of exhilaration surged through him. It was a significant amount that could potentially turn the tides. "Sir, we can't hold them off much longer." Alpha 3's voice was strained, their ammunition running low. "Everyone! To the emergency exits, now!" Richard bellowed, and one by one, the troops entered the emergency exit where they emerged while the troops who were outside continued firing to hold the approaching walkers at bay. Alpha 1 was the last one to enter the emergency exit, and the moment he did, he immediately locked it. The walkers outside banged against the emergency exit door. "Where to now, sir?" Alpha 1 asked. "We are going heading up, to the penthouse. It has a large space that can accommodate large numbers. We can strategize there," Richard replied. "Understood, sir." Chapter 6, Retreat and a Call. Arriving at the penthouse on the 32nd floor, Richard immediately walked over to the wall window and peered down below. There, it was like the same hell he saw the first time he peeked through the windows. There are still civilians running for their lives and the walkers chasing them. He looked around further and noticed that there were no mutated monsters. Could it be that there were plenty of them and had gone to where the most people were? He turned around and glanced at the summoned troops that were entering the penthouse that they cleared when they were sweeping every floor of zombies. The owner of the penthouse seemed to be away as they hadn't seen a person when they entered. Alpha 8 was the last one to enter the penthouse before closing the door. "Sir, this is the phone you ordered me to pick from your unit," Alpha 8 said as he handed out Richard's smartphone. "Oh, thank you." Richard thanked Alpha 8. He forgot to bring his cell phone to him when they began their sweep. He looked at the message, and there he saw that there were 2 missed calls from his little sister, Lisa. He gasped, feeling relieved that Lisa is still alive. He immediately tapped the return call and held the phone to his ear. The line rang a few times before his sister's voice came through. "Brother? Oh my God, brother, you're okay?" Lisa's voice trembled. Richard's grip on the phone tightened, relieved that he heard his little sister's soft voice. "I'm here, Lisa. Sorry for not picking up when you called, there was a small problem but I already took care of it." "Where are you?" I'm in our classroom," Lisa replied shakily. "I'm here with my classmates, Denise, Angela, and others, NV. Is the classroom secure?" Richard asked. "Why yes, we barricaded the door with a desk and chairs, and covered the windows so the zombies can't see us, brother. I'm scared," Lisa whispered, her voice breaking with fear. Richard's heart ached at the sound of his sister's vulnerability. "I know you're scared, Lisa. But you're doing great, okay?" Richard said gently. "Don't worry, I'm coming to get you." "Why you are coming here?" "But, brother, the school is filled with zombies, it's dangerous." "I know it's dangerous, but don't worry, I'm not coming alone," Richard said, glancing at his summoned troops who were standing before him. "Even so, it's still dangerous, brother," Lisa whispered, her worry evident in her voice. Richard took a deep breath. He understood the risks involved in reaching his sister, but he couldn't bear the thought of leaving her alone and scared in that classroom. He locked his gaze with his summoned troops, who nodded resolutely as if indicating that they were ready to follow his lead. "Look, Lisa, I'm not going to abandon you in this hell. I will come and get you out, along with your classmates." There was a brief pause on the other end, and then Lisa's voice came through, more determined this time. "Okay, brother. I trust you. That's my girl. Now, I need you to keep everyone calm. Do you have any food there that can last you for a day?" Lisa paused for a moment and then replied. "We only have 2 500 milliliters water bottles and 3 large snacks. And there are 10 people here. 7 girls and 3 boys. Shit." Richard cursed inwardly, there's no way 10 people can last long with such limited supplies. He knew he had to act quickly. "Lisa, listen carefully. We're going to get to you as soon as possible. In the meantime, ration the food and water. Share it equally among everyone. We'll bring more supplies when we reach you." Lisa's voice trembled slightly, but she responded, "We'll do as you say, brother." "Good. And remember, keep the barricade strong, stay quiet, and don't attract any attention. We'll knock at your door 2 times to indicate that it was us. Be careful." As he ended the call, he turned to his summoned troops. "As you all heard, my little sister is in danger and we have to get to her as soon as possible. But first, we have to secure this condominium. This will be our temporary base of operations. For that, I'll summon more personnel to aid us in this battle." "Sir, requesting permission to speak," Alpha 1 said. "Go on," Richard granted. "Sir, I think it would be dangerous if you use your powers carelessly. It's best that you use it discreetly where no one can see it. I suggest that you summon a person who is good at computers and hack into this condominium server. From there, he can shut the security camera down." Alpha 1's suggestion was reasonable. There are still survivors in this condominium with security cameras. It's best that no one can find out about his ability. Very well, Richard agreed to Alpha's 1 suggestion and opened his system. In the Shop tab, under the Communication Troops section, Richard scanned through the available options for personnel skilled in computers and hacking. There he came across a Cyber Specialist's personnel. It cost 1,000 gold coins to summon. Total amount equals 1,000 gold coins. Please confirm your purchase. New current balance if purchased, 5,078,700 gold coins. Richard tapped confirm, and just like how everyone else appeared in this world, a magic circle manifested in the center of the room, its ethereal glow illuminating the surroundings. He still couldn't get over how fantastical it is to witness such magic happening before him. Seconds later, a blonde-haired woman in her early 20s wearing long black sleeves and tight-fitting black pants appeared. And then she saluted. "Sir, you are good with computers, am I right?" Richard asked, not wasting any time. "Yes, sir, I'm good with it." "What do you want me to do?" "I need you to hack this condominium system and freeze the footage of all cameras so that I can summon more troops and equipment to clear this condominium." After hearing Richard's orders, the blonde girl looked around as if scanning something. "It seems that this condominium is high-end, which means that there's likely a central control room where all the security feeds are managed," she analyzed. "Can you do it remotely? Without ever going to the control room?" Richard asked. The cyber specialist nodded confidently. "Yes, I can access the central control room remotely, but it will take some time to bypass their security protocols. But first, I'm going to need a laptop that has advanced processing power, a discrete graphics card for running decryption algorithms, and a robust wireless network adapter for seamless remote access." Richard checked the shop and bought her the laptop she needed. Seconds later, the laptop materialized in his hands and he handed it to her. She examined it with a nod of approval. "This is perfect. Thank you, sir." She wasted no time and quickly set up the laptop, connecting it to the penthouse's secure network. Her fingers danced across the keyboard as she navigated through layers of encrypted security measures. To an outsider, it might have seemed like a magical performance, but to her, it was the intricate dance of code and logic that she had mastered over years of practice. After what felt like an eternity of focused work, the cyber specialist spoke. "I'm in. I've gained access to the central control room's interface. Great job. Now proceed with your task." She didn't waste a moment, her fingers dancing across the keyboard again as she initiated the process of freezing the security camera feeds. "The cameras are now under my control. No one will be able to access their live feeds or retrieve any recorded footage." With their digital tracks effectively covered, Richard went on a shopping spree, summoning personnel, purchasing weapons, equipment, and supplies. He also changed the uniform of his troops. They are now equipped with woodland-patterned battle dress uniforms with tactical vests and combat webbing, a load-bearing pack, a tactical helmet with a black balaclava, and weapons depending on their specialty. In total, he summoned another 100 troops, mostly combat troops, and paid almost 200,000 gold coins. They instantly filled the penthouse suite, which made the room cramped. At that moment, the notification screen appeared. "You have 2 new missions. The first is to find yourself a base and the second one is saving your precious little sister." "This is convenient," Richard muttered under his breath before gathering the attention of the summoned troops. "Okay, everyone listen up. I have a formal mission to you all." Chapter 7, Secure a Base. Mission title, Secure a Base. Mission description. In a world overrun by the relentless threat of the undead, the need for safe havens is paramount. The mission at hand is to secure a base, transforming it from a vulnerable structure into a fortified stronghold. This base will serve as a sanctuary for survivors, a place to regroup, plan, and ultimately take back control from the hordes of walkers. Your task is to meticulously clear each floor of the 3 buildings of the condominium, eliminating any lurking danger and ensuring the safety of the premises. Coordinate with your summoned troops to establish secure zones, secure entrances, and exits, and set up a functional communication network for efficient coordination. Rewards: experience points, 30,000. Gold coins, 25,000. After reading that mission brief, Richard turned his head towards the newly summoned troops, who looked like a sausage in cans due to how cramped it was inside the penthouse. The mission ahead will be quite challenging. This plan was formulated in collaboration with the original 10 soldiers I summoned. Our objective is to thoroughly clean the 3 residential buildings of any zombies. By clear, I mean ensuring there are no zombies remaining in any of the units or bathrooms. Although we have already cleared this particular building, there are still zombies on the ground floor. Our priority is to eliminate them before advancing to the next building. But before that, you the cyber specialist. Yes, sir. The cyber specialist jolted to attention, her focused gaze fixed on Richard. Richard continued, we have an additional task that requires your expertise. Is it possible to remotely initiate a lockdown of the entire building? I mean, can you secure all the entrances and exits, effectively sealing off the building from any outside threats? The cyber specialist paused, considering the request. It's definitely possible, sir, with the right access to the building's security systems. I can manipulate the main entrance gates. May I ask why you are requesting that, sir? Well, I don't want any uninvited guests coming over once we start firing, Richard answered. I see, so by blocking all the main gates of this condominium, we will have no problem with zombies getting reinforcements outside. Yes, that's correct. Now, we have a total of 115 soldiers present. I'm going to split you into 2 teams, 45 troops for each team. Team Alpha will be responsible for clearing out Building B, while Team Bravo will focus on Building C, similar to this building. Both have 32 floors. Keep in mind that every unit might have civilians inside, so if you come across any, instruct them to stay indoors. What about the remaining troops? One of the soldiers raised a hand. Of course, they'll stay here, protect this building and this penthouse, which will now serve as our new command center, Richard replied, acknowledging the soldier's question. The cyber specialist here is going to scan every security camera from the other buildings and inform you if there are zombies on the floor. Okay, form up. The summoned troops began dividing themselves. 5 minutes later, they were now divided into their respective teams. Richard's gaze shifted to the cyber specialist, who was immersed in her laptop. The cyber specialist looked up from her laptop to the flat television screen mounted on the wall. I've established a connection to the security cameras in buildings B and C. I'll monitor the feeds and alert you immediately if any zombies are detected on the floors you're about to clear. Sir, Alpha 1 approached Richard. What is it? Richard said as he glanced at him. I volunteered to stay here to protect you in the command center, would that be okay? Richard hummed and thought. He had been noticing that Alpha 1 is the only soldier that he had spoken to a lot. He seemed to be a nice guy, so he decided to change something. Alpha 1, from now on, you will be named Mark, Richard declared and continued. And you will also become my deputy. Well, wait, sir? Are you serious? Mark exclaimed. I would need counsel anyways since I'm new to this field, Richard said. Why? Do you not want it? I can appoint someone else if. I'll be happy to take the role, sir. Mark interrupted. Richard sighed and glanced at the summoned troops who were ready to disembark. Cyber Specialist, Richard called. Yes, sir? Lock it down, Richard ordered. With a single press of a key, the main gates of the condominium began to slowly close, sealing off the entire complex from the outside world. The mechanical whirring noise attracted walkers outside. Some managed to enter while others were blocked. Lockdown initiated, sir, the cyber specialist confirmed. Perimeter is secure. Good, Richard nodded in satisfaction. Team Alpha, Team Bravo, you are now clear to execute the mission. Good luck out there. Team Alpha and Bravo soldiers performed a salute before exiting the penthouse. Richard stayed as there is a lot for him to do, like buying supplies and personnel from the system. The army won't survive by having combat troops alone, they need auxiliaries. 15 minutes later, Team Alpha cleared the ground floor of walkers, the one he failed to clear with his team earlier. It is to be expected as the newly summoned troops are now equipped with more efficient and powerful weapons. The machine gunners were armed with M249 machine guns and carried additional magazines for the riflemen. The riflemen, on the other hand, are still equipped with the M4 carbine. What's more interesting is that whenever they kill zombies, his experience points and gold coins increase, like he is playing an idle game where he lets his summons do the job for him. This means he can only focus on commanding and organizing the troops. The problem is that he doesn't know how. Most of his knowledge about the military is from the military movies he watched. If he wants to be an effective leader, he has to start studying the military know-how, the military lingo, and the strategies that real commanders use. While browsing his system, a message notification appeared. Your level has risen to 7. User, Richard Gonzalez. Age, 21. Level, 7. Skills, Weapon Proficiency Level 2, Melee Proficiency Level 1, Driving Proficiency Level 1. Experience points, 22,900/34,936. Summon troops, 115/300. Current balance, 4,750,000 gold coins. You gained 1 skill point. Richard invested the skill points he acquired to melee proficiency. He will now need 4 points to level it up to 2. After that, he wondered what is the level cap of the system. Every time he levels up, the experience requirements grow exponentially. Well, that might be reasonable as Makati City alone has over 500,000. If all of them turn zombies, that would be around 10 million experience points. He checked his shop and it seemed like the good products would be available at 10. He shook his head, focusing on the task at hand. He bought new personnel from the communication, medical, intelligence, and reconnaissance troops, increasing his personnel and his personal army to 190. He also bought equipment for them, costing him around 200,000 gold coins. Current balance, 4,438,900 gold coins. If he hadn't drawn that Wheel of Fortune, this wouldn't be possible. While in the shop, he decided to explore the food tab as he was getting hungry and thirsty, and when the display showed up, disappointment etched his face. There's no proper meal, there's only MREs and bottled water. And it seems to be the only product available under that section. There's no way I'll eat MREs my whole life. Richard was aware of the quality of the MREs from YouTube videos. So after setting up his base and getting his sister out of danger, he'll forage for proper foods in the supermarkets, assuming that there are still left. But still, he needed to eat, so he bought himself and the other personnel present inside the penthouse MREs and bottled water. What's the situation? Richard asked as he took a sip from his bottled water. Both teams are in the respective buildings, sir, the cyber specialist replied. They have cleared the garages and recreation center and are making their way up. Any casualties? There's none. Okay, cyber specialist, I'm going to name you because your title is long. How about I call you Sarah? It's an honor, sir, Sarah replied. The rest of the summoned troops turned their heads towards Sarah and Richard, their expressions almost envious that Sarah had received a proper name. Observing this, Richard chuckled. No need to fret, I'll assign each of you a fitting name once we're through with this mission, with a name generator of course to make it easy. Richard watched the television, observing the soldiers mercilessly kill zombies from every floor. It seems that we haven't encountered any mutated zombies yet, Richard observed. So far, it's just the walkers, Mark added. I hope we don't encounter one, Richard said, feeling anxious when facing that monster he saw from the window hours ago. 2 hours later, the team leader of Alpha and Bravo announced the completion of their operation. Building B clear. Building C clear. Mark, hand me the reports later. I need to know how many civilians are in this condominium and if there are any casualties. You got it, sir, Mark nodded. 10 minutes later, Mark approached Richard who was sitting on a sofa. Sir, these are the initial reports for buildings B and C. Mark handed over 2 folders, each labeled with the corresponding building name. Richard accepted the folders and started reviewing the contents. In Building B, there are 120 civilians while in Building C, there are 150. No casualties from both teams. Richard closed the file, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Congratulations for completing your mission titled, Secure a Base. Rewards are now credited to your account. Your level has risen to 9. Current experience points, 54, 120/73, 125. My level jumped twice, huh? Richard mused. You still have one mission. Check it on your mission tab to see the description and rewards. Now that I have a base, I can go and save my little sister. Chapter 8, from University. A few hours earlier, at the Technological Engineering Institute University, about 15 kilometers away from Richard's base of operations. Beside the window, a tall girl stood. She had long, slender arms and legs, and her platinum silver hair was styled in a half updo, framing her chiseled features and gentle face. Her attire was a white blouse with a ribbon tie, a fitting checkered skirt that highlighted her figure, and black tights, giving off a mesmerizing beauty that etched an unforgettable impression on anyone who laid eyes on her. She held a phone and engaged in conversation with someone she held close to her heart. Okay, brother, be careful, she spoke in a soft tone before ending the call. Lowering the phone, she turned to her classmates and met their expectant gazes. My brother said he's coming with others, they're on their way to rescue us. We need to ration the food we have left for a day. Lisa, is that true? A pink-haired girl, whose appearance rivaled hers, inquired, hope shining in her eyes. Yes, Angela. Who are the others? Another woman with purple hair, dressed in a blouse, chimed in. I don't know, Denise. I was surprised too when my brother said he is going to come and save us with others' help. I can't think of someone who would join him. Anyways, we just have to follow his words. Follow his words, my ass, one of the cool-looking men spat. Your brother won't be able to save us in this mess. He'll only get himself killed. Neil is right. It's not like your brother has something that can help us, one of his friends added. The only people that can only save us from this mess are either the military or the police. But both of them are nowhere to be seen. Probably, the military has fallen, another one of his friends muttered. Richard, was it? Neil said. I have met him before, and I don't have a good impression of him. Given he is good at his studies, that's only it. I am not going to put my life in the hands of some guy who thinks he's a hero. Lisa lowered her head. Neil did have some points. Even she told her brother not to come here due to it being dangerous. But her brother insisted, and there was no way she can talk him out of something he already decided. Even so, I'm still going to hope, Lisa said, her voice determined. Neil rolled his eyes and scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Silence settled upon the classroom as Lisa's declaration hung in the air, creating an awkward pause amidst the tension. Angela broke the silence. Look, whether we believe in Lisa's brother or not, we can't deny that we're in a tough spot. Waiting for the military or police doesn't seem like an option right now. We have to do something. Do exactly what, Angela? Neil cut her off. There are zombies in the hallway. The only safe place here is this classroom. So we are just going to stay here and starve to death? Do you have a better idea, Denise? Neil countered and Denise was silent. I don't think so. The classroom went silent again as the weight of their situation settled in. The group exchanged glances that revealed their shared anxiety. Lisa's determined voice broke the silence. We can't afford to give up. If my brother and his group are really on their way, we have to hold out until they arrive. He said he is going to arrive tomorrow. And when exactly is that tomorrow? Did you ask him? Neil asked, his skepticism still evident. Lisa hesitated for a moment, recalling her conversation with her brother. He didn't give an exact time, but he sounded urgent. I'll call him. Lisa opened her phone to call her brother, but when saw that there was no signal available, frustration knotted her brows. She tried moving closer to the window, hoping for a better signal, but it was no use. Neil sighed. I can't believe we are all going to die here. Don't say that, Neil, Angela rebuked. Just accept the situation, everyone. Lisa's brother will not be able to save us. I mean, what do you expect from a college student? It's not like he is a fighter or something. Oh my God, I can't believe I will die a virgin. What a disgusting creep, saying that kind of thing at a time like this, Angela snapped at the inappropriate comment. Denise shook her head in disbelief. Seriously? You're worried about that right now? Neil's gaze lingered on Angela, Denise, and Lisa, planning something malicious, then was interrupted when one of his friends gathered the attention of everyone. Everyone, listen to this. The president is making a speech. The group immediately huddled around him. Neil and Lisa were next to each other. He can smell her good perfume and the softness of her body when her shoulder pressed against his. He gulped and could feel himself heating up as he imagined her in his head doing erotic things. He had a secret admiration for Lisa, and he couldn't bear to say it to her in person. But this apocalypse, bringing him and her this close, is like fate. But his thoughts were interrupted when the president started speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Filipinos. Today, we find ourselves facing a crisis unlike any we have ever seen before. A challenge that transcends borders, politics, and ideologies. Our beloved nation is under threat, not from the usual adversaries, but from an unexpected and unimaginable foe, the rise of the undead. Yes, my dear countrymen, the world as we know it has been turned upside down by a zombie apocalypse. A plague that defies reason and comprehension has swept across our land. But let me assure you, even in the face of this dire situation, the spirit of the Filipino remains unbreakable. We have faced storms, earthquakes, and countless trials before, and emerged stronger every time. Today is no different. We shall stand together, hand in hand, to confront this menace head-on. Our armed forces, our police, and every brave citizen who still possesses the will to fight to know that we are committed to eradicating this threat. We will protect our families, our communities, and our way of life from this unnatural scourge. The speech was interrupted by the sound of the people screaming, monstrous creatures, that are different from the zombies the students witnessed outside, had attacked the area where the president was speaking. They watched in horror as the president was being escorted by his security detail only to get caught by the nightmarish creatures that had invaded the scene. Gasps and expletives filled the air as the students saw the president and his security detail cut in half. The camera that was recording the whole scene tipped over, and the transmission suddenly ended. No way, one of the girls muttered. The president is dead, another one of the girls added. This situation has gotten worse, the man holding the phone said. Within a day, the Philippine government collapsed. I don't think the military is going to save us now, Neil said, his tone calm despite the situation. And then he smirked. Society will undergo massive changes. Just like in everyone's zombie apocalypse novel, anime, series, and movie, there'd be a state of anarchy. Everyone went back to their spots. Neil tapped his friends on their shoulders. Bert, John, I have something to talk to you guys about. Bert and John leaned in, their curiosity piqued by Neil's sudden seriousness. You guys, I'm sure you have something you want to experience before dying, right? Well, you have an opportunity right here, Neil said as he lifted his gaze towards the 7 girls in the classroom. Chapter 9, A Brief Respite Before Action. 9 o'clock in the evening, July 20th, 2023. Richard was unboxing the MREs that he bought from the system. Since this was his first time seeing an MRE, he didn't have the slightest clue about how it worked. Mark, Richard called, and Mark approached him promptly. Is there something that I can do for you, sir? Mark politely asked. Yeah, do you know how to eat this? Richard showed the MRE in his hand. Ah, of course, sir. Do you want me to show you? Mark responded. Richard nodded eagerly. Absolutely. I'm clueless about these things. Mark took the MRE packet from Richard's hand and began explaining. MRE stands for Meal, Ready to Eat. It's a self-contained meal that's commonly used by the military and emergency services. They're designed to be easy to carry and require minimal preparation. Richard listened intently as Mark continued. Alright, first, you'll need to find the main pouch inside. It usually contains the main course. Tear it open carefully. Mark demonstrated, showing Richard how to neatly open the pouch without spilling anything. Inside, you'll find the main dish, Mark said, revealing a sealed plastic pouch containing what looked like a beef stew. There's also a flameless heater included. Richard raised an eyebrow. Flameless heater? How does that work? Mark smiled. It's pretty ingenious. You just need a small amount of water. There's usually a line marked on the heater pouch. You pour water up to that line, insert the sealed pouch of food, and then fold the heater pouch over. It contains a chemical reaction that generates heat when it comes into contact with water. It'll warm up your meal in about 10 to 15 minutes. Richard was impressed. That's pretty handy. Thank you, Mark. Mark pulled out a small package containing cracker-like bread and a spread. These are usually a part of every MRE. They provide some carbs and a bit of variety. Perhaps you can eat this while you wait for the main course to heat up. Richard nodded, taking the cracker-like bread and the spread. He tore the package open and began spreading the provided cheese spread onto the crackers. Despite the dire circumstances, he couldn't help but appreciate the simple luxury of having something to eat. He took a bite and savored the taste. It tastes like bread and cheese, Richard commented. Sir, what are we going to do with the survivors that we rescued from 3 buildings? Mark asked. They think that we are the real military and are expecting to be evacuated from a safer place. Safer place? Richard's gaze shifted to the wall-to-ceiling window. From his point, it seemed like there was nothing ordinary, a beautiful city skyline with indoor lighting glowing inside the building, giving it a surreal and almost tranquil appearance. But Richard knew that beneath that deceptively calm exterior lay the chaos and horror of the apocalypse. He sighed, his thoughts returning to the present. Well, there's no safer place than this place, Mark, he chuckled and then trailed off as he remembered something. His sister, Richard reached out to his cell phone and decided to call Lisa. But the signal bars on his phone were frustratingly absent. He sighed in frustration. Sir, you must worry a lot about your sister, Mark said gently. I do, very much. I don't even know what her situation is. Is she still staying in that classroom? What if I arrive there tomorrow and she's not there? I don't think I can handle losing her, Richard said somberly, his hands trembling with fear at the thought. In that case, sir, why don't you conduct a rescue operation at, let's say, 0000 hours or 0100 HRS? There's a high chance she'd still be there, assuming that they won't go out since the hallways are probably filled with zombies. May I ask how old is your sister, sir? She's 18, Richard answered. Why do you ask? Oh, nothing, sir. I was just considering factors for the future rescue operation. If she were 12 or 15 years old, we might have to conduct the operation immediately. But since she's of legal age, and her classmates must be too, they'll likely lock themselves in the classroom they are staying in. Yeah, Richard uttered, his mind still focused on the welfare of his little sister. Even though Lisa told him that they barricaded their classroom, there is still no guarantee of her safety. In an apocalyptic world, humans are scarier than zombies as humans can do horrible things when there is no law or order to restrain them. He doesn't know Lisa's classmates, only her best friends, Denise and Angela, whom he often meets whenever they visit Lisa. But the others? Especially the men, yeah, he won't even imagine what they'll do if they lose their rationality and sense. Mark, We are not going to wait tomorrow, we are going to rescue my little sister at 12 o'clock midnight. You mean 0000 hours, sir? Mark said. Very well. If you want to do that, sir, you might want to summon Special Forces troops. They are the ones best suited for the role of search and rescue. In the meantime, why don't you tell me the location of the school and some other useful information so we can plan it now with the team here? Okay. My little sister is a senior high school student, studying at the Technological Engineering Institute in Cubao City. Her classroom is in Building 9, 4th floor, Room 18. Thank you, sir, and I think your MRE is ready now, Mark said, checking the heater pouch. The beef stew inside was steaming, its aroma filling the room. Richard looked at the warm MRE pouch and realized he had been so absorbed in the conversation that he hadn't noticed the heater working its magic. Great, thanks, Mark. Mark handed him the pouch, along with a plastic spork. Enjoy your meal, sir. Richard took a bite of the beef stew and savored it. The taste was bland but comforting. As he ate, he could feel a bit of energy returning to his body. After taking 5 bites, he set the pouch aside and opened his system and checked the Special Forces tab. There, he was given a list. Army Special Forces, Green Berets, 2,000 gold per unit. Navy SEALs, 2,500 gold per unit. Delta Force, 5,000 gold per unit. British SAS, 2,200 gold per unit. Russian Spetsnaz, 3,000 gold per unit. German KSK, 2,800 gold per unit. Based on the categories, it seems like it'll be a matter of preference as those forces are capable of conducting search and rescue. Since he had a lot of gold coins in his pocket, he didn't hesitate to purchase 10 units of Delta Force. Their reputation for being the most highly trained elite forces in the U.S. military is enough for Richard to choose them. A magic circle appeared on the floor and 10 Caucasian men emerged from it. They were dressed in the standard U.S. Army combat uniform, their bodies were of athletic build and tough looking, and they appeared to be in their early 30s. One of them stepped forward, as if representing a team, and then saluted. The Delta forces behind followed a salute. Delta Force, ready for tasking. Richard rose to his feet and scanned the appearance. He had to crane his neck slightly up as the man before him was tall, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. He looked like a character from Call of Duty. His face, his voice, everything. Who was it? Ah, it was Graves. Richard cleared his throat. Sir. One of my men said you'll be best suited for a rescue operation. Well, not technically focused on that job, but we can do that, he replied. Can I call you Graves? Because you resemble someone I know. If you say so, sir. I will accept the name you have given me, Graves said. Okay, so the thing is, my little sister and her classmates needed saving. And you and your men will join me to rescue them. Chapter 10, The Plan and Acquisition. 10 o'clock in the evening, July 20th, 2023. Richard was in his original unit on the 25th floor, busy packing up his personal belongings. He was getting ready to move up to the penthouse, which would serve as his new room. The decision made sense. As the commanding officer, he needed to be close to the command center for any emergencies. The doorbell rang, interrupting his packing. It was likely Mark, he thought. With a quick zip of his luggage, Richard made his way to the door, pulling the luggage behind. Hey, Mark, he greeted as he opened the door, a hint of exhaustion in his voice. Sir, the Delta forces have already concocted a plan for the rescue operation. He is waiting for you. That fast, huh? Richard remarked. All right, let's go. Together, they made their way to the elevators and arrived at the penthouse minutes later. Inside, the Delta forces and other troops present quickly stood in attention and performed a salute. At ease, Richard said with a tone of uncertainty. That's what the commanding officer always says to acknowledge their salute. I was told that you already have a plan for the rescue operation, Graves. Not exactly a plan, sir, but an exploration, Graves corrected. What's that mean? Richard tilted his head to the side quizzically. You see, sir. I have checked our inventory. We don't have any military hardware that will help us pull off this rescue operation. Nevertheless, we still hatched a plan, where we will, imagine, that we have specific hardware. After hearing that, Richard nodded his head understandingly. Graves was right, they don't have the military hardware that any military should have. So it's going to be like you proposing a project and then I'll fund it? Richard said, hoping that his analogy was right. Graves nodded his head in confirmation. Okay, let's hear that proposal then, Richard said, giving him the stage. Very well, sir. Miss Sarah, would you please show our commanding officer the situation in the city? Copy that, Sir Graves. Sarah's fingers danced on the keyboard as she worked on her laptop. Moments later, a large screen on one side of the room flickered to life, displaying footage of the roads and streets of Metro Manila. I've managed to hack into the MMDA Command Control Center, giving us access to the cameras on major roads. Richard looked up to the flat television screen and there he saw major roads and streets filled with abandoned vehicles and zombies. All roads leading to the Technological Engineering Institute are obstructed. We can go use a vehicle but it won't get us beyond 4 kilometers. We'll go on foot but that's dangerous as they are infected on every street, ready to pounce at everything that moves. Not only that, there is another problem with going by land. Sarah, could you please show the commanding officer the footage of a monster? Sarah tapped the keys on her keyboard, and the screen switched to display a video feed from a different camera. This time, it showed the monster Richard saw hours ago. The one who can jump at great heights and run at high speed. In the video, the monster lifted a car and threw it across the street with terrifying strength. Another footage showed a monster slicing humans like butter with its sharp claws. From the footage, sir, one can safely assume that small arms won't kill that thing. If we were to encounter it with the weapons we have right now, we'd be in serious trouble, Graves interjected. In short, a land route is not feasible and could jeopardize the safety of your men and yours. I understand, Sir Graves. So, if land rescue is not possible, what are the other options? If the land is untenable, we take to the skies, Graves revealed. To pull that off, we're going to need a chopper. Assuming we've got one at our disposal, we'll make our insertion on the rooftop of Building 9. Intel suggests it's a 5-story structure. Your sister's on the 4th floor, correct? Once we hit the rooftop, we'll navigate down to the 4th, locate her classroom, and extract her and her fellow students. Once accomplished, we'll ascend back to the rooftop and exfiltrate. A helicopter, huh? Richard uttered. They definitely don't have helicopters. But there is a problem. Besides not having access to a chopper, the noise it generates could potentially draw a swarm of zombies toward the building. And who's to say that the creature from that video won't be lured by the noise as well? So, in essence, there's no straightforward solution to rescuing my sister, Richard mused in frustration. Graves met his gaze with a steady look. Frankly, sir, that's the situation we're facing. Richard let out a heavy sigh. So what is going to be, Sir Graves? Land or air? Air would be the optimal choice, sir. A helicopter insertion would minimize the risks on the ground. However, as I mentioned, we lack the necessary resources for such an operation. But what if I can get you a helicopter? Richard said. Well, we can rescue your sister, Graves replied simply. Richard opened his system and went to the shop tab. He tapped the military aircraft section and then the rotary wing aircraft. There, a display of different helicopter designs and their prices was displayed. Bell UH-1 Iroquois, 450,000 gold coins. Tap on the display to see variants and descriptions. Sikorsky UH-60 Black Hawk, 800,000 gold coins. Tap on the display to see variants and descriptions. Sikorsky HH-60 Pave Hawk, 900,000 gold coins. Tap on the display to see variants and descriptions. Locked. 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 Note that when purchasing an aircraft, the personnel to operate it is not included. You will have to add an additional 5,000 gold coins per crew necessary to operate the aircraft. Richard tapped the Black Hawk and the Pave Hawk helicopter to see the difference. It has a long flavor text, but as he read through the detailed descriptions, it became clear that the Pave Hawk offered more advanced features and capabilities compared to the Black Hawk. Its higher cost was justified by its enhanced performance and additional equipment. How many aircraft would we need for this operation? Richard asked. Preferably, we are going to need 2 choppers, Graves said. One to protect us from the air, and the other to extract the package. Very well, I can get you 2 choppers, Richard said, placing an order for 2 Pave Hawk. This is probably going to be my huge transaction in this system, Richard thought to himself. It better be worth it. On the rooftop of Building A, Richard stood on the helipad, surveying his surroundings. The sounds of chaos still echoed below, with distant explosions, fires consuming both residential and commercial structures, and the cacophony of shouts and cries filling the air. I can only summon 1 helicopter in this helipad. To summon the other one, I'll have to get to the other building's helipad. I hope everyone is not looking in this direction when I complete the transaction. Whenever you are ready, sir, Mark said. Richard took a deep breath and muttered. This is it, confirming the purchase. In a flash, a pulsating magic circle materialized before him, casting an otherworldly glow over the helipad. Slowly, a helicopter emerged from within the circle. It only lasted 3 seconds, and the magic circle disappeared, leaving a sleek helicopter in its wake. The pilot and co-pilot were in the cockpit, while the 2 special mission aviators that would man the GAU-2 minigun are in the cabin. 4 of them performed a salute. I don't know why, but this is making me feel excited, Richard commented. Chapter 11, The Rescue Operation begins. 11:30 in the evening, July 20th, 2023. Command Center. Man, what a pain, Richard grumbled as he slouched onto the sofa, gulping down water from a bottle. The sweat of securing 2 Pave Hawk helicopters had finally dried, and the helipads on buildings A and B were primed for action. Alright, now that we've got these flying machines, what's the game plan? Richard asked, shooting a weary look at Graves. Sir, we can kick off the operation, Graves replied. Let's hash out the final details so that everyone involved knows exactly what's what. Richard rose to his feet and walked over to the table, joining the other special forces. Before we begin, sir, I would like to ask you, sir. Why do you want to come to this operation? Because to be honest, sir, you don't need to come, Richard pondered for a moment. Graves was right, he doesn't need to come in this rescue operation as Graves and his men are capable enough to handle this mission. But this is personal to him. Saving his little sister personally would be a satisfaction for him. He also wanted to look cool to his sister, whom she'll wrap her head around trying to understand how her brother became a leader of a militia. I get where you're coming from, Sir Graves. So here's my answer. It's simple, I want to save my sister with my own 2 hands, and I want to test my abilities in the field. Believe it or not, I'm at level 2 in weapons proficiency, so I can handle myself in a firefight. Graves nodded, his expression showing understanding. Understood, sir. If that's your motivation, I won't object. Now, let's delve into the operational details. This will unfold in 3 phases. But before we proceed, let's establish the call signs. Jolly 1 and 2 will refer to the helicopters. You'll go by Eagle, as the commanding officer. The Delta forces will be Spectre 1 to 8, with myself as Spectre 1. As for your sister, she'll be known as Angel. Eagle, you'll board Jolly 1 alongside Spectre 2, 3, 4, and 5. Meanwhile, I'll be on Jolly 2 with Spectre 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now, onto Phase 1, the landing. Jolly 1 will touch down on Building 9's rooftop, while Jolly 2 provides aerial cover. Phase 2 involves infiltration. Once on the rooftop, Eagle and his team will methodically descend to the 4th floor, reaching Angel's classroom. Our primary objective is to extract Angel and her classmates. Finally, Phase 3 signifies extraction. After securing Angel, your team will return to the rooftop where Jolly 1 awaits for the pickup. Time is of the essence. We need to wrap this up before the situation escalates further. Any questions? Everyone shook their heads, indicating that there was none. It's all clear, huh? Okay, Graves flickered his gaze to Richard. Sir, is it possible if I can make a request? What is it, Spectre 1? Richard asked. We have to prepare for the worst. The monster that we saw earlier might make an appearance. We need a weapon that can pack a punch. What weapon are you referring to? A javelin missile, Graves replied. Let me check. Richard browsed his system and searched for the javelin. There, he saw one. It cost 10,000 gold coins apiece. How many? Graves smacked his lips as he contemplated for a number. Can we acquire 10 pieces? No problem. 11:30 in the evening, July 20th, 2023. At the rooftop of Building A. Spectre 2 and 3, and Spectre 4 and 5 were lifting the javelin launcher crates and their gears, and placing them in the cabin of the Pavehawk helicopter. Richard watched the process of the Delta forces walking to and fro to secure the javelin launchers in the helicopter. That's the last one, Spectre 2 said. Oh, that feels good. It's a heavy one, Spectre 3 grunted as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Great job, guys, Richard praised, and the Delta forces simply gestured a nod, acknowledging their commanding officer's praise. Okay, let's board the helicopter now, Richard suggested, and one by one, they hopped into the helicopter cabin, securing their gear and strapping themselves in. The pilot and the co-pilot of the Pavehawk began their pre-flight checks. Spectre 1 to Eagle Actual, Spectre 1 to Eagle Actual. Do you read? Richard's radio crackled to life, and he quickly responded, This is Eagle Actual, go ahead, Spectre 1. Just confirming that all teams are ready to go, sir. We're all set here, Spectre 1's voice came through the radio. Copy that, Spectre 1. All teams, stand by for takeoff, Richard replied. With a nod to the pilot, the helicopter's engines roared to life. The helicopter rotors began to spin faster, and the aircraft lifted off the rooftop with a controlled ascent. The feeling of the helicopter leaving the ground was a mix of excitement and tension for Richard, as this was his first time riding a helicopter. As they gained altitude, the city's landscape stretched out below them. Thick black smoke billowing from the burning houses, buildings, and cars. Zombies roaming the streets. Despite the hellish landscape below, the city is still bright with street lights and indoor lighting from the skyscrapers. It's going to be a luxury in the future, as electricity will be a rare commodity due to power plants shutting down. Jolly 1 and 2 were flying in a tight formation. Jolly 1 led the way, and Jolly 2 followed closely behind. Jolly 1, how long until we arrive at our destination? Richard asked through the radio. 15 minutes out, Jolly 1 pilot answered. Okay, I have plenty of time, Richard said as he pulled out his phone from his pocket. He wanted to tell Lisa that he was on his way, but just like earlier, there was no signal. Lisa, I'm coming for you, just hold on tight, Richard muttered under his breath. 15 minutes later, 11:50 in the evening. July 20th, 2023. 400 meters above the ground. Angel Actual to all stations, be advised, we are approaching our destination, Richard announced through his radio as he gazed at one of the buildings of the Technological Engineering Institute. Oh my god, I'm sounding like a real soldier now. Copy that, Eagle Actual, Spectre 1 acknowledged. Jolly 1, can you point your lights at the rooftop? I am seeing movements, Richard observed. Copy that, Eagle Actual. Lights are on, the pilot of Jolly 1 responded. As the helicopter's powerful landing lights illuminated the rooftop of the buildings of the university. And there he saw a group of survivors waving their arms, mostly students, signaling for help from the rooftop. They were shouting. Here! Here! Their shouts were muffled by the sound of the rotors of the helicopter, but it also attracted the attention of the zombies down the school grounds. Richard could see zombies flooding into the building as they had anticipated. Jolly 1, you're clear to land on the Building 9 rooftop. We'll provide cover from the air. Good luck, Spectre 1's voice crackled over the radio. Jolly 1 began its descent toward the rooftop of the university building. The wind from the rotors stirred up debris and dust. As the helicopter's landing skids touched down on the rooftop, the Delta forces inside Jolly 1 sprang into action. The cabin doors opened, and Spectre 2 and 3 quickly established a defensive perimeter. The survivors, mostly students in tattered clothes, rushed toward the helicopter. Stay back. Stop right there. Spectre 2 shouted, his weapon trained on the approaching survivors. The atmosphere shifted in an instant. The students, eager to escape the dangers below, hesitated as the barrels of Delta Force's M4 carbines were pointed at them. Sir, please help us. One of the students pleaded as he got into his knee and begged with tears in his eyes. Richard counted the survivors in his head. There are 11 of them, some were college students while others are senior high. Spectre 1 to Eagle Actual, we are ready to unleash hell on the zombies on the school grounds. Cover your ears, this will be loud. Everybody cover your ears, Richard shouted. The survivors complied with Richard's orders, and then suddenly, the GAU-2 minigun from Jolly 2 started to roar to life. The deafening sound of gunfire filled the air as the minigun unleashed its deadly payload upon the zombies, entering Building 9. Tracer rounds streaked through the night, tearing through undead flesh and sending sprays of blood and gore in every direction. The survivors flinched at the sudden onslaught of noise, but they held on. The once dense crowd of zombies thinned out considerably under the barrage of gunfire, but more continued to pour in from the surrounding area. The gunfire continued for several minutes, the minigun's barrels glowing red-hot from the sustained fire. Finally, with a sharp hiss of steam, the minigun ceased its assault, its barrels smoking as they cooled down. Spectre 1 to Eagle Actual, the zombie corpses have piled up in the entrance. We've created a temporary barricade. You won't have to worry about the zombies inside to have reinforcement, Spectre 1 reported over the radio. Thanks for the assistance, we will move in now. Spectre 5, you are to remain here, watch over the survivors. Understood, sir, Spectre 5 nodded, acknowledging the order. Richard, Spectre 2, 3, and 4 approached the door leading downstairs. As they got there, one of the survivors spoke. Sir, there are zombies behind that door. Richard doesn't have to be reminded, as it was to be expected. He can hear the snarling sounds coming from behind the door. He knew that once he opened it, a horde of zombies would come pouring out. He looked at Spectre 2, 3, and 4, and they nodded in silent understanding. They were ready for this. Richard took a deep breath and grabbed the doorknob. He glanced back at the survivors huddled behind him, fear in their eyes. He gave them a reassuring nod before turning the knob and pulling the door open. Chapter 12, Taking a Dark Turn. Strong theme incoming. You have been warned. 11:30 in the evening, July 20th, 2023. At the Technological Engineering Institute. Denise and Angela slumped against Lisa, their weariness evident. The classroom was dark as the students decided not to open the lights as it might attract zombies. Lisa, Denise began. You ever wonder if we're gonna make it out of this mess? Lisa let out a heavy sigh. Honestly, Denise, I try not to dwell on it too much. Thinking about what might happen next, it's just too much. Angela's brow furrowed as she stared into the distance. I mean, seriously, zombies? I thought those were supposed to be things you only see in horror films. Yeah, exactly. It's like reality took a wrong turn and landed us in some kind of twisted zombie movie. Denise let out a wistful chuckle. You know, if this were a movie, I'd be the one yelling at the screen, "Why are you going into that dark alley alone? Don't you know there are zombies out there?" The girls shared a tired laugh, a brief moment of relief from the constant tension that surrounded them. But seriously, Angela said, her voice taking on a more serious note, how did this even happen? One day everything's normal, and the next, zombies appeared. Lisa shrugged, her brows furrowing in thought. I wish I knew. Maybe some kind of experiment gone wrong, or a virus nobody saw coming. All I know is that every major city on the planet is in a mess right now. Angela snuggled up to Lisa and wrapped her hands around her arm. Lisa, your brother. Do you believe he can save us? I mean, given he is just an ordinary college student like everybody else, I don't expect so much about him. I remember watching zombie apocalypse movies where family members would often go to great lengths to save their family members. Now that I talk about that, I wonder if my parents are okay. Same here, Angela added. Denise, Angela. Yes? The girls intoned together. I hope that my brother will come to save me. Just the thought of him coming here in this apocalyptic world made me admire him more, like it's cool to have a brother like that. Denise and Angela giggled at Lisa's words. It's like in those movies, you know? The unexpected hero rises when everything seems lost. Maybe your brother's our unexpected hero, Denise said and continued. If he were to come here and save us, I will forever be grateful. Yeah, but the thing is, I don't think he'll arrive here. The three girls turned their gazes at Neil, who suddenly barged into their conversation. It sounded like you already accepted that the world has already ended, Lisa retorted. Because it is, Lisa. Didn't you see that during the president's speech? A news article where every nation on this planet is being overrun by zombies? The world you all know has ended. But don't worry, as long as you follow us three here, you girls are going to be safe. His friends, Bert and John, smirked. Now, who's hungry? Let's open up the snacks. Neil beckoned everyone to come in the middle, and everyone huddled. So, how are we going to share it equally? Lisa asked. Oh no, Neil snickered. There's no such thing as sharing it equally. Bert, John, and I bought it in the canteen before the outbreak. So it's ours. So what's the point of you calling us? Angela asked. To make a transaction, of course, Neil grinned. In exchange for food and water, you will have to give us something of value. Which is what? Denise inquired. Your bodies, Neil revealed with a dark expression. All of the girls in the classroom exchanged glances, shocked at Neil's sudden and disturbing proposition. What the hell are you talking about, Neil? Lisa's voice trembled in anger. You can't seriously expect us to agree to something like that. Neil's smirk widened, his demeanor unsettling. Oh, come on, Lisa. Survival in this new world comes at a price. You girls can either accept our offer and be protected, or you can fend for yourselves out there. Bert and John stood by Neil's side, their expressions smug and predatory. The friends who had once shared laughs and stories now felt like strangers, and the realization was like a punch to the gut. Angela's eyes narrowed as she mustered her resolve. We're not going to be your playthings, Neil. We're not trading our dignity for your twisted idea of safety. You think you can just take advantage of us because of this situation? You're no better than the zombies out there, Denise said. Neil's laughter echoed in the tense room. You girls really don't get it, do you? This world has changed, and those old rules don't apply anymore. It's survival of the fittest, and we're just making sure we come out on top. Then in that case we won't eat your snacks. You can have the food for yourselves, you despicable scums, one of Lisa's classmates, Ella cut in defiantly. Ella's words hung in the air like a challenge, her courage igniting a spark among the girls. Lisa, Angela, and Denise exchanged determined glances, a silent agreement passing between them. They weren't going to let themselves be exploited by Neil and his cronies. Neil's expression darkened, his patience wearing thin. In that case, you have left me with no choice. I was asking you all nicely and now you wasted it. Let's make an example, shall we? Neil gave Bert and John the signal, and immediately, they grabbed Ella suddenly, holding her arms tightly. Ella struggled as she tried to break free. Let go of me. Neil's twisted grin remained plastered on his face as he took a step closer to Ella. You are a defiant one, huh? Let's see if you can still defy me. Without a single moment of hesitation, ripped the top of Ella's uniform apart, revealing the white underwear and skin underneath. Ha! A hoarse sound escaped from Ella's throat. The feeling of her skin being exposed to the chilly air gave her a vivid glimpse of the incoming development. The other girls also watched in horror at Neil's action. Oh, Ella, I didn't know you have such lovely skin, this is making my boner hard. I will take pleasure in enjoying your body. With that, Neil removed his pants, revealing his hardened cock. No. Let me go. I don't want this. Ella screamed and suddenly, the zombies outside the hallway came banging at the classroom door. Neil grinned once more. Don't make a sound, you'll attract zombies, and that goes to everyone. He glanced at the other girls who stood frozen in their place, their eyes trembling. Neil was actually serious about doing atrocious things. That's right, stay silent, don't make a noise or the zombies will enter. After saying that, Neil pushed Ella to the ground and started having his way with her. Lisa, Angela, Denise, and the remaining girls could only watch helplessly as Ella was being raped by Neil. No one could defy him and his friends. If they were to fight, there would certainly be a noise, and noise would attract zombies, causing them to be more aggressive. Don't worry, John, Bert, you two will have your turn after I come. Tears trickled down Ella's face. She wanted to scream and shout for help, but she couldn't. They'll die if she does that, so she covered her mouth to not make any noise. The sight pleased Neil. You are loving this, aren't you? You voluntarily covered your mouth without me telling you. Neil continued his cruel acts with Ella until he let out a moan. Ugh! Neil took his shaft out of Ella and strode toward Lisa, who took a step back. Don't come close to me, you fucking psychopath! Lisa burst out but immediately covered his mouth as the zombies outside grew more aggressive to the noise. You really value your life, huh? For me, as long as you taste my life will be fulfilled. Now, why don't you behave and strip your clothes? Get away from her. Denise delivered a slap across his face. Neil retaliated with a slap on Denise's face. How dare you raise a hand on me, wait for your turn. I'm going to take your virginity later. Neil turned his attention to Lisa and then reached his hands out to her uniform. No! Lisa tried to fight back, but Neil was just strong and overpowered her. He then ripped off her uniform, revealing her beautiful body to his gaze. Neil smiled in pleasure as he touched Lisa's body with his hands, caressing it before planting a kiss on her neck. Lisa felt disgusted but at the same time couldn't stop trembling and feeling goosebumps all over her skin as Neil's lips moved down to her chest. No! Help me, mother, father, brother. No one will come to save you. The moment he said that, Neil heard something. There was a drumming noise outside. He recognized the noise immediately. It's a helicopter, Neil said as he retreated 2 steps back. And then... *BRRRRRRRTTT. A burst of gunfire, possibly from a machine gun, roared outside the building, causing them to cover their ears. It must be the military, Bert said, pulling his trousers up as he got cock-blocked. Shit. If they found out that we would rape these girls, John uttered. We'll be dead. Chapter 13, Just in Time. Neil, John said in a hushed voice, eyeing the window and the door. The zombies seem to be moving away from the hallway. The noise from the helicopters must be drawing them. Bert leaned in, looking out the window. There are a couple of choppers above us. Looks like one might have landed on the rooftop. Could be survivors up there, getting rescued. Neil's heart raced as he bit his nails, his anxiety palpable. If the military arrived, the girls would spill about what had happened earlier. Ella, come on. Put on your clothes, Neil urged, tossing Ella's ripped blouse toward her. Ella, however, remained unresponsive, lost in the trauma of the recent events. Noticing Ella's vacant expression, Lisa approached her cautiously. Ella, are you holding up? Ella's voice was hollow as she replied, Do you even need to ask? After what they did to me? Her words unleashed a flood of tears, and Lisa enveloped her in a comforting embrace. Lisa shot a condemning look at Neil, then at John and Bert who had backed him, are the most awful people I've ever known. Neil shrugged dismissively. Don't start acting righteous, Lisa. Just 'cause there's a military chopper up there doesn't mean we're saved. Why would they bother rescuing a bunch of high schoolers? It doesn't add up. Once the chopper's gone, we'll pick up where we left off. Neil's demeanor sent a shiver down Lisa's spine, but she didn't back down. We're trapped here, everyone, he declared. Zombies might have moved, but they're converging on one spot, the rooftop. Even if we aim for that rescue, they'd be in our way. John, Bert, remember talking about not dying without experiences? You ready to let that slip? Denise interjected with a disgusted tone, You're seriously messed up, Neil. Yeah, I may be messed up, Neil said with a cold grin and continued. But I'm having the best time of my life. Locked with the top beautiful women in the university. I can't wait to taste you, Denise. Yeah. I might be screwed up, Neil sneered, his expression cold and unsettling. He pressed on, undeterred. But tell you what, I'm having the time of my life here. Trapped with the finest ladies from our university. And Denise, he added, his tone dripping with a sinister edge, I can hardly wait to get a taste of you. A collective shudder ran through the group as Neil's words hung in the air. Only the sound of the rotors of the helicopters buzzing above broke the uneasy silence that followed Neil's disturbing declaration. Neil, I think they are only after the survivors on the rooftop, Bert said. Yeah, they won't risk their men to enter the building. They must have assumed that everyone inside already turned into zombies. In that case, Lisa. You see, the drama that we have just now is making me feel horny again. I'm going to do it with Ella, along with John and Bert of course. But you can save Ella from further suffering. You only have to do one thing, and that is to satisfy me with your mouth. *BRRRRRTTTTT. Everyone in the classroom covered their ears as the minigun from the military helicopter above roared once again. Arg! I fucking hate that noise. Why don't they just leave? Neil yelled. Lisa, I still haven't got your answer. You have 5 seconds before I take Ella away from you and violate her again. Lisa glanced around her female classmates, all of them were shaking their heads, telling her not to do it. But it doesn't seem like she has a choice here. If she refuses, Neil is going to do horrific things to Ella again. But she also knew that Neil and his cronies weren't going to stop her. Okay, I will do it. But in exchange, you won't touch them. Hearing that, Neil burst out laughing maniacally. Ha 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 ha, Lisa, I didn't know that you are a slut inside. You really are willing to give your body to me? I will do everything, just don't lay your hands on everyone here. Lisa said firmly. I love your spirit, Lisa, you are really turning me on. Very well, I won't lay hands on them, but in exchange, you are going to be my bitch. You will satisfy my needs every day until the day we die. Lisa clenched her teeth, utterly disgusted at Neil. To think that she would lose her virginity to a psychopath and not to the one she loves is extremely depressing. What would her family think of her? A tear escaped her eyes as she mustered her courage. She leaned forward, eyes closed, and opened her mouth. Neil grinned devilishly. The most beautiful woman on the campus is going to give him the head. He could feel her breath touching his shaft. But before Lisa could take it in her mouth, John shouted, "Shit! Neil, I see soldiers in the hallway, and are coming here." What the? Neil's expression turned pale as he realized the danger he was in. He quickly pulled his pants up and shouted, "Help me here." John and Bert complied and grabbed Ella. Then, they forced her to wear the uniform they ripped off. "Okay, I want everyone to act innocent." As Neil was about to finish his sentence, something suddenly happened. "Help! We're here!" Angela shouted as she rushed towards the door and removed the barricade they had set up. Angela took a peek from the door, and indeed, a group of army soldiers were already heading towards them. Neil's face turned pale. "Shit! Angela, what are you doing?" In a heartbeat, the door was bashed open by the soldiers who stormed into the classroom with their assault rifles. Angela moved and took a step back to let them in. Neil and his friends were stunned by the sudden intrusion. They froze, stunned. For soldiers, who were dressed in full gear, flashed a light on them. Then, they approached slowly with one of the soldiers stepping forward even further, sweeping his head from left to right as if looking for someone. And then the flashlight fitted on that soldier's assault rifle stopped when it hit Lisa, who raised her arm to block the blinding light. That soldier reached for his radio on his chest and spoke. "Eagle Actual to all stations. I have located Angel. I repeat, I have located Angel." "Angel?" Neil glanced at Lisa, whom they are calling Angel. He returned his gaze back to the soldier who radioed and saw him removing his helmet, night vision goggles, and mask. Neil's eyes widened in shock as he saw the face of the soldier. Light brown hair, fair complexion, about 2 inches taller than him. He couldn't believe his eyes. Is that truly him? "Hello, Lisa. I told you, I would come to save you," the man coolly said with a wink. "Brother." Lisa gasped in shock. She could not believe that the soldier standing before her was her brother. "Richard?" Angela walked over and took a look at the man's face. It was indeed Richard, Lisa's brother. "Hello, Angela," Richard greeted as he turned his head towards her and smiled warmly. "How?" Angela stammered, still couldn't believe what she was seeing. Isn't Richard supposed to be a college student? How come is he wearing a military uniform? "There's really 10 of you here," Richard remarked, glancing one last time to the students. "Don't worry, we are here to take you out from here. Stick close to us." "Wait, Richard. There's something you need to know. These 3 men here, Neil, John, and Bert, tried to rape your sister." When Angela revealed that, Richard glared at Neil and the 2 other men. "What? Is that true?" Richard flickered his gaze to Lisa and then noticed that her blouse was ripped off. His hands trembled in rage as he struggled to keep his temper in check. "They already did it to Ella." Denise stepped forward, pointing her fingers at Ella. Richard shifted his gaze from Ella, who also began breaking into tears. "This is fucked up," Spectre 2 commented as he trained his M4 carbine at Neil. Spectres 3 and 4 did the same, feeling disgusted at Neil. Richard embraced Lisa, comforting her. "Hush now. I am here. You are safe now," he whispered. Lisa sniffed as she buried her face into her brother's chest. She couldn't stop crying. "Permission to shoot this motherfucker," Spectre 4 requested. Denied, Richard interrupted as he glared at Neil, who instinctively took a step back and raised his hand. His friends did the same. "That's too simple for these lunatics. Look, Richard, I. Stop fucking talking. Richard's voice cracked like a whip, jolting Neil, Bert, and John. It's not even a day in the apocalypse and you already showed your true colors. You and your friends are the ones who shouldn't be left alive. After saying that, Richard pulled his M9 Beretta, aimed at their kneecaps, and bang! 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 Richard nonchalantly shot Neil, John, and Bert in the knees, causing them to collapse on the ground and scream in agony. The zombies are going to have you three as their dinner, Richard said coldly. You will not be able to run and protect yourself. You're going to become like them. Just kill me. Neil bellowed. Oh no, you are not going to take an easy way out. As he said that, he grabbed his radio and spoke. Eagle Actual to Jolly One, we are heading up to the rooftop with 7 survivors. Prepare for an immediate takeoff. Copy that, Eagle Actual. Richard turned to his comrades and spoke. Prepare to exfiltrate. With that, the soldier and the girls left the classroom, leaving Neil, Bert, and John in the classroom. Moments later, zombies flooded inside the room and swarmed over them. Chapter 14, Dilemma and the New Threat. Lisa and her classmates found themselves flanked by Richard and his team, shielding them from both the front and the rear. Up ahead, Richard led the charge, his assault rifle delivering precise, almost silent shots that took down approaching zombies with ruthless efficiency. 3 zombies, 2 o'clock, came the sharp call from Spectre 2. Copy. Richard responded tersely. Without hesitation, he swiftly adjusted his aim, his weapon barking as he neutralized the threat, 3 undead targets dropping to the ground. Lisa and her classmates couldn't help but feel awed at Richard. It was like they were looking at a different person. They still haven't processed the fact that Richard is working in the military, and based on the exchanges between him and his men, it seemed to be that he was the leader. Richard grabbed Lisa by the arm as they moved up the stairs. Brother, she gasped softly, the words slipping out almost unconsciously. We are approaching the 5th floor. It would be easy from here as we already cleared his floor, Richard said. On the other end of their group, Richard's team maintained a steady onslaught. Gunfire erupted as they relentlessly fired at the pursuing zombies, unloading a barrage of bullets to keep the undead threat at bay. With Richard leading the way, they stepped onto the 5th floor and walked over to a room where the stairs leading up to the rooftop is located. There, Lisa and her classmates were hit by the decaying and rotting smell of the corpses lying lifelessly on the stairs. Eagle Actual to Jolly One, we're approaching the rooftop, Richard's voice crackled over the radio. Jolly One to Eagle Actual, we're waiting for your arrival, came the response. Richard reached for the doorknob and glanced over his shoulder. His men were still firing their assault rifles at the pursuing zombies. He returned his attention in front of him and pushed the door open. When Richard opened the door, Lisa and her classmates scanned the surroundings. There were survivors looking at them inquisitively and a cool-looking helicopter parked nearby, its rotors spinning. Follow me, Richard said as he ran towards the Pave Hawk. Lisa and her classmates trailed behind. One of the special mission aviators slid the side door of the helicopter open and waited there to lend a hand. Jump inside, Richard said as he turned to face Lisa and her classmates, offering them a hand. Inside the helicopter? Lisa asked. His brother led a troop and a helicopter to take them out. It was all hard to believe. Yes. Hop in now. We need to go, Richard urged, and one by one, he helped Lisa and her classmates climb into the helicopter. The special mission aviators counted the survivors that entered the cabin and noticed something. Sir, I thought we were rescuing 10 students? There was a mistake, there's only 7, Richard said. Ah, the special mission aviator let out an understanding nod. Inside the helicopter, Lisa and her classmates found seats and secured themselves with the provided restraints. Meanwhile, outside the helicopter, the students who were on the rooftop approached Richard and asked, Sir, why are you not taking us? Why only them? Lisa turned her head towards her brother and the student, trying to listen to the conversation. "Well, they are the reason why we are here in the first place," Richard answered. "Huh? But why? What separates them from us?" "We are students just like them," the student demanded, raising his voice as the helicopter rotors were drowning out the noise around them. "Because one of them is my little sister," Richard revealed sternly. "But aren't you in the military?" "Why does that matter?" the student pressed, his tone incredulous. "We are not from the military," Richard corrected. "We are he paused as he pondered for a name. "We are a private military company called Blackwatch and I am its boss. We are not affiliated with the armed forces of the Philippines or the country's government. But we still can take some of you, but we can't take you all due to the limited spaces." When the students heard him saying that, they rushed towards the helicopter, asking and pleading to be saved. "Hey, hey, hey! Back off," one of the Delta forces shouted, raising his weapon in a show of authority. The others followed suit, forming a protective barrier between the students and the helicopter. "Sir, please take me." "No, take me." The pleading voices of the students echoed amidst the chaos as they desperately tried to convince Richard and his team to take them aboard the helicopter. Richard clicked his tongue. "This is difficult. The primary objective of them coming here was solely to save her little sister and her classmates. He bought 2 helicopters to prepare for a circumstance where there'd be more survivors, but he didn't expect there'd be this lot. This is probably one of the hardest decisions he is going to take. It's like him choosing who will live and who will die." But before he could say a word, his radio cracked to life. "Eagle Actual, this is Spectre 1. We've got company. An element is closing in on our position from the west, moving fast, approximately 300 meters out." Richard's eyes widened as he heard that news. "Spectre 1, can you get a visual on it?" Graves grabbed his binoculars and peered through it. Graves' voice followed, carrying a sense of urgency. "Sir, you won't like this. It's the same monster from the feed at the command center." A curse escaped Richard's lips. It was a nightmare he'd hoped to avoid. "Jolly 2, keep that monster at bay. We're taking off." "Copy that, Eagle Actual." Jolly 2 hovered away and unleashed a hail of bullets at the incoming threat. The tracers streaked through the air, punctuating the darkness with lethal intent. Meanwhile, Richard signaled his men to board the helicopter, and they complied promptly. "Wait, sir. You are not going to take us?" Richard's gaze hardened as he met the pleading eyes of the students left behind. "I'm sorry, but we can't take you. There's a mutated zombie heading to our location, and we have to leave or we would risk our helicopters." "But sir, please, you can't leave us like this. We won't survive a day or two. Please, sir, have mercy on us." Richard's jaw clenched, and he took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. "I'm sorry, sir, but I can't." As Richard turned around, the student who was pleading for his help grabbed him by the arm, stopping him. Richard's jaw clenched, and he took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. "I'm sorry, sir, but I can't." As Richard turned around, the student who was pleading for his help grabbed him by the arm, stopping him. Richard swiftly turned around with an M9 Beretta and fired it in the air. The gunshot echoed through the air, startling both the students and his own team. The sudden noise brought a tense silence to the rooftop, all eyes fixed on Richard. The student who grabbed him let go of his arm. "Stay back. If you come closer, I swear I'll shoot you." It must be one of the coldest and heartless words he had said in his life, but Richard knew that in this apocalyptic world, he can't save everyone, despite him having a mysterious power. "Sir, please," the student cried. "I'm begging you, sir, we don't want to die in this place." "I'm sorry," Richard said softly. With a heavy sigh, he turned around and sat in the cabin. The Pavehawk slowly made its ascent, and Richard couldn't bear to look down as the rooftop grew smaller beneath them. The faces of those left behind haunted his thoughts. He clenched his fists, struggling to control the guilt that churned within him. Inside the helicopter, Lisa and her classmates' eyes were on Richard and saw him struggle inwardly. It was also hard for them to look at the students left on the rooftop. But they couldn't rest yet, as there was an enemy threatening them. Richard's eyes followed the movement of the monster, who was jumping from one building to another to catch up on them. Jolly 2's GAU-2 minigun was raining lead on it, but it seemed ineffective as it shows no sign of slowing down despite it being hit 100 times. However, he saw something floating above its head. He almost forgot, he can see the health bars of the infected. And by the look of it, the Jolly 2 had already dealt 20% of its total health. The gun was effective, but it lacked the firepower to effectively kill it immediately. He glanced over his shoulder and there was the crate where the javelin launchers are placed. Chapter 15, Safe Haven. The monster pursued the Pave Hawks relentlessly, and the helicopters responded with unrelenting firepower from the GAU-2 miniguns. Richard's attention remained fixated on the monster's health bar, watching as it gradually decreased. In a tense moment, the creature heaved a vehicle into the air, launching it towards Jolly 1. Get higher. Pull up. Richard's command was laced with frustration as he urged the Jolly 1 pilot to ascend, avoiding the incoming threat. The collective lever was pulled, and the helicopter's nose pointed upwards, narrowly evading the airborne projectile. Spectre 1 to Eagle Actual, our GAU-2 miniguns are nearly depleted. If those weapons can't kill it, then our small arms won't do much either, came the grim update from Graves. Richard clenched his teeth in frustration. How the hell was a zombie virus able to create that kind of monster? Spectre 1, continue to fire on the target, Richard ordered, his voice steady despite the frustration simmering beneath the surface. We are dealing damage to the monster. The Delta forces in the helicopters wasted no time. Gripping their M4 carbines tightly, they leaned out of the open doors, their fingers squeezing the triggers. The sharp crack of gunfire punctuated the air as a barrage of bullets rained down upon the creature. Bullets struck the monster's hide, finding weak points and vulnerabilities. Its pained roars echoed, reverberating. But instead of weakening it, it's only annoying the creature further. The hail of bullets seemed to do little more than provoke its fury. It roared in defiance, its massive form undeterred by the onslaught of small arms fire. Unable to reach the helicopters directly, it resorted to hurling objects in its path. Vehicles were lifted into the air, rubble was torn from the earth, and street light poles were uprooted and sent hurtling toward the Pave Hawks. Evade. Evasive maneuvers. The helicopters twisted and turned, narrowly avoiding the deadly projectiles that crashed into the ground below. Richard heaves out an exasperated sigh. They don't really have to fight this monster and could simply leave it. After all, their helicopters are fast. But he couldn't afford to have such a monster following their base. That monster has to be destroyed. Casting a quick glance over his shoulder, Richard spotted Lisa and her classmates huddled together, hands clasped and heads bowed as if silently praying for an end to the chaos. Spectre 3, pass me the javelin launcher, Richard ordered. Spectre 3 moved swiftly, retrieving the anti-tank weapon from its storage crate and passing it to Richard. The launcher was hefty, and he hefted it onto his shoulder. I'm locking on target, keep her steady, Richard said as he lined up the shot. The beeping tone from the launcher signaled the successful lock-on. Missile away. With a pull of the trigger, the javelin rocket soared forth, propelled by its thrusters, hurtling toward the creature's vulnerable point. An intense flash of light accompanied the impact, and as the smoke dispersed, the creature remained standing, albeit visibly wounded. Checking the monster's health bar, Richard noted it had dropped to 40%. A thought dawned on him, javelin missiles seem to be effective against it. This is Eagle Actual, all stations, the monster is vulnerable to javelin missiles. Retrieve your launchers and let loose at it. This is Spectre 1, I have a lock on the target. Firing the missile now, Spectre 1's voice crackled over the radio. The javelin missile shot from Spectre 1's launcher, trailing a smoky plume as it streaked toward the monster. The anticipation hung heavy in the air as the missile homed in on its target, closing the distance with a rapid velocity. A brilliant burst of light erupted as the missile made contact with the creature. The shockwave rippled through the air, accompanied by a resounding boom that echoed across the cityscape. The monster's health is down to 15%. One last javelin missile is going to kill it. One of the Delta forces in the Jolly 2 already had a bead on the monster, and pulled the trigger of the launcher, sending a missile hurtling toward the creature. The seconds stretched into heartbeats as the missile closed in. Then, the inevitable impact came, a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed the creature in a blinding blaze of fire and debris. The shockwave rippled outward, a shockwave that sent tremors through the surrounding terrain and rattled the helicopters in the air. The monster's roars of pain and defiance were silenced in an instant. As the smoke and fire cleared, the once mighty creature had been reduced to nothing more than a smoldering heap of wreckage. Congratulations! You have killed Hunter. Zombie Encounters has been updated. Your level has risen to 10. You have received 100,000 gold coins for killing the Hunter. System update: experience and gold gains from killing an infected are now quadrupled. Richard read through all the floating holographic screens before him, and he smiled in satisfaction. His system must have noticed that the enemy in the apocalypse is ridiculously overpowered, so the system is buffing him. Well, he too would be frustrated if he would only get 1,000 gold coins from killing that monster. They have fired 4 javelin missiles, almost exhausted 2 GAU-2 miniguns, and not to mention, it can bring down a helicopter if one of its throws connects. Eagle Actual to all stations, the target is eliminated. We're RTB. Great job out there, Eagle Actual out. The Pave Hawks could now continue its course towards Makati City. And Richard crawled on all fours as he approached Lisa, who was strapped in a chair. Lisa, hey, Richard called softly. Lisa opened her eyes, her gaze shifting from the chaos around her to her brother's concerned face. A weak smile tugged at her lips. Richard, she breathed, her voice hoarse. Is it over? Richard nodded, his own smile tinged with fatigue. Yeah, it's over. We took down that thing. Lisa's shoulders visibly relaxed, a heavy burden lifted from her as the reality of their victory sank in. Thank goodness. Richard, Denise, who was sitting next to Lisa, spoke. Where are we going now? At the condo, Richard answered. You mean the condo where we are staying? Lisa asked. Yes, Richard confirmed. There are no zombies there as we have cleared it. It'll be safe there. I know you have a lot of questions, but save it for later, okay? Richard grabbed Lisa's hand and enveloped it in his own, giving it a reassuring squeeze. 10 minutes later, Jolly 1 landed on the rooftop of Building A. The Delta forces and Richard hopped out of the helicopter and he extended his hand over to Lisa, helping her step onto the rooftop. The helicopters gradually powered down their engines, the thudding noise fading into the background as a sense of calm settled over the area. Lisa took a moment to glance around. The once familiar skyline of the city was marred by destruction. On the rooftop, Mark, Richard's deputy, saluted at Richard. Sir, I'm so glad that you returned here safely. Richard patted Mark on the shoulder and replied. Yeah, we almost got our asses kicked back there. Mark shifted his gaze to the girls behind Richard, who was still in shock. So these are the students that you rescued from the university. Mark paused as his eyes fell on Richard's hand holding another woman's hand. And she must be your sister. Correct. They need to rest. I'll take them to my original unit on the 25th floor. Very well, sir. Do you need anything? Mark asked. I'm going to need MREs and bottled water for each and one of them, Richard said as he glanced back at the group. Mark nodded. I'll make sure it's arranged. Good, Richard replied with a nod. And arrange a medical personnel to check on them later. Mark acknowledged the additional request. "Consider it done, sir. We'll have everything prepared." With that, Richard guided Lisa and the other students toward the elevator. As they made their way to the elevator, Lisa and her classmates took a look around, armed soldiers walking down the hallway, carrying supplies and attending to various tasks. The once familiar environment of the building had transformed into a makeshift command center. The elevator ride was brief, and soon they arrived at the 25th floor. The doors slid open, revealing a familiar hallway. Richard led them to his original unit and he opened the door. "Okay, this is where you are all staying for a while as we arrange individual rooms for each of you," Richard said, extending his hand toward the room. Lisa and her classmates entered. "If you need anything, you can just ask the soldier outside the unit, they'll get you anything." His sentence was interrupted as Lisa's classmate hugged him tightly. "Thank you, sir. Thank you," they said as they started crying. Richard was taken aback for a moment, and used to such displays of emotion, but he patted the students back awkwardly, trying to offer comfort. "It must have been scary for all of you." Lisa stood there, watching as her classmate gratefully hugged her brother, admiring him even more. When things started to look dark, and there was no hope, her brother was the light that broke that darkness. "Okay, everyone can stop hugging me now," Richard chuckled sheepishly. The students slowly released their grips on Richard, wiping away tears and sniffling. It was a mix of emotions, relief, gratitude, and the lingering fear of what they had just faced. Richard's gaze landed on Ella, Lisa's classmate that got violated. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her closer. Lisa and the others were surprised at Richard's sudden action. "I'm sorry if we arrive late," Richard whispered into her ears. "It must have been a terrible thing for you to experience." Ella, finding herself wrapped in Richard's embrace, felt a mix of emotions flood over her. She had kept her emotions in check, trying to appear strong, but Richard's gesture broke down the walls she had built. She could feel the tears welling up again, and she buried her face into his chest. His gaze flickered to Lisa, who smiled fondly at him. The same thing could have happened to her if he had arrived late. No, it would have happened to her if he hadn't received the system. He couldn't bring himself to imagine the fate they are going to suffer. "I swear, I will protect everyone here from any danger, humans or zombies." As they were having their moment, the doorbell rang. Richard released Ella from her embrace and headed over to the door. He opened it and saw Mark. "Sir, the MREs and the medical personnel are here," Mark said. "Great, thanks, Mark," Richard replied, stepping aside to let Mark and the soldiers carry in the supplies and medical equipment. Mark glanced around the room, his eyes falling on the group of students who were now settling in. "It's good to see them safe." "Yeah, it is," Richard agreed. The soldiers quickly distributed the MREs, meals ready to eat, and bottled water to the students, who were grateful for the sustenance. The medical personnel began assessing their conditions, checking for injuries and signs of trauma. Richard watched the proceedings, ensuring that everything was going smoothly. As the students received care and settled down with their meals, Lisa approached Richard and Mark. Brother, is it really true that you are the leader of all the soldiers here?" Lisa asked. "That's correct, ma'am," Mark interceded in confirmation. "Your brother is the commander-in-chief and I'm his deputy." "But how, brother? I didn't know that you have a secret life," Lisa said. "There will be an orientation tomorrow in the function room. Until then, you and your classmates take a rest." Chapter 16, Prelude to the Formalizing of Richard's Military. July 21, 2023. Congratulations on completing the mission, saving your sister. You have received 40,000 gold coins and 20,000 experience points. Your level has risen to 11. Available skill points 4. A holographic screen floated before Richard. And he was satisfied with the astonishing progress that he is having. It wasn't even a full day of the apocalypse and yet he already acquired a lot of resources from the system. Immediately, Richard invested the skill points to melee proficiency skill, allowing him to level it up to 2. He hasn't had the opportunity to test it yet in combat, but he knew one day it might save his life when he and his men venture out of the city. He checked his stats and it displayed this. User, Richard Gonzalez. Age, 21. Level, 11. Skills, Weapon Proficiency Level 2, Melee Proficiency Level 2, Driving Proficiency Level 2. Health, 100/100. Experience points, 98,000/130,995. Summon troops, 125/500. Current balance, 2,823,000 gold coins. He also checked his shop tab and there he noticed that some items on the display are available for purchase, most of which are military hardware. If only I can take a spin on the Wheel of Fortune, Richard sighed. He can only spin once a month, meaning he has to wait a lot of time to get another chance at potentially winning a copious amount of gold coins. Okay, what is the next order of business? Richard muttered under his breath and then he remembered it. Upon the completion of a successful rescue operation for his sister, he now needs to replenish the expended ammunition and fuel used in the operation. He opened his shop and there bought javelin launchers, ammunition for the GAU-2 minigun and the M4 carbine, and aviation fuel. All in all, it cost him around 50,000, 80% of the cost went to the javelin missiles while the remaining 10 for the ammunition and fuel. A magic circle brought the items he purchased and the soldiers present inside promptly took it away. A coffee, sir? Mark offered, holding a cup of steaming coffee in his hand. Thanks, Mark, Richard replied, taking the cup with a grateful nod. He took a sip, relishing the warmth and the caffeine boost. Sir, you are going to address the survivors in this condominium later in the morning, right? Mark asked. Yes, it's best that we introduce ourselves properly to the survivors, Richard said, taking another sip of his coffee. They might grow apprehensive towards us as we have told them that we are not in league with the Philippines Armed Forces. True. I remember Graves telling me that you have come up with a name for our militia. Black Watch? Richard chuckled. Oh, I came up with that name on the spur of the moment when I was talking to this student at the rooftop. He trailed off as the memories of his interaction with them flitted across his eyes. I wonder what they are doing now. I couldn't save them. I could have taken some of them if that monster didn't show up. Yeah, I remember Graves telling me that too. It was a durable monster that could take the rounds of GAU-2 rounds head-on and was able to withstand a direct shot from a javelin anti-tank missile. As Mark was speaking, Richard had been hit by another realization. The zombie encounters. Richard opened his system and went to the zombie encounters tab. There he saw 2 cards, one is a walker and another one is a hunter. So the name of the monster was Hunter, huh? At least according to the system. He tapped the hunter card and it displayed information about it. Hunters are imposing humanoid infected creatures, surpassing others in terms of strength, speed, and agility. They exhibit the remarkable ability to scale walls, hurl objects with force, and execute extraordinary leaps covering considerable distances. In terms of their physical appearance, they bear a striking semblance to a hairless gorilla, their skin taking on a pinkish hue, which appears both moist and glistening. Tactics and strategies to defeat a hunter, employing heavy weapons, such as heavy machine guns, anti-tank launchers, and explosive ordnance, is crucial when engaging a hunter. Due to their exceptional resilience and rapid mobility, standard small arms fire often proves insufficient to incapacitate them effectively. Heavy weaponry delivers the necessary firepower to puncture their durable hide and inflict substantial damage. Richard tilted his head to the side in confusion. Isn't the GAU-2 minigun a heavy weapon? How come it's dealing less damage when used against the hunter? Well, this goes to show that he would have to invest a lot in heavy weapons to counter the hunter's threat. Sir, are you listening to me, sir? Mark's voice brought Richard back from his thoughts. Richard blinked and focused his attention on Mark. Sorry, Mark. I was lost in thought for a moment there. What were you saying? Well, it's about the monster you encountered. Should we employ some sort of defense against it? Yes, according to my system, heavy weapons are the best weapons against it. So I'll acquire man-portable anti-tank systems and heavy machine guns. I see, Mark said. Sir, there's another thing I would like to discuss with you. What is it? It's about the organization of our military, sir. Shouldn't this be a perfect time for us to organize? For now, there is no clear chain of command. And since you already have come up with a name for the organization, Blackwatch, why not formalize our structure? Mark suggested. Richard leaned against a table, considering Mark's words. You're right, Mark. With the growing number of survivors and troops and the increasing threats we're facing, having a clear chain of command and organized structure is crucial. Well, you are in luck, sir, because I already came up with one. Mark smirked as he whipped out a document and he handed it to Richard, who took it and began to read. Blackwatch Organizational Structure. Commander-in-Chief, CNC Richard Gonzalez. The highest-ranking leader is responsible for making critical strategic decisions, overseeing the base's operations, and holding final authority. Chief of Staff. The second-in-command, offering valuable counsel and guidance to the CNC. This role also involves administrative coordination to ensure the smooth operation of the company. Chief of Staff of the Army. In charge of managing the ground forces, including deploying troops, developing strategic plans, and leading combat operations. Chief of Staff of the Air Force. Responsible for overseeing all aerial operations, including air support, reconnaissance missions, and maintaining air superiority. Chief of Staff of Special Operations. Leads the elite special forces units, responsible for high-risk missions such as rescues, reconnaissance, and targeted strikes. Chief of Staff of Intelligence, Surveillance, and Reconnaissance. Manages the gathering, analysis, and distribution of vital intelligence to support informed decision-making. Chief of Staff of Logistics and Supplies. Ensures the efficient flow of supplies, manages transportation networks, and allocates resources to support the company's operations. Chief of Staff of Medical Operations. Oversees medical teams and facilities, prioritizing the well-being of personnel and handling medical emergencies effectively. Chief of Staff for Training and Education. Responsible for designing and implementing training programs, and fostering skill development for the survivors and troops. I must say that this is quite a detailed organization chart, Mark, Richard mused. Although our current numbers are low, it's best that we prepare for the future. Sir, the expansion of your troops is inevitable, so why not take this opportunity to establish an organization so things get easier? I understand your point, Mark, and I approve of this idea. However, how will I fill up these positions? For that, sir, you can either purchase a personnel to lead it or you can assign someone else as you did to me, Mark said. Richard hummed in thought and swept his gaze at the room. There are individuals that he already summoned that could fill up some of the roles. For example, Sarah as Chief of Staff of Intelligence, Surveillance, and Reconnaissance. Graves as the Chief of Staff of Special Operations. Mark as his Chief of Staff. The others, well, he can simply purchase a personnel for that. Okay, Mark, you will become my Chief of Staff. Get Graves and Sarah here and I'll tell them that they have just ranked up. We'll get it done, sir. Chapter 17, Seeing the Girls. It was 7 o'clock on the morning of July 21, 2023. At Richard's original unit, Lisa and her classmates were getting ready for the day ahead. Lisa opened the refrigerator to check for available food, while Denise and Angela went through Lisa's wardrobe to find some clean clothes. I'll make breakfast, Lisa announced, reaching for a pack of hot dogs and a container of nuggets. It's a good thing that my brother brought groceries before the apocalypse happened. Ella chimed in, I'll help you, Lisa. Thank you, Ella, Lisa responded appreciatively. You can go ahead and cook the rice while I handle these. She motioned to the hot dogs and nuggets. Denise and Angela quickly found clothes that suited them, a small moment of normalcy amid the unusual circumstances. "Hey, Lisa, did you check if we still have running water and a working heater?" Denise asked. "Yeah, I already checked it this morning," Lisa reassured her. NV. Ella began measuring out rice and water, getting the rice cooker ready. The sounds of water running and utensils clinking against pots and pans filled the air. Lisa glanced over at Ella, who was gazing at the rice cooker with a distant look. A heaviness seemed to linger on her face, and Lisa empathized with her. The incident from the previous night must have taken a toll on her, both externally and internally. There was no denying the impact such a terrible event would have on someone as innocent and cheerful as Ella. "Hey, Ella, you doing all right?" Lisa asked gently, placing a comforting hand on Ella's shoulder. Ella blinked, seemingly startled by the touch, and then offered a faint smile. "Yeah, Lisa. I'm trying to be." Lisa nodded in understanding, recognizing the struggle. "Just remember, we're all here for you. If you ever need to talk or anything, we've got your back." Their conversation took a slightly different turn when Lisa's tone shifted with anger. "Neil is a monster who got what he deserved," she said firmly. Ella's expression tightened, a clear sign that Lisa's words struck a chord. "Let's just not talk about him right now, okay?" she requested. "I don't want to hear that man's name." "I'm sorry," Lisa responded softly, realizing the effect her words had. Shifting her attention back to breakfast, Lisa continued her task. Meanwhile, Denise, Angela, Joan, Rose, and Amy took turns using the bathroom to bathe and change into Lisa's extra clothes. 30 minutes later, the breakfast was ready. Plates and utensils were set out on a small table, and the aroma of cooked food filled the unit. "I'll take a bath first before I eat," Lisa said, grabbing her personal towel and heading toward the bathroom. But before she could enter the bathroom, the doorbell rang. It must be Richard, she thought instinctively. She hurried to the front door and swung the door open. There, standing before her, was indeed her brother, dressed in a military uniform. "I have brought you some MREs," Richard's voice trailed off as a familiar and delicious aroma struck his nose. "Wait." Richard entered the unit and saw her classmates gathered around the small table eating hot dogs and nuggets. Lisa's classmates were surprised by Richard's sudden appearance. "Oh, I forgot that we have that," Richard rubbed his head, smiling sheepishly. "Well, it looks like I don't have to bring MREs. Sir Richard, do you want to join us?" Denise asked, a hint of awkwardness in her tone. Richard considered it for a moment, then shook his head with a grin. "I appreciate the offer, but I'm fine." And then he heard the door closed, Lisa locking it. Richard turned towards Lisa. "Lisa? What are you doing?" "I'm supposed to leave." "Brother, can you stay here with us for a while?" Lisa requested with a cute and innocent expression. Richard hesitated as Lisa just used her powerful weapon to sway. "Fine, but only for 10 minutes as I'll have to return back to the command center. I have unfinished business." Richard sat on the sofa and flickered his gaze back at Lisa's classmates. He noticed the clothes they were wearing. "I see that you are wearing my little sister's clothes," Richard noted. Her classmates simply smiled shyly in response, probably embarrassed to talk to him. Lisa settled into the seat beside him, her gaze shifting in his direction. "Brother, is it okay for me to ask you questions about what's happening right now?" "I don't have all the answers about the apocalypse, but I'll do my best to answer your question," Richard said. "Okay, brother. First off, how come you are the leader of this private military company?" "My classmates and I were thinking about it when you left yesterday. You rarely go out, and mostly stay here." "Lisa," Richard began. "I wish I could tell you the truth, but I can't. What's important right now is that you are here with me, where I can protect you. That also goes to your classmates." He paused, glancing at Lisa's classmates who blushed as they were touched by his words. "Is that so?" Lisa said softly. "But you are their real leader? You are not just acting for someone?" "You can ask every soldier in this condominium and they'll answer with the same name, Richard Gonzalez, head of the Blackwatch Private Military Company." Lisa furrowed her brow. It appeared her brother wasn't inclined to reveal his secret. Forcing him to divulge it seemed destined to result in a dead end. "Okay, brother, my next question is, did you reach out to Mama and Papa? Are you planning on rescuing them like you did to us?" Lisa asked. Richard's eyes widened slightly. He just forgot about his parents. His mind was occupied with saving his little sister and building his troops. "I'll order a rescue operation as soon as possible," Richard said. "Sir Richard." Denise suddenly called. "Yes? Is it okay if you can rescue my parents as well?" Denise stammered. "Can I ask for the same favor, Sir Richard?" Angela chimed bashfully. "Us too." And all of them voiced their request to save their family. Richard hummed aloud, contemplating. He had expected this to happen, Lisa's classmates asking him to save their family that are probably stuck in their homes. But he is fully aware of his limitations. Despite having powers to mysteriously summon military personnel and hardware, he couldn't save everyone in this world. "Our resources as of right now are very limited," Richard began to explain. "I can't risk sending our precious helicopters in the open as they could be brought down by the monster that confronted us yesterday. But it doesn't mean that I won't do anything. If your houses are near here, I could probably send a few of my men." Hearing that, the girls lowered their heads in disappointment. Their hopes had been momentarily raised, only to be met with the harsh reality of the situation. They understood that Richard and his team were doing everything they could, but the limitations were stark. Denise, Angela, and the others exchanged glances. They appreciated Richard's honesty and his willingness to offer help within the constraints they faced. "Thank you, Sir Richard," Denise said. "Even if you can't promise anything, knowing that you're trying means a lot to us." Angela nodded in agreement. "Yeah, thank you for everything you're doing. And thank you again for rescuing us yesterday. I will never forget it." Richard's lips curved into a gentle smile as he rose from his seat. "No problem. Oh, by the way, before I forget, there will be an orientation in the function room on the 8th floor at 10 o'clock. Make sure to attend to know about the changes I'm going to make." After saying that, Richard left the unit and headed to the command center. Chapter 18, Making an Appearance. Fatigue lined Richard's features as he released a weary sigh, his hand moving across the paper with a fountain pen, etching out his speech. "Sir, we have 30 minutes until the orientation begins," Mark reported, placing a steaming cup of coffee on Richard's desk. Richard reached for the cup, the warmth seeping through the ceramic and into his tired fingers. Who would have thought that crafting a speech could be this challenging, Richard mused, his gaze briefly lifting from the paper. He was determined to make a lasting impact on the survivors they had rescued within the condominium. To him, a well-delivered speech held the potential to foster unity and instill hope among them. "Well, sir, you are just lacking sleep," Mark said. "You should rest after delivering the speech. After all, you've been awake for 24 hours. Mark was right, he hadn't slept since the apocalypse started. Yesterday was a loaded activity, sweeping the buildings of zombies, rescuing his sister, organizing his organization, and overseeing the cleanup of the corpses of the zombies they eliminated on every building and floor. The relentless demands of leadership, coupled with the urgency of their situation, had left little room for rest." With a faint smile, Richard nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll take that advice." "Sir!" A voice rang out, brimming with enthusiasm. Richard turned his gaze toward the source, recognizing it to be Graves, his newly appointed chief of staff for special operations. Graves stood before him, a crisp salute punctuating his greeting. "Good morning, sir." "Good morning," Graves, Richard replied, acknowledging the salutation. What brings you here? I just wanted to report that our soldiers are currently escorting every civilian to the function room, and they're holding them there as we speak, Graves informed. Also, I wanted to express my gratitude for the promotion you've given me. Though I must admit, I still have the itch to work in the field. A small smile tugged at the corners of Richard's lips. Don't worry, Graves. Your field experience won't go to waste. I fully intend to give you the opportunity to lead operations on the ground. The promotion is more about ensuring a structured hierarchy within our ranks. I hope you understand. Graves nodded in understanding. Of course, sir. I appreciate the clarification. Richard acknowledged Graves' loyalty with a nod before turning his attention to the flat television screen mounted on the wall. The television displayed real-time footage of the survivors filling the function room and taking their seats. 25 minutes later. On the 8th floor. Lisa and her classmates were in a line with the other civilian survivors of the condominium. They were being directed and guided by the soldiers on the ground, who waved their hands to guide the survivors into the spacious function room. There's really a lot of people here, Angela observed. And they are all rich-looking, Denise added. As expected of a high-end condominium. Yeah, but not like their money is going to matter in this apocalypse, Lisa said softly. What do you think your brother is going to say? Angela asked. Probably to assure everyone that everything is going to be okay, words like that, Lisa anticipated. Oh, we are approaching the entrance now. The soldiers who stood by the entrance raised a hand, stopping them. Excuse me, miss, are you Lisa Gonzalez? I am, Lisa confirmed. Why? Our boss has prepared a special seat for you and your classmates, the soldier explained politely. Please follow me. Lisa exchanged surprised glances with her classmates before nodding at the soldier's request. The soldier led them down the central aisle, past rows of filled seats. Lisa's gaze swept over the faces of the survivors, noting a mix of expressions, hope, concern, and the shared weight of their circumstances. Finally, the soldier stopped at the front row, where 7 empty seats awaited. Here you go, miss, the soldier said, gesturing to the seats. Thank you, she replied softly. The minutes ticked by, and the function room gradually filled to capacity. Minutes later, the lights dimmed slightly, and a hush fell over the room as Richard stepped up to the podium. Your brother looks cool in his military outfit, Denise whispered. I didn't realize this by now. Shoo, it's starting, Lisa gently patted Denise's thigh, shutting her up. Richard cleared his throat and began. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You must all be wondering why you're here. Well, I have a few matters to address. But first, let me introduce myself. I'm Richard Gonzalez, the CEO of the private military company known as Blackwatch. 24 hours ago, when the apocalypse began, the world as we know it fell apart. Major cities are under siege, and governments are crumbling. It's with a heavy heart that I tell you, we're now on our own to face this unprecedented threat. During our sweep of this building, many of you mistook us for members of the armed forces of the Philippines. I want to clarify right now that we're not affiliated with the national government or any other country. However, I assure you that, just like the government's military, we're committed to keeping everyone within these walls safe. And for that, I ask for your cooperation. All of your food, water, and essential supplies in your units should be brought to the 7th floor. We'll distribute them evenly among ourselves. Second, I ask those of you with medical, engineering, or other useful skills to please come to offer your expertise and assistance. Third, those who are able-bodied, men and women alike, are to participate in training for self-defense. You will be taught how to fight and eliminate zombies, and you'll be added to our forces. I want everyone to contribute because we're currently at war with the undead. We can't face this challenge alone, we need every single one of you. Now, let's discuss the rules here. Felony crimes such as murder, assault, and rape will not be tolerated. Anyone found guilty of these offenses will face execution by firing squad. When it comes to misdemeanor crimes, there will be 3 levels of offenses, each with escalating penalties. The most severe consequence is expulsion, which means being removed from our community. I urge everyone to use common sense. Just because an apocalypse has occurred doesn't mean we abandon our humanity. Furthermore, we'll set up an assistance desk. If you have any information, concerns, or suggestions, or you want to report someone for a crime, don't hesitate to approach them. As for the security of this condominium, we're happy to announce that this condominium is now zombie-free, thanks to the tireless efforts of the soldiers who work day and night to exterminate them. However, it doesn't mean we will lower our guard. We will maintain round-the-clock security patrols. I guess I have covered everything. That will be all. Thank you for listening. Please don't clap. We don't want to attract the zombies outside. When Richard concluded his speech, a notification tab appeared. New mission unlocked, rescuing survivors. For every human being you saved, one less zombie to fight. In this mission, you are to save survivors as much as you can and get handsome rewards. Reward, 5,000 gold coins per person. Duration, unlimited. Since you have rescued a total of 277 survivors, you will receive 1,385,000 gold coins. Richard gasped inwardly. So he could now farm gold coins by saving people, huh? Chapter 19 recalled something important. Richard woke up, his body gradually emerging from sleep's grasp. He sat up in bed, letting out a tired yawn and rubbing his eyes to clear the last remnants of drowsiness. What time is it? Richard mumbled, his voice still carrying traces of sleep. He glanced over at the digital clock resting in the nearby drawer. The red numbers showed it was 8:30 in the evening. Getting out of bed, he went through his usual routine. A quick shower washed away any lingering sleepiness, and he slipped into his military uniform. Without wasting time, he headed to the command center, which was conveniently located in the adjacent unit. When Richard entered the command center, the military staff inside paused what they were doing and saluted him as a show of respect. At ease, Richard motioned with a downward wave of his hand, prompting the military staff to disengage from their salutes and continue their tasks. The military staffers returned to their work. He caught sight of Mark, who was approaching him. "Sir, did you manage to get some sleep?" Mark asked. Richard managed a tired smile. "Yeah, finally got some rest. Much needed." As he settled into his desk, Richard's posture invited further discussion, a subtle lean communicating approachability. "Any updates I should know about?" Yes, sir," Mark affirmed. Mark confirmed as he watched Richard take his seat. "Regarding provisions, the survivors have pitched in. There's rice, bottled water, canned goods, frozen food, and various other supplies. On the operational front, the personnel you brought in before your rest are executing their tasks without a hitch." Before Richard went to sleep, he purchased personnel from his system to fill the vacant role of Chief of Staff. Each cost 2,500 gold coins. An investment is needed to streamline the bureaucracy of the Blackwatch private military company. "Were there any survivors who arrived in the condominium while I was sleeping?" Richard asked. After his speech, he received a new type of mission that would reward him for every survivor rescued. In response, he issued a decree stipulating that the Blackwatch would provide refuge to survivors making their way to the Oriental condominiums. Mark shook his head. "Unfortunately, sir, there were none. It seems the survivors in the vicinity remain hesitant, possibly fearing to emerge from their hideouts. However, sir, I do have some reservations concerning the decree." Richard's head inclined slightly, a nonverbal prompt inviting Mark to continue. "Well, sir," Mark began. "While the intention behind the decree is undoubtedly noble, we're encountering a constraint. Our current food supplies are not in abundance, and adding more survivors could strain our resources significantly. Really? Even with the contributions of the survivors, there's still not enough for everyone? Richard asked. Mark nodded his head. That's correct, sir. According to the Chief of Staff of Logistics, the food supply that we have will only last us for 5 days. Richard expressed his disapproval with a click of his tongue. During the zombie apocalypse, the shortage of food was always a big concern. He could use his system to buy food, but the only things on offer were MREs and bottled water. Plus, even if he can buy food from the system, it would cost him gold coins, a valuable currency that could be better spent on essentials like ammunition and fuel. What's more, sir, Mark interjected. You're considering expanding our troop numbers, aren't you? But it's worth noting that with every new addition, the demand for sustenance grows as well. Ensuring our troops are properly fed is crucial for maintaining their efficiency and effectiveness in carrying out their duties. I know, Mark, Richard acknowledged with a heavy exhale. So let's address that problem head on. If we need food, we'll get it. Makati City has plenty of supermarkets. We can loot supplies there. But as we all know, in the apocalypse scenario, supermarkets are one of the hotspots. The go-to for survivors and, unfortunately, for those who might have turned. It won't be an easy task. Mark nodded in agreement. You're right, sir. Supermarkets are a double-edged sword, plenty of resources, but also potential danger. I'm also sure that the supermarkets have already been looted. Richard shook his head. I don't think so. It hasn't been 2 days since the apocalypse, I'm sure there's still a lot of food left there. So you are considering conducting a scavenging operation, sir? Mark asked. I do. Get me the Chief of Staff of the Army. I want to know what we will need. Richard trailed off as he remembered something important. Hold that order. The scavenging operation can wait. My parents, I need to rescue them. What is it, sir? My parents are stuck in our house in Montalban Rizal. I have to rescue them, Richard said as he rose to his feet with a determined expression. In that case, sir, do you want me to call the Chief of Staff of Special Operations and the Air Force? Yes, I want to meet them in my new office. Building A comprises 10 rooms. It's situated lower in comparison to the other floors, as the highest floor is reserved for the condominium's luxurious offerings. When Richard cleared this particular floor, he found it conveniently vacant. Some owners were away, and a few units remained unoccupied. Consequently, the 30th floor evolved into the command center due to its spaciousness. Each unit has been turned into an office for the Chief of Staff, a meeting room, and a personal living space and office for Richard. Richard arrived at his office and took in the surroundings. Much like a typical upscale office space, it featured a sleek desk, floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a view of the city skyline, a leather chair and a comfortable sofa, and an array of modern technologies seamlessly integrated into the environment. A knock on the door pulled him from his sightseeing, and Mark entered. Sir, the Chief of Staff of Special Operations and the Air Force have arrived, Mark informed. Good, let them in, Richard said, making his way to his new desk. The door opened, and the 2 officers entered. Richard glanced at the Chief of Staff of the Air Force as he was new to the team. A tall Caucasian in his mid-30s, a high and tight haircut like Graves, wearing a navy blue service dress uniform. I should fix my system and change the race of my personnel, Richard thought as he realized it might be hard to explain to the doubters why Westerners are working for him. Sir, Chief of Special Operations, Graves, and Chief of the Air Force, Stephen, Mark introduced, gesturing to each officer in turn. Take a seat, Richard beckoned, gesturing towards the chairs in front of his desk. Stephen, the Chief of the Air Force, took a seat and nodded respectfully. It's an honor to meet you, sir. It's my first time seeing you. Graves, the Chief of the Special Operation, followed suit. I was informed that you have a rescue operation in mind? That's correct, Richard confirmed with a nod. They are in Montalban Rizal, approximately 32 kilometers away from here. The reason I called you is that I want to entrust this operation to you, Graves. You can count on me, sir, Graves confidently replied. As for the Chief of the Air Force, I want your counsel. We have Pave Hawks, but we don't have attack helicopters. Perhaps you can suggest an aircraft I can buy to support this operation? I'm sure you are debriefed that there are mutated zombies with supernatural strengths and one that can fly. I can help you with that, sir, Stevens said. Since we don't have runways, fighter jets are a no-go. For helicopters, we can opt for Apache or Viper. Richard browsed his system to look for those aircraft. Apache is not displaying in my shop. I think my level is low enough. But the Viper is on display and it costs 1,400,000 gold coins. Well, Bell AH-1Z Viper is a good choice, Stephen replied. It's a versatile attack helicopter that can provide fire support and engage ground targets effectively. Richard nodded as he considered the options. Alright then, I'll proceed with the procurement process. Oh yeah, I forgot, for procurement of new military hardware, all chiefs of staff must give me a list of what they need because you know better. I will give the list of available products in my system. Mark, can I trust you in disseminating that news? Of course, sir, Mark said. When are we going to start the rescue operation, sir? Graves asked. What time is it now? Chapter 20, Hope. 9:30 p.m. July 21, 2023. On the 25th floor, Lisa and her classmates remain together in the same unit. In the next few days, the three have to go to another unit with Denise, Angela, and Ella only remaining in the unit. Mom? Oh, thank God you answered. Angela exclaimed in relief. I have been trying to contact you since morning. I thought I lost you. I'm okay, Mother. I'm safe here. Where am I? I'm at Lisa's condo. It's a safe zone. There is a military protecting this place. Father? Are you with Mom and sister? Denise asked, on the telephone with her father. Father, don't worry about me. I'm safe here in the Oriental condominium. I will ask Lisa's brother if it's possible to rescue you. And the rest of the girls were communicating with their parents. But Lisa had no luck. She had been trying a lot of times and was beginning to worry that something bad had happened to them. She's desperate to call them, as her cellular network and internet connection aren't stable, so she might not have a chance to reach out to them. Brother, Lisa's voice was a mere whisper. The only viable solution to ensure their parents' safety rested on Richard's shoulders, relying on him to dispatch a rescue team to their house in Montalban. Her brother had assured her of his intentions to conduct the operation, but since his speech earlier that morning, she hadn't been able to reach out to him. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Lisa rose from her seat and made her way towards the door. She peered through a peephole and saw a man in active military dress. She opened the door and spoke. What can I do for you, officer? Miss, the commander-in-chief wished to see you in the command center, the soldier said. Her brother calling her? What could her brother want with her? Is it the rescue operation of their parents? It could be. Okay, let me get dressed, Lisa said. Take your time, miss, the soldier said, and Lisa closed the door. What is it? Denise asked. My brother wants to see me. I need to look decent. I don't think my brother would want me entering his office wearing this, she said, looking at the window, showing the reflection of her outfit, tight jean shorts and crop top. Yeah, you are too revealing, Angela observed. You are going to give your brother a hard time there. I believe there is a blouse and a short skirt in the wardrobe. You guys are wearing all of my clothes, Lisa said as she let out a soft chuckle. Lisa changed into the more modest attire and looked at the mirror one last time. Okay, this will do, Lisa said. I have to go, everyone. I'll be back shortly, I think. Wait, Lisa, Denise said as she walked over to her and passed her a note. Lisa, please give this to your brother, Denise said earnestly. It's the address of my parents' location. I'll make sure to pass this on to Richard, Lisa replied. Me too, Lisa. Angela stepped forward, holding out another note. My parents are at this address. And the rest of them copied Denise and handed Lisa a note of their parents' address. I can't guarantee you guys, but I'll do my best, Lisa said. I have to go now, my brother must be waiting for me. With that, Lisa left and followed the soldier. Up on the 32nd floor, Lisa arrived at the command center, and she gasped in awe. It looked like a command center from military movies with a flat television screen dominating the walls. Computers and communication equipment staffed by personnel. As she was looking around, she spotted her brother, who was waving his hand, beckoning her to join him. Lisa, glad you could make it, Richard greeted her with a warm smile. Sorry if I couldn't speak to you earlier, I was sleeping. Well, you needed to rest, brother, no need to apologize, Lisa said bashfully. Richard chuckled and noticed a bundle of notes in her hands. What's that? Ah, this, Lisa explained, holding up the notes. It's the address where my classmates' parents are located. They want me to give them to you, hoping that you can rescue them. Give it to me, Richard said, extending his hand to take the notes. Lisa handed her the notes and Richard scanned the addresses quickly. They are not as far as I thought. Okay, once we are finished rescuing our parents, I'll send a rescue team to this address. Wait, brother? You are going to rescue our parents now? Yes, Richard confirmed. Lisa's heart swelled with pride for her brother. She stepped forward, unable to contain her emotions, and enveloped him in a tight hug. Richard's initial surprise gave way to a warm embrace as he returned the gesture. I have been trying to call them brother, Lisa said. But they won't answer. I'm scared. Don't worry, we'll see their situation soon enough, Richard said in a composed tone. Lisa released her brother from her embrace and asked. So, brother, why did you call me here? Well, I figured we can watch the operation together, Richard revealed as he rose to his feet. He grabbed Lisa by the arm and made their way to the center, in front of the flat television screen installed on the walls. There, different camera POVs of soldiers were displayed. Lisa watched closely and noticed something. Brother, there are 3 helicopters. I thought you only had 2, Lisa asked. Well, we have a lot of assets, Richard replied furtively. That new helicopter is an attack helicopter that will support the rescue team. Lisa furrowed her brows. Just who is her brother? How come he has a private military company that has expensive-looking military aircraft? It's just confusing her more. She wanted to know, but her brother won't tell her. Moments later, the intercom crackled to life. Eagle Actual, this is Spectre 1, do you read? This is Eagle Actual, we read you loud and clear, Richard replied. What's the situation? Eagle Actual, we are boarding the helo. We'll be airborne in T-1 Mike. Jolly 1 and 2, and Viper 1 is fueled up and spooled, ready to pop smoke, Copy that, Spectre 1. Good luck, and may the wind be at your 6. Out. Lisa looked up at her brother, confused as she didn't understand what they were talking about. But it sounded cool. The 2 Sikorsky HH-60 Pave Hawk helicopters and Bell AH-1Z Viper main rotors began picking up speed as Lisa and Richard watched the live feed on the screen. Moments later, the helicopters began to lift off the ground and soared into the night sky, their lights cutting through the darkness. The camera angles shifted, giving a glimpse of the city below from the perspective of the helicopter's night vision cameras. It changed a lot, Lisa mumbled. Richard reached for her hand with his and held it gently. Ah, Lisa gasped softly and looked at her brother again. It's going to be fine, he said, and Lisa faintly blushed. Chapter 21, Moment of Truth. While waiting for the rescue team's arrival at the target location, Richard sat with his phone in hand, skimming through the messages he'd shared with his mother. Her messages were often long and caring, asking about his well-being or if he had eaten. In contrast, his responses were usually short and casual, sometimes even left unread. Before all the chaos unfolded, Richard's relationship with his parents had been rather ordinary. Drama wasn't their thing, they didn't indulge in heightened emotions. He preferred a straightforward and pragmatic approach to things. There were moments when he'd get a bit annoyed by his mother's messages, especially when she'd ask stuff like "How's your day?" or "Did you eat yet?" He'd wonder why she was so keen on the little details every single day. But things had taken a turn now. His parents, usually reliable in answering calls and texts, had gone silent. The usual messages about everyday stuff had morphed into constant worry from his end. He couldn't shake off the growing concern. He talked to his mother just the other day, but now, no response, no callback. Something was definitely up. Maybe they don't have reception? He thought to himself, hoping that it would be the case. He would know sooner or later their situation once his special forces arrived in Montalban. Eagle Actual, this is Spectre 1, we're 1 minute out from the location, how copy? Graves' voice crackled over the radio. Richard's attention snapped to the microphone and he replied. Copy, Spectre 1. I am getting a visual of the city and you are definitely in the right place, over. After saying that, Richard watched the display on the television screen. The once familiar city, his birthplace, was now in ruins. There was fire everywhere, and the city was dark as the power had been knocked out. His grip on Lisa's hand tightened, and she glanced at him with creased brows. She saw the genuine concern on his face for the safety of their parents. Lisa herself felt the same after witnessing the apocalyptic scenes from the Special Forces cameras. The devastation was real, and their parents were somewhere amidst it all. A minute later, Richard noticed something wrong. Actual, are you seeing this? Graves asked, looking down at the subdivision of Richard's parents to give him a clear view. I do, Richard stammered, taken aback by the sight before him. What happened to this place? Lisa's gaze fixed on the screen, her heart sinking as she saw the scene unfold. The footage displayed a landscape of devastation, and the coordinates that were supposed to lead to their parents' location showed nothing but flattened terrain. It was as if the area had been bulldozed and wiped clean. The Pavehawk helicopters directed their searchlights toward where Richard's parents' house used to stand. Actual, there's nothing here, Graves' voice carried a somber tone. No, that's not possible, Richard's voice trembled, his eyes locked onto the barren land where his parents' home should have been. The shock of the realization was hard to process. All aircraft, can you orbit the place and see if there's anything we missed? Richard ordered, and the helicopters complied. They hovered around the subdivision and the scene was all the same, a flattened terrain. All the houses were crushed by something heavy. The more he looked at the screen, the more the fear of losing his parents gnawed at him. And then, there was a sudden loud roar from a distance, and the special forces aboard the helicopters turned their heads immediately to the source of the sound. Everyone in the command room widened their eyes in shock. There, they saw an immense humanoid monstrosity, a creature of unfathomable proportions stretching nearly 80 meters into the air. Its sheer size alone was enough to send shivers down their spines. But it was the details that truly struck terror into their hearts. One of its colossal arms was adorned with a shield of staggering proportions, a massive barrier that spanned a daunting 20 meters in width. On the other arm, a colossal blade extended, its immense form pulsating with an eerie red glow. What the fuck, Graves cursed. With another roar, the colossal monster charged forward, its massive shield leading the way. The shield's bottom scraped the ground as it moved. And there, Richard realized why the terrains were flat, it was because of that monster. Actual. The monster is closing in on us. What do we do? Sir. Mark stepped forward and spoke. You should order a retreat now. We can't lose those aircraft. But our parents. Lisa interjected. They must be around there somewhere. But miss, there's nothing left. Sir, give the orders, Mark urged carefully. Richard, who was still processing the possible loss of his parents, felt a surge of conflicting emotions. The sight of the monstrous creature and the devastated landscape left him torn between his duty as a leader and his personal anguish. But he has to make a decision. All aircraft, this is Eagle Actual. Initiate immediate retreat. Get out of there. The helicopters, which had been orbiting the area, swiftly changed course. But the colossal monster was nearing their position. The Bell AH-1Z Viper, callsign Viper 1, made a decision and fired 2 of its Hellfire missiles toward the creature. The missiles streaked through the air, homing in on their target with deadly accuracy. Seconds later, the Hellfire missiles crashed on the colossal monster's head, stopping the monster and disorienting it. But the Viper didn't stop there. The gunner's hand gripped the M197 3-barreled rotary cannon's trigger, setting loose a torrential downpour of 20mm rounds that streaked through the night air. Among these rounds, tracer ammunition illuminated the darkness, stitching a fiery path toward the colossal monster. The monster raised his right arm to block the onslaught of projectiles. Its colossal shield, spanning an expanse of 20 meters, became a frenzied dance of deflection, as the 20mm rounds and tracer ammunition ricocheted off its formidable surface. The gunner aboard the Viper switched to Hydra 70 unguided missile and launched a volley of them at the shield. The missiles streaked through the air, their distinctive fins guiding them toward their target. As the Hydra missiles closed in, they detonated in a series of explosions. However, the shield seemed to withstand even this new assault. The explosions created sparks and plumes of smoke, and while some sections of the shield exhibited scorch marks, unscathed. The Hydra missiles, though powerful, appeared to be just scratching the surface of the colossal barrier. Viper 1, this is Spectre 1. You've provided us with the window we needed. It's time for you to extract and get clear of the area. Copy that, Spectre 1. We're pulling out of the area, Viper 1 responded. The pilot swiftly maneuvered the aircraft away from the scene, ascending rapidly to a higher altitude, out of reach of the colossal monster's looming presence. The colossal monster stared at fleeing helicopters in the sky and let out a roar, frustrated that it was able to get away. Meanwhile, in the command center, Richard stood before the television screen. The reality of his parents' potential fate was settling in, casting a heavy shadow over his thoughts. Around him, the command team exchanged grim looks. Lisa's expression mirrored Richard's emotions, her eyes reflecting the deep concern they both shared. Mama, Papa, brother, Richard, Lisa's voice quivered, and she buried her face on her brother's shoulder, clutching him tightly. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she couldn't hold back the flood of emotions any longer. Richard wrapped his arms around Lisa, holding her close as she wept. He felt his own emotions surge but was able to contain them inside him. At that moment, the command center was filled with a heavy silence. All of them were saddened at the loss of their commander's parents. Mark, Richard called. What can I do for you, sir? Richard pulled the notes out of his pocket and handed them to Mark. New mission, it's Lisa's classmate's address. Rescue them. Understood, sir. I will relay new coordinates to the Special Forces now. Chapter 22, Comfort. In Richard's bedroom, a somber atmosphere hung heavy in the air. Lisa's tear-streaked face revealed the depth of her grief as she sat beside her brother on the bed. Her hands covered her face, muffling the quiet sobs that escaped from her trembling lips. Richard sat there, his own emotions a tumultuous blend of sorrow and uncertainty. Death was a stark reality, one that had struck close to home, but his nature resisted the urge to succumb to dramatic displays of grief. He was more accustomed to a pragmatic outlook on life, one that sought solutions rather than dwelling on the emotional turbulence death often brought. Yet, even he couldn't deny the weight of the loss they were both feeling. Looking back, he could have saved their parents when he acquired access to the military system. But he had chosen otherwise, primarily because Lisa's safety was in jeopardy too. Given that their parents ran a grocery store, he had believed they could endure for a while. On top of that, his mother had informed him that they had secured the door with a barricade. Now, what to do? He looked at his sister, who was still overwhelmed with grief. As a brother, he had to find a way to comfort his little sister. With a slow and gentle movement, he reached out to Lisa, his arm finding its way around her shoulders. She didn't resist, allowing herself to be drawn into his embrace. He held her close, letting her tears soak into his shirt as her sobs continued. In the quiet of that moment, no words were exchanged. Richard simply held Lisa, offering his silent support. He felt her trembling slowly ease, her breathing becoming less ragged as she clung to him. It was a small gesture, a simple act of solace amidst the storm of emotions that raged within both of them. As minutes passed, Lisa seemed to have calmed down. And there, he took his opportunity. "I'm sorry, Lisa," Richard whispered. "I wasn't able to save them in time." "It's not your fault, brother," she replied in a whisper, shaking her head slowly. "Now, there's only the two of us," Richard said gently. "I will not lose you." Lisa looked up, her tear-swollen eyes meeting his gaze. She saw a determination in his eyes that she hadn't noticed before, a determination to protect what was left of their family. Richard wiped her tears gently with his thumb and managed a faint smile. "Stop crying now, you are making me even sadder." Lisa managed a soft chuckle through her tears. His attempt at humor, no matter how slight, brought a glimmer of light to the heaviness that surrounded them. "I'll try." He leaned back, still keeping an arm around her. "We'll figure things out, Lisa. We have each other, and my army. I will kill all the zombies in this world and save as many survivors as I can." "I'll support you in any way I can," Lisa responded. Richard smiled warmly for one last time before speaking. "Okay, I'm going to sleep as I need to reset my biological clock." "Brother, I have a favor," Lisa said. "Anything." "Brother, can I sleep here with you?" Richard looked at her tenderly before replying. "I have no problem with it, the bed is big anyway." With that, they settled together in the bed. As Richard was about to close his eyes, a notification tab popped up. "You haven't claimed your daily rewards for this day." Richard almost forgot that the system has daily rewards. He opened his system and claimed the daily reward. "Congratulations, you have received an experience capsule. Experience capsule can increase experience gains by about 100%. It's a good reward, it would allow him to grind up levels when they started clearing a portion of the surroundings of zombies." "Brother, why are you grinning?" Lisa asked. "Nothing." Lisa nodded and snuggled closer, wrapping her arm around his chest. "Lisa, how can I sleep if you are being this clingy?" "Well, it's making me comfortable," Lisa explained. "Just don't mind me." "All right, I won't mind," he replied, and he drifted off to sleep. Richard slowly opened his eyes and raised his upper body, attempting to stretch and shake off the remnants of sleep. But his movement was abruptly halted by an unexpected obstacle. A portion of Lisa's body was draped over him, her head nestled on his chest and her arm resting across his abdomen. He blinked in surprise, momentarily disoriented by the warm weight pressing against him. As his sleep-fogged mind cleared, he recalled the events of the previous night. Lisa had asked to sleep beside him, and he had agreed without hesitation. However, he hadn't anticipated the physical closeness that came with it. Careful not to wake her, Richard adjusted his position as best as he could within the confines of the bed. He realized that Lisa had sought comfort in her sleep, seeking solace in his presence. Her peaceful expression contrasted starkly with the grief-stricken face he had seen the night before. He couldn't help but feel a surge of protectiveness. Their parents were gone, and the world outside was a dangerous place now. Lisa was all he had left, and he was determined to shield her from harm in any way he could. Gently, he brushed a strand of hair away from Lisa's face, his touch featherlight so as not to disturb her slumber. He marveled at the innocence she still held, despite the grim reality they faced. She looked so much younger when she was asleep, like the little sister he had always known. But it's time for him to work. So he carefully lifted Lisa's arm from his abdomen and slid out of the bed, tucking the covers around her to keep her warm. She stirred slightly but didn't wake. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he made his way out of his bedroom and headed over to the command center. Arriving at the command center, the staff there performed a salute. "Sir," Mark called as he approached him. "You fell asleep again, huh?" "Yeah, I'm sorry for leaving the command center like that so suddenly." "It's perfectly fine, sir. We understand what you are going through," Mark said. "Anyways, sir, about the rescue operation of Lisa's classmates." "Oh, what about it?" Richard asked as he settled down on his chair. "We have successfully rescued Denise and Angela's parents. We are holding them on the 8th floor. Also, I need you to approve this system that we came up with." Mark handed Richard a document. "What time is it?" Richard asked, momentarily disoriented after the sleep. "It's around 5 a.m., sir," Mark replied. Richard rubbed his eyes and took the document, scanning through it. It detailed a plan for processing survivors, where they'll get their identification, age, previous job, and any skills that might be useful in this new world. It was a necessary step to ensure the group's resources were optimized and everyone contributed in a meaningful way. Richard nodded as he read through the plan. "This looks well thought out, Mark. Go ahead and implement it." "I need your signature, sir," Mark said, handing over a pen. Richard quickly reviewed the document one more time before signing it. With the document signed, he handed it back to Mark. "So, about Lisa's classmates' parents. How are they holding up, Dot?" Eager to see their daughters, Mark replied simply. "But why only Angela and Denise's parents rescued? Aren't there still 4? "Well, about that, sir, the helicopters need to return and refuel. We'll continue the rescue operation at 8 o'clock in the morning, giving our special forces time to rest." "Speaking of rest, you need it too. You have been working round the clock and it's not healthy," Richard stated firmly. Mark offered a tired smile. "I will, sir." "So how many survivors did we take in?" "As for Angela, there are 2, her mother and father. As for Denise, it's 3, her mother, father, and older sister." Notification update: 5 survivors rescued. You received 25,000 gold coins. Mark, tomorrow, we'll start the scavenging operation. I want the Chief of Staff of the Army to give me the list of military hardware that we will need for the operation. He paused as he opened his drawer and pulled out a paper. "This is the list of available military hardware in my system with the price and my current balance. I'll make sure to give it to him later," Mark said. Later, let's deliver good news to Denise and Angela. Chapter 23, Rescue Figure. July 22, 2023. 8 a.m. Mama. Papa. Denise and Angela intoned together as they rushed up to their parents. Lisa and Richard watched from behind, admiring the reunion scene unfolding before them. However, it also brought pain to the siblings as they wouldn't be able to experience such a reunion. Still, they are happy for them. Sister. Denise hugged her older sister, who embraced her back. It was not only them who were present at the reunion, Lisa's classmates were also there, witnessing the reunion. "Don't worry, brother has told me that they are going to rescue your parents," Lisa reassured her 4 classmates. They smiled and nodded optimistically. Denise's father approached Richard. "Excuse me, sir, are you the person my daughter was referring to?" Yes," Richard confirmed. "We are glad that we were able to get you out there. My men said that your area was surrounded by zombies." "We were lucky, I guess," Denise's father let out a soft chuckle. "But I can't believe it, you are the founder of this private military company? You're so young, how old are you?" "I'm 21 years old," Richard answered. Oh, you really are young to own such a sophisticated private military. Well, my daughter is 18 years old, only 3 years difference. Papa. What are you saying all of a sudden? Denise blurted out bashfully. Sir Richard, I apologize for the sudden embarrassment my father is causing. Richard chuckled warmly. No need to apologize, Denise. I'm just glad we could help reunite your family. Your safety is what matters most. Denise's father extended his hand towards Richard. Thank you, young man. We are in your debt for saving us. Us too. Angela's parents approached him and offered a handshake. It's a pleasure to meet you all, Richard replied with a genuine smile as he shook their hands. Then, another figure drew near, catching his attention. It was Denise's older sister. Much like Denise, she boasted an elegant mane of purple hair, a captivating hue that radiated a sense of uniqueness. However, while the resemblance in their hair color was evident, her sister's beauty was adorned with a subtle touch of maturity, which lent her features a refined charm. Richard cleared his throat as they locked their gaze. So you are the man who rescued my sister from the university and the owner of a military company that saved us, she spoke with a mix of curiosity and gratitude in her tone. Yes, that's correct, Richard replied, his voice steady despite the scrutiny. I'm Richard, and I'm committed to doing whatever it takes to rescue and help survivors like your little sister. Her lips curved into an appreciative smile, and then all of a sudden, she pulled him into a hug that took Richard by surprise. The others around them, including Lisa and her classmates. Thank you, Emily whispered into his ears. We owe you more than words can express. If there's anything I can do to repay you, just call me, I am willing to do anything. Her soft and angelic voice tickled Richard's senses, and a faint blush crept up his cheeks. He quickly cleared his throat, attempting to regain his composure. It's really not necessary, he stammered slightly, feeling the warmth of her breath against his ear. Emily pulled away, her eyes locking onto his for a brief moment. There was something in her gaze that made Richard's heart skip a beat. She's dangerous, Richard thought to himself. So you are into older girls, huh, big brother? Lisa's playful voice chimed in from behind, interrupting the moment. Oh, you little girl, I'm not old. I'm only 25 years old, Emily corrected, a bit offended by Lisa calling her old. All eyes were on him, causing Richard to feel slightly embarrassed. He checked the time on his wristwatch and spoke. Oh, would you look at that? It's time for me to return to the command center. I will be going now. Once again, it's a pleasure meeting you, parents of Denise and Angela. After saying that, he left and headed over to the elevator. Command center, Emily repeated. It's like their headquarters, Lisa explained. It's off limits to non-essential personnel. Oh my, that means I can't visit him? Emily said. Yes. What's your name, little girl? Emily asked. I'm Lisa, Richard's sister. And only my brother can call me little sister, Lisa stated with a playful grin. Emily tilted her head, eyeing Lisa curiously. Is that so? Well, Lisa, it's a pleasure to meet you. I must say, your brother seems like quite a capable and intriguing man. I think I might fall for him. You, sister. You mean it? Denise interrupted. Emily turned to Denise with a playful grin. Oh my, even you? You guys should stop saying things like that, Angela stepped in. And you as well, Emily chuckled. I guess it's going to be a fierce competition. You guys are talking about taking my brother? Unfortunately, as his little sister, I hold the final verdict of who's going to be his girlfriend, Lisa said proudly. At the command center, Richard was greeted with a salute from his military staffers. At ease, Richard said. Good morning, sir. Sarah, the chief of staff for intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, waved a hand to Richard. Good morning, Sarah, Richard returned the gesture. You are just starting? Yes, sir. Anyways, I have something to show you. Sarah led Richard to a monitor and there she pulled out a recorded footage of the conversation earlier. Richard chuckled as he shook his head in disbelief. Sir, they are crushing on you, Sarah exclaimed. Well, if you understand simple psychology, you would understand why they are acting that way. I saved them and they developed feelings towards me. It'll die out eventually. Sarah giggled. I don't think so, sir, because girls often attach significance to emotionally charged events, especially ones involving a rescuer figure. It's a phenomenon rooted in the psychological concept of emotional arousal. When individuals experience intense emotions like fear, gratitude, and relief in the presence of someone who played a crucial role in their safety, it can create a strong emotional bond. These emotions, combined with the heroic aura that often surrounds a rescuer, can lead to the development of attachment. Richard chuckled again. Well, if you say so. But in this apocalyptic world, I think love is a luxury we can hardly afford. Sarah leaned back, a knowing look in her eyes. Love might be a luxury, but human connections are what keep us grounded, even in the harshest of circumstances. Surviving isn't just about physical strength, it's also about emotional resilience. He studied Sarah for a moment, appreciating the depth of her insights. You're quite the psychologist, aren't you? I thought you were just a cyber specialist promoted to chief of staff of ISR. She grinned. Well, let's just say we know other things besides our specialties. Anyways, sir, any mission for today? Right, the rescue operation for Lisa's classmate will continue and then tomorrow we are going to conduct our first scavenging operation. If our population is growing, so is our need for food and other supplies. As an ISR, you are going to be responsible for gathering intel on these two shopping malls. Super 9 and Wilson Mart. Okay, sir, for that I'm going to request something from you. Anything. A drone. Chapter 24, Meeting Before Scavenging Operation. 9:30 a.m., July 23, 2023. In the meeting room, adjacent to the command center, the Chief of Staff of the Army, the Air Force, the Special Operations, the ISR, the Chief of Staff, and the Commander-in-Chief are seated around a long table, facing toward the flat television. We'll now begin our meeting, announced Mark, the Chief of Staff to the Commander-in-Chief, as he stood up and walked to the front of the room. With a remote in hand, he pressed a button, displaying a slide showing an image of a zombie. Let's start by talking about the zombies. Our knowledge is pretty limited at this point. We don't exactly know what's causing it. Is it bacteria, a virus, something called a prion, a fungus, parasites, or maybe even a nanovirus? But what we do have some understanding of is how they're spreading. He pressed another button, revealing a slide with a video clip of a zombie attacking people. As you can see in this footage, the way they're spreading is through biting. These aren't your typical zombies that go all out and feast on people. Once they bite someone, they move on to chase others. It's like their main goal is to spread as quickly as possible. It's important to note that the rate of transmission can vary. In some cases, it might take mere seconds for a human to become a zombie after being bitten, while in others, it could take minutes. He advanced to the next slide, revealing images of mutated zombies. Now let's discuss the mutated zombies. These appear to be an advanced version of the standard zombies, marked by their monstrous appearance and enhanced strength. Up to this point, we've encountered three distinct types. The first is a hybrid of a bat and a humanoid, which displays the ability to fly. We've dubbed it Flyer. The second is a humanoid creature with hairless, reddish skin, pronounced muscles, sunken eyes, and a lipless mouth. We call it Hunter. Lastly, the third variant is a colossal monster towering at a staggering 50 meters. This behemoth possesses a formidable shield capable of deflecting bullets and thwarting missiles, in addition to wielding a massive blade. We've named this colossal adversary Goliath. Mark progressed to the next slide. Let's now shift our focus to strategies for countering these threats. It appears that the infected can be defeated using standard weaponry. Regular firearms should suffice for dispatching the standard zombies. However, the mutated zombies pose a more formidable challenge and necessitate specialized arms, particularly heavy weaponry. For optimal results in eliminating both types, targeting the head is the key. And they are attracted to noise. He continued, outlining the specifics. When it comes to the mutated variations, our approach demands tailored solutions. For the flyer, we'll need anti-air capabilities. Countering it will require equipment designed for airborne threats. Addressing the hunter demands anti-tank munitions or missile systems. As for the Goliath, well, we're looking at a situation where a significant force equipped with tanks and aircraft would likely be required to neutralize it. As Mark wrapped up his presentation, Richard tapped his fingers on the table, mulling over his response. Given what we've just heard, it's clear that we need to get a better grasp of these creatures. To make that happen, we'll have to get our hands on some live specimens, both regular zombies and mutants, so we can study them up close. But here's the catch, our manpower is pretty limited, and this place doesn't exactly have the facilities to hold them. So, that part of the plan will have to wait for now. He turned his attention to another topic. Moving on to the next issue. I need to level up and gather more gold coins. There are 3 ways to make that happen. First, by taking down zombies, second, by completing missions, and third, by rescuing survivors. When it comes to the first method, regular zombies give us fewer gold coins and experience points compared to the mutants. The second and third ways are pretty straightforward. The more gold coins I manage to collect, the more resources our private military company will have at its disposal. This improves our chances of safeguarding both survivors and ourselves. You couldn't be more right, sir, Mark remarked. But there's an issue with the third strategy, Richard emphasized. The number of available units in this condominium is limited, which means we can't simply take in survivors without constraints. Moreover, accommodating more survivors here would lead to a quicker depletion of our food supplies. And that's not to mention the additional factor of you, my summoned troops, needing sustenance and living space as well. To address the food supply concern, we'll have to scavenge from nearby supermarkets or shopping malls. So, Sarah, please proceed with your report. Yes, sir. Sarah rose to her feet, and Mark handed her the remote before taking his seat. She pressed a button, showing a bird's-eye view drone feed. This is 30-minute footage we retrieved from the MQ-8B Fire Scout. Over here, you can see the Super 9 and the Makati Central Square, and this one is the Wilson Mart. Super 9 and Makati Central Square share the same building, while the Wilson Mart is situated 160 meters northwest of it. As they are shopping malls, there's a considerable amount of food available there. However, Sarah continued, since they're shopping malls, they're potential hotspots. This suggests that these shopping malls might have already been looted a day or two prior to today. We will take our chances, Richard interjected. I don't think survivors could have cleared out everything, those malls are pretty big. Plus, the outbreak happened so quickly that people wouldn't have had much time to gather a lot of supplies. Now let's move on to the plan. Chief of Staff of the Air Force, you now have the stage. Stephen, the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, stood and walked to the front. Stephen started, the plan is straightforward. Zombies are drawn to loud noises, so we'll exploit that by utilizing our helicopter's rotors. Pave Hawks will fly over the area and divert the zombies away from those shopping centers. Once we've corralled them into a larger space, the Viper attack helicopter will eliminate them using Hellfire missiles. It's an effective method to reduce their numbers significantly. The noise from the explosions, along with the possible use of the M197 electric cannon, will attract more zombies to the area of operation. We'll then repeat the process until their numbers have been diminished. After that, it's up to the Army and the Special Forces. Graves, the Chief of Staff of the Special Operations, rose to his feet. I have spoken with the Chief of Staff of the Army, Phillips, and he said that I can present both our roles in this presentation. So, to do this operation, we are going to need military hardware. These are the vehicles that we will need. Graves showed the slides of images showing the vehicles. Buffalo clearance vehicle, 1 times 80,000 is equal to 80,000 gold coins. Modification, V-shaped dozer. M117 Guardian, 2 times 60,000 is equal to 120,000 gold coins. LAV-25, 2 times 100,000 is equal to 200,000 gold coins. Cougar 6x6, 6 times 40,000 is equal to 240,000 gold coins. JLTV Oshkosh, 6 times 40,000 is equal to 240,000 gold coins. Chosen variants, 6X heavy guns carrier. M939 truck, 20 times 25,000 is equal to 500,000 gold coins. New troops, ammunition, fuel, and uniform, 150,000 gold coins. Total, 1,330,000 gold coins. Transports, firepower, and manpower will be the crucial part of this operation, and we are going to need that hardware, Graves concluded. Richard sighed after seeing those numbers. All that for food, eh? Very well, I'll buy them later in the garage. Okay, before we wrap this meeting up, there is a possibility that we may encounter a survivor in those shopping malls. The rules of engagement are simple: kill all the zombies that come in our way and rescue the survivors. The operation will commence 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 25, Prelude to Scavenging Operation. The condominium's garage spans 7 floors, with a majority of the space cluttered by the vehicles of residents. Richard and his team had already cleared out the zombie threat from this area and would be transformed into a garage for their military hardware. Standing on the first floor, Richard accessed his system and navigated to the shop section. There, he began selecting the vehicles requested by the Chief of Staff of the Army and the Special Operations. Please confirm your purchase. Buffalo clearance vehicle, 1 times 80,000 is equal to 80,000 gold coins. Modification, V-shaped dozer. M117 Guardian, 2 times 60,000 is equal to 120,000 gold coins. LAV-25, 2 times 100,000 is equal to 200,000 gold coins. Cougar 6x6, 6 times 40,000 is equal to 240,000 gold coins. JLTV Oshkosh, 6 times 40,000 is equal to 240,000 gold coins. Selected variants, 6X heavy guns carrier. M939 truck, 20 times 25,000 is equal to 500,000 gold coins. New troops, ammunition, fuel, and uniforms, 150,000 gold coins. Total, 1,330,000 gold coins. Current balance, 1,423,000. The decision to confirm the purchase gave Richard pause, given the hefty cost involved. Going forward with this acquisition would leave him with just 93,000 gold coins. However, he reminded himself that their mission was scavenging, and the hordes of zombies they'd encounter would likely translate into more gold coins. And there was another factor, the daily reward system. Swiftly switching tabs, he claimed the daily reward. Congratulations, you have received a gold capsule. Gold capsules can increase gold gains by about 100%. At present, taking down a zombie yielded 1,000 gold coins. But with the capsule activated, the gains would be doubled, much like the experience points when a capsule was in use, increasing from 80 experience points per kill to 160. Assuming that there'd be 5,000 zombies showing up during the scavenging operation, he would get 5 million gold coins and 800,000 experience points. Not yet adding the possibility of rescuing survivors in the shopping malls. All in all, he would get more in return. Returning to the shop, he confirmed his purchase and a huge magic circle appeared. Slowly, military vehicles that he bought were emerging from the magic circle, along with the troops, jerry cans, and supply crates containing ammunition and weapons. The ground floor garage, once emptied of vehicles, was now brimming with the machinery and resources needed for their mission. Seconds later, Richard let out an astonished gasp. Buffalo clearance vehicle, M117 Guardian, LAV-25 Bradley, Cougar 6x6, JLTV Oshkosh, and M939 truck were now before him. They appeared factory fresh, untouched by wear, their olive green paint gleaming under the lighting. The soldiers, on the other hand, 100 of them, performed a salute to Richard. At ease, everyone, Richard waved his hand down and the newly summoned troops lowered their hands and stood in attention. He then approached one of the vehicles, the JLTV Oshkosh. He brushed his hand against the smooth surface. "She's smooth," Richard remarked and glanced over his shoulder. "Graves, Mark," Richard called. "Sir?" They intoned together. "You have 1 hour to sort this new equipment and troops. I'll be back on the 25th floor, to say goodbye to my little sister. When I return, everyone must be ready. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir." After hearing their acknowledgement, Richard returned to the lobby of Building A. He stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 25th floor. Finally, the elevator dinged, announcing his arrival on the 25th floor. The doors slid open, revealing a hallway lined with doors leading to individual apartments. Richard stepped out and made his way down the corridor, stopping in front of a door of his unit. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door. After a few moments, it swung open to reveal Lisa. "Richard!" Lisa's face lit up with surprise and delight. "What are you doing here?" "Just wanted to catch up before we head out," Richard replied, embracing his sister in a warm hug. His gaze wandered into the apartment, where Lisa's classmates and their parents seemed to have gathered. "Looks like you're hosting a party," he observed. Lisa chuckled. "Well, it's more like a small gathering. Everyone wanted to spend time together before the mission. Why don't you come in and say hi?" Lisa suggested. With a nod, Richard followed Lisa into the apartment. Inside, he was greeted by a mix of smiles and curious looks from Lisa's friends and their parents. "Sir Richard, you look quite dashing in your uniform," Emily commented playfully, her gaze appraising. "Thank you," Richard replied with a modest smile. "We're gearing up for a scavenging operation to stock up on supplies." Denise's eyes widened. "You mean, you'll be facing zombies?" "That's right," Richard affirmed. "But don't worry, we have a well-equipped force to handle the situation." Ella's concern was evident. "Please be careful out there." Richard nodded. "I promise I'll do my best." Angela's curiosity got the best of her. "Where are you headed, Sir Richard?" Richard walked over to the window, pointing toward the distant shopping malls. "We're targeting those 3 shopping malls about 1.5 kilometers from here. It's where we expect to find the supplies we need." The parents joined the conversation, expressing their well wishes and concerns for Richard's safety. "Take care, young man," Denise's father said, his voice filled with genuine concern. "Thank you all for your kind words," Richard replied, a sense of gratitude in his tone. "I'll do everything I can to ensure our success and safety." As Richard glanced at his watch, a reminder of his imminent departure, he knew he had to leave soon. "I'm afraid I have to go now," he said, his gaze shifting between Lisa and the gathering. "Stay safe, Richard," Lisa said, giving him a reassuring smile. "I will," he replied, returning the smile with determination. With a final nod to Lisa and the others, he turned and headed outside. As he was making his way towards the elevator, a voice called him. "Brother," Lisa's voice called out, causing Richard to turn on his heel, his attention drawn to her. "Yes," he responded, meeting her gaze with an expectant look. With a fluid grace, Lisa closed the distance between them. In a swift movement, she rose onto her tiptoes, her proximity allowing her to reach his cheek effortlessly. A tender warmth brushed against his skin as she pressed a soft, affectionate kiss upon it. Richard's cheeks warmed as he felt the gentle touch of Lisa's lips on his skin. It was a fleeting moment, yet it held a depth of sentiment that was hard to put into words. Lisa, now standing back on her feet, appeared slightly flustered, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Lisa stammered, her embarrassment evident in her demeanor. She cleared her throat, regaining her composure. "Sorry about that. Just wanted to wish you luck." A small, understanding smile curved Richard's lips. He appreciated the gesture, recognizing the emotions behind it. "Thank you, Lisa." Her voice took on a smooth, composed tone as she met his gaze. "Be safe out there, Richard. Take care of yourself and come back for me or I'll be angry." "I mean it." Richard chuckled softly and nodded. After an hour had passed, the scene in the ground floor garage had transformed. The summoned military vehicles stood in impeccable formation, meticulously aligned to create a formidable display of readiness. The arrangement adhered to a deliberate pattern. The Buffalo clearance vehicle, with its powerful front-end equipment, took its position at the forefront. Behind it, the two M117 Guardian vehicles were placed, flanking the convoy. Nestled behind the leading M117 Guardian and ahead of the trailing one were the LAV-25 Bradley units, mirroring the formation's design. This calculated structure carried through, resonating along the line of vehicles. The Cougar 6x6, JLTV Oshkosh, and M939 truck followed in succession, each maintaining the same meticulous alignment. The convoy's composition stretched along the ground floor, extending its presence upwards, with some of the larger vehicles even spilling onto the second floor due to their substantial dimensions. Within this organized hubbub, soldiers moved with a sense of camaraderie, assisting one another as they geared up for the impending operation. The clinks of helmets being secured and the rustle of body armor settling into place punctuated the air. A sense of unity prevailed as they worked together, ensuring that each soldier was properly armed and protected. Some soldiers huddled around M939 trucks and Cougars, heaving crates of ammunition and weaponry into their storage compartments. And while they were all busy performing their task, Richard clapped, getting their attention. The soldiers halted what they were doing and faced their commander. "Listen up, everyone," Richard's voice held a firm yet encouraging tone, his gaze sweeping across the assembled soldiers. "I want to make something crystal clear. This mission is make or break for us. Our survival depends on how we handle this. I won't sugarcoat it, it's going to be tough. We're stepping into the heart of danger, facing potentially massive zombie hordes, possibly hundreds, maybe even thousands. But remember, with great risk comes the potential for great reward. I have absolute trust in each and every one of you. We're not just a group of individuals, we're a unified force. Our aim is straightforward. We go in together, we face whatever comes our way, and we all make it out in one piece. What we bring back matters, sure. But what matters more is that every single one of us returns. This is our time to shine, to show the world what we're capable of. Keep your guard up, stay strong, and stand by your fellow soldiers. We've been preparing for this, and we're ready. I believe in each of you. Let's make this mission a success. Now are we good to get some?" "Yes, sir." The soldiers burst forth in a unified cheer. I said, "Are we good to get some?" "Yes, sir." The response echoed even stronger, reverberating through the air. "All right. Let's get locked and loaded." With that, soldiers moved swiftly to their assigned vehicles. Richard swung open the door of the JLTV Oshkosh's driver's seat and settled in behind the wheel. Taking the passenger seat was Graves. "That speech got everyone fired up, sir," Graves commended. "I wanted to boost our troops' morale," Richard replied, a grin tugging at his lips. He reached over and retrieved an earpiece, fitting it snugly into his right ear. "Blackwatch, this is Eagle Actual. Garage position is set. Proceed with Phase 1, over." Blackwatch is the code name for the command center. "Copy that, Blackwatch," Mark's voice came through in response. Initiating Phase 1. Chapter 26, Scavenging Operation begins. The scavenging operations Phase 1 followed a clear plan. The Pavehawk helicopter, designated as Jolly One, would hover above the shopping malls, using the noise of its rotors to draw the attention of the zombies. The goal was to gather these zombies into a centralized area and keep them there. With the zombies clustered, the Bell AH-1Z Viper, codenamed Viper 1, would step in. Armed with AGM-114 Hellfire missiles and Hydra 70 unguided missiles, Viper 1 would unleash its firepower upon the amassed undead. The resulting explosions would further attract additional zombies to the site, enabling Viper 1 to repeat the process over and over until a significant number of zombies had been neutralized. Blackwatch, this is Jolly 1. Approaching the AO, over, the pilot of Jolly 1 reported as he communicated over the radio. Roger that, Jolly 1. Maintain your course and initiate Phase 1 as planned, came the response from the operations center. Inside the Pave Hawk helicopter, the crew worked with precision. The rotor noise created a clamor that reverberated through the air, catching the attention of the zombies below. Groaning and stumbling, they began to shuffle toward the source of the sound, forming a growing congregation. That's a lot of them, the Jolly 1 pilot remarked as he peered down from the helicopter's windows. Let us stay here for 5 minutes and see how many of them we can draw in, the co-pilot suggested, his eyes fixed on the growing mass of zombies converging below. As the minutes ticked by, the noise of the rotors continued to work its magic. The zombies, drawn to the sound like moths to a flame, moved relentlessly toward the source. Alright, time's up. Let's get ready for the fireworks, the pilot declared. Back in the operations center, the operators monitored the situation closely using MQ-8B Fire Scout. The red blips on the screen representing the zombies formed a dense cluster, indicating that Phase 1 had achieved its desired effect. Viper 1, this is Blackwatch. The congregation is substantial, you are cleared hot for launch, over, the voice over the radio instructed. Roger that, Blackwatch, moving in now, Viper 1's pilot responded as they lowered their altitude. They were 1 kilometer away from the target and high enough that the zombies wouldn't be attracted by the noise of their rotors. Jolly 1, you are danger close to the zone. You might want to ascend a little bit as these arrows are going to pack a punch, Viper 1 pilot advised. Copy that, Viper 1, ascending now, the Jolly 1 pilot acknowledged, adjusting their altitude to maintain a safer distance from the impending explosion zone. Down on the ground, the undead congregation had swelled in response to the helicopter's persistent noise. Groans and moans echoed as the zombies moved in a disorganized yet eerie harmony, drawn together by the relentless clamor of the rotors. In the cockpit of Viper 1, the pilot and the gunner focused intently on their instruments. The HUD displayed vital information, while the targeting systems locked onto clusters of zombies below. All units, this is Viper 1, missile is ready for immediate delivery, stand by for launch, target designated. Firing in 3, 2, 1. The gunner of the Viper pressed the button, and the missile was away, streaking toward its designated target on the ground. The impact was explosive, obliterating a significant portion of the zombie congregation. Smoke billowed, debris scattered, and the shockwave radiated outward, knocking down the closest undead and creating chaos within their ranks. Switching to Hydra, the gunner announced, his voice focused and determined. From the helicopter's wings, the Hydra 70 unguided missiles were unleashed. They streaked toward the ground, finding their marks amidst the sea of undead. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, further disrupting the congregation and sending shockwaves through the remaining zombies. Good hits, the pilot of Viper 1 praised. The explosion attracted a horde of zombies from all around the area, causing them to mass at the epicenter. Blackwatch, we've got even more incoming, Jolly 1's co-pilot reported, watching as the undead surged toward the scene of the blasts. Copy that, Jolly 1, don't worry, Viper 1 is going to mow them down later. The process was repeated, again and again, taking 30 minutes. During that time, almost 1,256 zombies were killed. How did they know? Richard could count it thanks to his system. All units, this is Viper 1, we are low on missiles. Switching to secondaries, the pilot of Viper 1 announced over the radio. The secondary the pilot was referring to was the 20mm M197 3-barreled rotary cannon. The gunner of Viper 1 pulled the trigger, causing the canopy of the helicopter to shake as the cannon's rounds were unleashed. The cannon's bullets tore through the remaining zombies, cutting them down in swathes as they attempted to converge on the impact zones. Phase 1 took 30 minutes, with the Bell AH-1Z Viper exhausting all of its weapon systems. But thanks to their efforts, they killed 1,453 zombies. Blackwatch, we have now exhausted all of our weapons, returning back to base to rearm and refuel, over, Viper 1 announced. Roger that, Viper 1. Well done, Blackwatch responded. Viper 1 returned to its helipad to Building C of the Oriental Condominium. The Jolly One would continue to hold its position to prevent zombies from going after the ground forces. Meanwhile, footage of the operation was being fed to Richard's tablet, who watched in glee. "Oh, I am loving this," Richard said. "But still, there are still a lot of zombies, sir," Graves said, pointing at the screen. Richard gazes at the display of the tablet. Graves was right. Although the Viper attack helicopter did an amazing job, there are still a lot of zombies coming to the site of the explosion. Hundred or even thousands of them. He hummed aloud. Well, Graves, the plan would remain the same. We are heading to the shopping mall and getting as many supplies as we can get. Richard pressed his earpiece, connecting him to his team. All units, this is Eagle Actual. Phase 1 is complete, we are now moving to Phase 2. Following those words, Richard slid the key into the ignition slot, giving it a firm turn. The engine of the JLTV Oshkosh roared to life. Like a series of well-timed switches, the rest of the vehicles followed suit. The two M117 Guardians rumbled awake, joined by the LAV-25s, revving up for action. The Cougar 6X6S rolled into gear, their powerful frames ready to go. The JLTV Oshkosh machines, 5 in a row, kicked into action, and the lineup of 20 M939 trucks joined the convoy. With a collective growl, the motorcade came to life, and the Buffalo clearance vehicle began moving towards the gate. The soldier stationed at the gate pressed a switch, causing the roll-up of the metal gate to slowly ascend. The Buffalo clearance vehicle led the way, its massive V-shaped dozer pushed aside debris and obstacles with ease. The path ahead, once obstructed by abandoned vehicles and wreckage, was now being cleared, creating a navigable route for the convoy. The rest of the convoy followed closely behind. Phase 2 of the operation is when the ground forces of the Blackwatch head towards the 3 shopping malls. The shopping malls are Super 9 and Makati Central Square are designated as Alpha, while the Wilson Mart is Bravo. The ground forces consisted of 1 Buffalo clearance vehicle, 2 M117 Guardian, 2 L8025 Bradley, 6 Cougar 6x6, 6 JLTV Oshkosh, and 20 M939 trucks, and were complemented by 200 soldiers. Each vehicle has its own role. The Buffalo clearance vehicle clears the way, the M117 Guardian and LAV-25 Bradley serve as protectors of the convoy, the Cougar 6x6 and JLTV Oshkosh heavy guns carrier variant function as transports while also offering defense with their common remotely operated weapon station, equipped with the M2 Browning. Additionally, the 20 M939 trucks serve as troop transports and cargo carriers for the supplies and food they'll scavenge from the shopping malls. Richard, who was driving the JLTV Oshkosh, looked around the surroundings while trailing behind the convoy. There, he noticed a herd of zombies running towards the convoy. This is Eagle Actual to all units. Engage the incoming zombies. Transition to suppressed rifles, hold off on main weapons. We don't want to draw more of them in. Soldiers in the convoy swiftly responded to Richard's command. From the safety of their vehicles, they leaned out windows, firing their suppressed M4 carbines at the approaching horde of zombies. Controlled bursts of gunfire rang out as accurate shots found their marks. The crack of gunfire was muffled by the suppressors, reducing the risk of attracting more undead. Zombies in the lead stumbled and fell, torn apart by the well-aimed shots. Others in the back tripped over the fallen ones, creating a momentary disruption in their advance. The suppressed rifles efficiently took down the initial wave of zombies, thinning their numbers before they could reach the convoy. However, the commotion attracted even more undead from the vicinity, drawn by the sudden noise. This is Buffalo, there is a horde of zombies heading towards our position. "Buffalo, you are cleared hot to run them over," Richard ordered. The engine of the Buffalo clearance vehicle roared to life as the driver pressed down on the gas pedal, its 25-ton weight propelling it with surprising agility. The zombies, driven by their insatiable hunger, continued their mindless charge, unaware of the impending danger. As the Buffalo clearance vehicle closed in on the horde, soldiers stationed inside its armored cabin held onto their seats. With a sickening thud, the Buffalo plowed into the leading edge of the zombie horde. Bodies were knocked aside like ragdolls, crushed under the vehicle's massive weight. Bones snapped, and the air was filled with grotesque squelches as the undead were crushed and mangled. The Buffalo's momentum didn't waver. It pushed forward, its dozer blade acting as a shovel, scooping up bodies and hurling them aside. The ground became a chaotic mess of torn limbs, shattered skulls, and torn-apart torsos. The vehicle's treads rolled over the remains, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. "That's what I'm talking about, Buffalo!" Richard joyously shouted through his radio while still controlling his vehicle as they ran over the debris left by the Buffalo. "Fortunately, this vehicle's got a solid suspension," Richard winked at Graves, and Graves laughed in return. "All units, we're just 1 minute away from Shopping Mall Alpha, maintain speed, and keep your head in a swivel." Chapter 27, Shopping. A minute later, the military convoy rolled up to the shopping mall codenamed Alpha. The M939 trucks neatly parked in the mall's sprawling parking lots, their engines rumbling as they came to a stop. Meanwhile, the combat-ready military vehicles positioned themselves in a strategic formation, forming a protective perimeter that would deter any approaching zombies from getting too close. Inside the Oshkosh JLTV, Richard's voice cut through the tension, his tone authoritative and clear. "Graves, you've got command over the street teams. Take out as many zombies as you can. I'll be leading the charge inside the mall." "Copy that, sir," Graves responded promptly, acknowledging the order. He swiftly exited the vehicle, joining the ranks of soldiers who were dismounting from the M939 trucks. Together, they unloaded crates of ammunition and weapons, setting up a makeshift supply hub. "Bo. Hey!" Richard turned, his gaze settling on the fire control officer seated in the JLTV, responsible for the remote-controlled M2 Browning mounted on top. "Your job is to back up our troops on the street." "Understood, sir." The fire control officer's reply was resolute as he gripped the controls. With a focused thumb press on the screen, the M2 Browning on the JLTV opened fire, sending rounds tearing through the oncoming horde of zombies. With his orders executed, Richard swung the door open and stepped out of the vehicle. His eyes swept across the scene, taking in the well-prepared troops before him. They had formed a defensive line, bristling with assault rifles, heavy machine guns, and vigilant sentries. The formidable armaments of the JLTV Oshkosh heavy guns carrier, the M242 Bushmaster 25 on the LAV-25s, and the M117 Guardian's 40mm Mk19 grenade launcher and .50 caliber M2HB were all aimed and ready. Richard's lips tightened in a nod of approval before joining his forces who would infiltrate the shopping mall. The composition of the troops is simple: 80 men will enter the shopping mall while the rest will fight in the streets. "All right, who's up for some apocalypse shopping?" Richard's voice rang out, carrying a touch of grit and an unexpected hint of humor as he rallied his troops. His words were met with a chorus of determined affirmations and even a few chuckles from the soldiers. "Lock and load, people," he barked, the excitement in his voice contagious. The soldiers began moving towards the main entrance of the shopping mall. Its once automatic gates were now toppled over thanks to the zombies who rushed out earlier after getting attracted to the noise of the helicopter rotors. Richard led the team, entering first the shopping mall, his M4 carbine on a swivel. He was followed by his troops, who immediately fanned out in every direction to hunt zombies who were still inside the shopping mall. The scene that greeted them was a far cry from its former self. Broken glass littered the tile floor, now stained red with the blood of vanquished zombies. Scattered clothing, food remnants, and assorted debris were strewn haphazardly. As they moved deeper into the mall, Richard and his men remained focused. So far, no zombies have shown up. Until... Contact front, a soldier's voice broke through the tension as a group of zombies emerged from a store, drawn by the commotion. Without hesitation, the soldiers raised their weapons, fingers tightening around triggers. The sharp cracks of gunfire echoed through the air as the soldiers unleashed a precise volley of shots. One after another, the zombies fell, their bodies crumpling to the ground as bullets found their mark. Clear, a soldier's voice confirmed as they moved forward, the team maintaining their formation, eyes scanning for any signs of movement, which was hard to detect due to the army in the streets simultaneously firing off their weapons. Blackwatch to Eagle Actual, Mark's voice sounded in Richard's earpiece. "This is Eagle Actual, send traffic," Richard replied. "Eagle Actual, we've got waves of zombies converging on your location from 3 main streets. One is advancing from the northern side of the road, the second is approaching from the intersection, and the third is emerging from behind the road. Their numbers are substantial, possibly reaching 1,000. Richard was not surprised as he had anticipated it would happen. The noises of their military hardware would attract zombies from 1 or 2 kilometers away from their position. He glanced at his tablet, seeking visual confirmation. As expected, the display showed a massive horde of zombies converging from 2 distinct directions, one group directly facing the military troops on the street, and the other encroaching from the rear. Given that the intersection lay to the north, the troops stationed on the streets would need to allocate additional personnel to fend off this double-pronged assault while simultaneously safeguarding their rear flank. Blackwatch, prepare to deploy Jolly 2 for street team support. Also, get Viper 1 in action, raining down hell as soon as possible. Copy that, Actual. Blackwatch out. After exchanging a brief conversation with the command center, Richard focused on his mission. "Sir, we are approaching the supermarket," one of Richard's troops informed him. Richard looked forward and saw the supermarket, the treasure trove of the shopping mall. "Keep your eyes peeled, there may still be zombies inside," Richard advised as they stepped closer to the supermarket. Good thing that the electricity hasn't gone out yet, as they will be able to find the supplies they need fast. Moments later, all the troops entered the supermarket. "Okay, divide yourselves into squads. We are going to clear every aisle, every section, every corner of this supermarket of zombies." The soldiers swiftly organized themselves into squads and fanned out. Richard was in the meat section, and the smell of the spoiled and putrid meat was overwhelming, causing him to gag. "Clear," came the call from one of the soldiers, indicating that the immediate area was secure. Richard nodded, acknowledging the update as his team continued to clear the supermarket section by section. In the canned goods aisle, a scuffle broke out as a zombie lunged from behind a toppled shelf. The soldiers reacted instantly, their training kicking in as they neutralized the threat with a volley of shots. As they moved through the different sections, the soldiers encountered sporadic pockets of zombies. Each encounter was swiftly dealt with. Bakery section clear. Dairy section clear. Produce section clear. The soldiers' voices rang out over the radio as they methodically cleared each section of the supermarket. Richard's team advanced through the supermarket, aisle by aisle. They checked every nook and cranny, ensuring that no undead threat remained. 10 minutes later, they cleared out the entire supermarket. "All station, this is Eagle Actual." Richard radioed. "Alpha Supermarket is free of zombies. I repeat, Alpha Supermarket is free of zombies. Let's move on to Phase 3, grab yourselves each a shopping cart and fill it to the brim with supplies. Non-perishable food takes priority, second is water, and third is hygiene supplies." The soldiers wasted no time, fanning out across the supermarket and grabbing shopping carts. The sound of wheels rolling echoed through the aisles as they hurriedly filled their carts with canned goods, instant noodles, bags of white rice, and other essential items. They had to do it fast because the army in the streets was fighting for their lives to prevent a single zombie from breaking into their defensive line. Once the shopping cart was filled to the brim, they promptly took it to the awaiting M939 trucks, where the supplies were loaded. As the soldiers shuttled back and forth between the supermarket and the trucks, a sudden realization dawned on him. "What's the matter, sir?" one of his squad asked concernedly. "We haven't encountered any survivors inside, right?" Richard asked. "On the ground floor?" "None, sir. All are just zombies," the soldier replied. "Okay, let's find some survivors. There may be internal. To the second floor." Chapter 28, Looking for Survivors. Eagle Actual to all units designated at Point Alpha. We are moving upstairs to look for survivors. Keep your eyes peeled and your head on a swivel. After announcing his plan to his troops working in the shopping mall, he and his squad left the supermarket and climbed the escalators. They moved slowly and covertly, their rifles oscillating as they scanned the area. Stepping onto the second floor of the shopping mall, Richard's squad began checking every retail space in the mall. "Are there any survivors hiding anywhere here?" Richard shouted. "Come out now. We are here to rescue you." No one responded to Richard's calls. The squad continued their cautious sweep, moving from one tenant space to another. Clothing stores, restaurants, and various shops stood silent and abandoned. As they cleared each space, Richard's squad communicated through hand signals and nods. Entering a restaurant, they found overturned chairs and shattered glass. No signs of life. Moving to a clothing store, discarded garments were strewn across the floor. Richard's radio crackled with updates from members of his squad, each reporting the same: no survivors. They reached the central atrium of the mall, where the escalators intersected. Richard's gaze swept across the open space and furrowed his brows. "There's no way there aren't any survivors hiding here," Richard muttered under his breath. He gazed towards the walls. Beyond is his army fighting the hordes of zombies. He checked his tablet to get a visual of his army in there. They were holding out on their own. The assault rifles, light and heavy machine guns, and the main armaments of the LAV-25 and M117 Guardian all worked together to create a wall of lead. It was no man's land down on the streets. Richard's jaw clenched as he toggled the channel on his radio, connecting to the troops fighting outside. "Graves, this is Eagle Actual. Report on the situation." A burst of gunfire punctuated Mark's response. "Eagle Actual, we're holding the line, but the numbers keep coming. It's getting intense out here." "Roger that, don't worry, I have told Blackwatch to send Jolly 1 and 2, and Viper 1 to your position. So hold your ground, Actual out." Turning his attention back to the mall, he looked around at the vacant spaces that once buzzed with activity. He used to shop here before the apocalypse. To see it in this state saddened him. Spread out further, Richard ordered his squad. "Check every corner, every nook. There's got to be someone hiding, waiting for help." With that, they resumed looking for survivors. At the far end of the second floor was a pharmacy. There, Richard realized another important thing. In the zombie apocalypse, food is as important as medicine. "Once we clear this area, we will loot this pharmacy," Richard said. "Copy that, sir." Approaching the counter, Richard's gaze settled on the barricaded roll-up. It was a solid barrier, presumably put in place to safeguard whatever lay behind it. A decision needed to be made, to breach it or not. A glance at the anxious faces of his squad members indicated their readiness for action. However, before addressing the barricade, Richard's instincts prompted him to ensure the area was secure. "Hello, is there anyone here? We're from the military and we just cleared this shopping mall of zombies. If there are survivors, come out now." The words hung in the air, and then, a seemingly inconspicuous storage door swung open with a creak. Swiftly, Richard his M4 carbine aimed towards the source of the sound. From the shadows emerged a figure, clutching a cane that was wielded like a makeshift weapon. Tremors of fear rippled through the man's body. "Survivors!" Richard exclaimed. The pharmacist's eyes widened at the sight of military personnel. Oh, thank God you have come, the pharmacist quavered. Open this roll-up so we can help you, Richard ordered, and the pharmacist promptly complied. As the roll-up yielded to the pharmacist's efforts, he climbed over the counter and embraced Richard graciously. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Richard chuckled as he pushed the pharmacist gently, breaking off the embrace. Easy there, brother, calm down. Are there others with you? Yes, there are 8 of us. 5 women and 3 men, including myself, the pharmacist replied. Hey guys. Come out, it's safe. The military is here. From the storage room emerged the survivors, stepping hesitantly into the open. Among them, 3 men and 5 women, all looking at Richard's squad with a mix of relief and caution. Richard's team stood ready, offering a reassuring presence as the survivors slowly approached. One by one, they climbed over the counter, and Richard's men conducted quick but thorough checks to ensure none of the survivors were injured. The tension began to ease as the survivors realized they were in the hands of the military. Richard fell on his knee and asked them, "Didn't you hear us shouting earlier?" "We were calling for survivors." The pharmacists shook their heads in unison. We only heard explosions and loud noises. We didn't hear your voices." Richard clicked his tongue, the noise of their military hardware on the streets drowning their voices. Which means, there are still survivors inside aside from them. "I guess it's best that we take over the PA system of the mall," one of his soldiers suggested and continued. "We can use the speakers to broadcast our presence and instructions for any other survivors still hiding." Richard nodded in agreement. Good idea. He shifted his gaze back to the pharmacists and asked, Ma'am, sirs, do you know where the main PA system controls are?" One of the pharmacists replied, "Yes, I do. The controls are in the mall management office, 3rd floor, just down the hall." Great, Richard smiled as he glanced at his soldiers behind him. "You two come with me, and you remain here, watch over them." "Copy that, sir," the soldiers nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh, before I forgot," Richard returned his gaze to the pharmacists. "As you are the pharmacist working here, can I ask you all a favor? Can you gather essential medicines and medical supplies from this pharmacy?" The male pharmacist nodded. "Of course, we'll start gathering everything we can find. We've got some first aid kits, painkillers, antibiotics, and other supplies that might be useful." Richard patted the pharmacist on the shoulder. "Thanks, that would be a huge help." With that settled, Richard and his 2 soldiers made their way toward the 3rd floor and the mall management office. As they climbed the escalators, they moved with caution, rifles at the ready, knowing that any corner could hide danger. Reaching the 3rd floor, they cautiously advanced down the hall, their senses on high alert. The door to the management office was slightly ajar, and Richard motioned for his soldiers to take positions on either side of the door. With a nod, he pushed the door open, sweeping the room with his weapon. The room appeared clear, and Richard motioned for his soldiers to follow him in. The office was cluttered with papers and abandoned equipment. In a corner, he spotted the control panel for the mall's PA system. Stepping over a fallen chair, he made his way to it and grabbed the microphone. Pressing a button, he cleared his throat and spoke into the microphone. "Attention survivors. My name is Richard Gonzalez, commander of a private military company called Blackwatch. We have secured this shopping mall as a safe zone. If you can hear this message, come out so we can evacuate you." Satisfied with the announcement, Richard pressed another button to loop his message. After that, they exited the control room. Richard and his 2 soldiers looked around their surroundings, waiting for signs of movement. His voice still playing repeatedly on the mall's PA system. Minutes later, figures emerged from retail spaces and hallways in a cautious manner. "Oh my God, there's still a lot of them." Chapter 29, Mission Failed Successfully? 10 minutes later, Richard and his squad escorted survivors out of the Super 9 shopping mall. The scenery outside was a total battlefield. Spent ammunition littered the streets, with soldiers hustling back and forth from ammunition crates to replenish their supplies. The relentless gunfire echoed through the air, some booming like thunder while others crackled like fireworks. The soldiers continued their valiant stand, firing relentlessly at the relentless zombie hordes from 3 different fronts. The survivors could only widen their eyes in astonishment and horror, astonished that there were still military in the country fighting against the zombie infection, horrified that they were indeed facing zombies. "Okay, get inside," Richard commanded in a loud voice as they neared the M939 truck. He offered a hand, helping the survivors climb into the military vehicle. Each survivor looked drained, their faces etched with a mix of fear and gratitude. Richard couldn't help but empathize with them. They had just escaped the clutches of death in that mall, and the reality of the apocalypse was a harsh and jarring one. As the last survivor settled into the truck, Richard signaled to his squad to return to the shopping mall and help the team inside the mall to get supplies from the supermarket. His squad nodded their heads in acknowledgement and hurried back inside the shopping mall. Seeing that his men entered the mall, he glanced in the direction where Graves was. There, he saw Graves positioned by the JLTV Oshkosh, using the hood of it as a prop for his M249 machine gun. He dashed towards him, and it didn't take a second for Graves to notice his commander. "Commander!" Graves called. "Graves! How long will it take for our men to empty the shopping mall?" Graves asked, his gaze fixed on the endless hordes of zombies that were piling up on the streets. "It will take some time, there's still a lot of supplies left," Richard replied as he looked in the direction where Graves was firing. "I see that you have killed a lot. Total zombies killed, 4,152. "Yes, good job," Richard commended him. "But we can't hold them for much longer," Graves warned, concern etched across his face. "We're running low on ammunition. We need air support, speaking of which, where are they?" Graves pulled his M249 machine gun up and glanced at the sky. Richard pulled out his radio and called in. "Eagle Actual to Blackwatch, where is the air support?" A voice crackled through the radio, responding with urgency. "Eagle Actual, Kilo 1, and Jolly 2 are inbound to your position, 1 minute out," Blackwatch relayed. "Air support is 1 minute out," Richard informed. "Keep that gun firing." "Yes, sir." With the impending air support only a minute away, Richard and Graves intensified their efforts to hold back the relentless tide of zombies. Graves resumed firing his M249 machine gun, mowing down the approaching undead with controlled bursts of firepower. As Richard scanned the surroundings, a grim spectacle unfolded before his eyes. The relentless influx of zombies swarmed their position, piling up on the streets in a gruesome display. The accumulating bodies formed a grotesque wall of dismembered and eviscerated corpses. His gaze locked onto the LAV-25 M242 Bushmaster 25mm caliber, a formidable weapon that tore through the approaching zombies with ruthless efficiency. Each round unleashed obliterated the undead, and Richard marveled at its effectiveness. The bullets didn't halt at a single target, they penetrated through, taking down multiple zombies before finally losing their momentum. The deafening roar of the aircraft engines soon reached their ears, growing louder by the second. Richard looked skyward and saw the approaching Kilo 1 and Jolly 2, their menacing silhouettes cutting through the overcast sky. "All stations, this is Kilo 1, ready for tasking," Kilo 1 announced. "Graves, call it in," Richard ordered, and Graves promptly. "Kilo 1, this is Spectre 1, call for fire, target are the zombie hordes ahead of our position, danger close confirmed," Graves requested. "Copy that, Spectre 1, making our run." As the Bell AH-1Z Viper helicopters complied with the air support request, they unleashed their devastating armaments. The roar of engines and the deafening thunder of firepower erupted in the skies above. The M197 rotary cannon tore through the zombie horde with an unrelenting storm of bullets, shredding undead bodies and sending them scattering in all directions. Hydra rockets streaked through the air, impacting with explosive force, further decimating the advancing zombies. AGM-114 Hellfire missiles sought out clusters of undead, obliterating them in fiery explosions. Richard and Graves watched in awe as the combined might of the air support laid waste to the relentless horde below. The once advancing zombies were now reduced to scattered remnants, momentarily allowing the men in the front to take a brief rest. Meanwhile, Jolly 1 and Jolly 2 were firing their M134 miniguns, helping the soldiers who were defending the rear. Blackwatch, this is Eagle Actual, what's the situation above over? Actual, we are seeing hordes of zombies making their way towards your position. How about mutated zombies? Are there any mutated zombies heading to us? There was a brief pause on the radio as Blackwatch was seemingly looking at their display screen. Negative, Eagle Actual. No mutated zombies detected among the hordes, Blackwatch confirmed. Richard heaved a sigh of relief after hearing that. It would have been worse if they were to encounter mutated zombies in the middle of the scavenging operation. All stations inside Point Alpha, I need a sitrep, Richard demanded. There's still more supplies, sir, it's going to take us another 15 minutes. Eagle Actual, we have found 3 delivery trucks in the loading dock. We opened their containers and saw boxes of canned goods, biscuits, and chips. Hotwire the truck, we are going to take it, Richard ordered. As the soldiers inside the mall worked diligently to scavenge essential resources, the air support continued to rain down destruction on the approaching zombie hordes. The soldiers on the ground couldn't help but be glad that they had it on their side. At this moment, Richard realized the importance of air assets, and that he'd to invest in them in the future. 15 minutes later, almost 15,952 zombies were exterminated in an hour-long scavenging operation. The military trucks that Richard brought were already filled to the brim with cardboard boxes. All stations, we are going to retreat, Richard announced. Scavenging operation failed. The scavenging operation failed due to them not being able to continue their operation. They only scavenged Point Alpha, Point Bravo, which is the Wilson Mart, wasn't touched. With Richard's orders, the soldiers began their tactical retreat, with soldiers getting inside their respective vehicles while the vehicles with mounted guns provided suppression fire. 5 minutes later, all the soldiers were now inside their vehicles and began their journey back to the condominium. The zombies didn't give up, as they didn't have a concept of conceding. They chased the military convoy, only to be brought down by small arms weapons. Since the roads were cleared by the Buffalo clearance vehicle earlier, the journey back took less than getting to the malls. The convoy arrived at the condominium, the roll-ups were raised, allowing the military convoy to get in, while the soldiers stationed at the entrance fired at the zombies who approached, ensuring that none of the undead intruders breached the safety of their fortified position. As the military convoy rolled into the secure confines of the condominium garages, Richard couldn't help but feel a sense of both relief and frustration. Their scavenging operation had yielded some supplies, but it had also been cut short, leaving valuable resources untapped. Looks like we are going to need more men and firepower, sir, Graves said. Yeah, I know, Richard sighed. Total zombies killed, 10,981. You have earned 21,962,000 gold coins, and 1,756,960 experience points. You rescued 43 survivors. You gained 215,000 gold coins. Your level has risen to 21. Experience points, 1073, 272/1, Current gold coins, 22,270,000. New skills unlocked. Richard stared at the floating user interface in front of him and he smiled. Good thing we will have the money to do so. Gold capsule and experience capsule will expire at 22 hours and 45 minutes. Chapter 30, Richard's Idea. The survivors that Richard rescued also started jumping out from the military truck and they were told to line up in a row. There was still confusion and apprehension on their faces, but as the reality of them being in a safe place sank in, they started to grow comfortable. Get all the supplies that we scavenged to the 7th floor and help the logistics team, Richard ordered as he approached the survivors. "Copy that, sir." Graves acknowledged the order with a nod of his head and beckoned his men with a swirl of the finger in the air. The military trucks carrying the supplies started their engines again and began to head up to the 7th floor. Richard then faced the survivors, consisting mostly of mall clerks and the rest being the customers. He glanced at them as he pondered about what was going to happen in the future. His goal was to rescue as many survivors as he could, which was beneficial to him as he was getting rewarded for doing so. But there's a danger of simply taking survivors. One being one of them could be infected and hiding their bite marks. It happened a lot in zombie apocalypse movies, series, anime, manga, and other literary media. Richard removed his helmet and lowered his mask, revealing his face to the survivors. "Everyone, let me introduce myself. I'm Richard Gonzalez, the CEO of Blackwatch, which is a private military company. We are not affiliated with any national government, we are acting on our own. This means if you want to have a peaceful and secure life in this camp, you'll have to follow our orders. First off, the men and the women will be separated for processing. There you'd be asked to take your clothes off for physical inspection." One of the survivors, a middle-aged woman with disheveled hair and worry etched across her face, stepped forward hesitantly. Her voice quivered as she spoke, addressing Richard directly. "Sir, I understand the need for security, but do we really have to go through all of that? It feels degrading. We can't be too careful, especially on this day, ma'am. If you don't want to go through that process, then I'm afraid we'll have to kick you out." "No, anything but that." The middle-aged woman's voice trembled as she spoke, her fear outweighing her pride. She had seen enough of the horrors outside to know that being cast back into that world was not an option she was willing to consider. Richard's expression softened as he regarded her. He understood that these were desperate times, and he didn't want to be harsh, but the safety of the entire camp was paramount. "Don't worry, the ones who will be inspecting you won't be of the opposite gender," Richard reassured the woman, hoping to alleviate some of her anxiety. "And once you pass the physical inspection test, you will be given a room in which you can stay. The rooms are limited, so some of you might have to share. Also, this camp has laws which you will be oriented with. Additionally," Richard continued, "we have medical professionals on hand to tend to any injuries or illnesses you may have. And if anyone has specialized skills or knowledge that can benefit our camp, we encourage you to share them. We are building a self-sufficient and resilient community here, and your contributions will be valued." "That's it, that would be all." With that, Richard signaled to his team to continue with the separation process, and the survivors began to follow the protocol. Richard entered the lobby of Building A and the cold air of the air conditioner hit him like a refreshing breeze. The lobby was a stark contrast to the chaos outside, with its clean floors and neatly arranged furniture. Though 3 days ago it was filled with zombies. So far, electricity and water supplies haven't been cut off. In a zombie apocalypse, water and electrical services would go down in a matter of days, but for now, they were fortunate to have access to these basic necessities, something that they'd have to take advantage of. He entered the elevator and went up to the 32nd floor. When the elevator doors slid open, he saw Mark standing in the corridor. He performed a salute and Richard gestured in return. "Welcome back, sir. How was the field?" Mark asked. Richard walked past him and Mark trailed him toward the office. As they walked, Richard recounted their recent mission. "As you have observed, it was a failure. We weren't able to get all the supplies in Point Alpha and Point Bravo. There were too many zombies, and even though we have those military hardware, we are still outgunned." "But sir, at least you have gained a lot from it, right?" "Yeah, my levels jumped, I received 8-digit gold coins, and I can unlock skills that I haven't checked yet," Richard said. "But before that, let's review our operation." Entering the office, Mark closed the door behind and watched as Richard took his seat behind the desk, his expression grave. Richard leaned back in his chair and began. "One thing I realize is that we are doing this wrong. Instead of going there, taking supplies and stuff, and transporting them out, why not take over the shopping mall instead? Mark tilted his head to the side, confused. But isn't it the same, sir? We still have to transport those supplies out from the mall. No, it's different, Richard corrected. What I mean is, how should I put this? Oh, we're going to clear this city of zombies, grid by grid, with our camp at its center. Each grid will encompass 1 square kilometer. To achieve this, I'm thinking that we'll lure all the zombies out of the grid using noise. Once that's done, we'll set up barricades, eliminate any remaining zombies within the grid, and establish it as a secure base for us. So we don't have to worry about zombie hordes coming down at us while we go shopping. You mean that tactic that we employed in Phase 1, Mark said, understanding Richard's plan. That's it, but on a larger scale, Richard said. 1 square kilometer will encompass, let me get my tablet. Richard pulled a tablet out and opened the map. 1 square kilometer with this condominium at its center will encompass a lot of facilities. There are hospitals, convenience stores, shopping malls, commercial and residential buildings, basically everything we need to survive. It's a smart plan, sir. Richard continued, exactly. We've been approaching this the wrong way. Instead of constantly scavenging and transporting, we'll establish secure zones within the city. We fortify them, make them self-sustaining, and expand as we clear more areas. It's a long-term strategy, but it's more sustainable and safer in the long run. But to pull that off, sir, we are going to need a lot of manpower. Something that we don't have right now, unless I use my system, Richard grinned. Which serves as another problem. We don't have any space for summoning more military hardware. For example, we only have 3 helipads, which means our aircraft capacity is just 3, and they must be helicopters. Second, the garage is not big enough to accommodate future military vehicles. I can't utilize my abilities with a limited space. We need to expand. We are in a pickle, sir, Mark said. I couldn't agree more. So, Mark, your job today is to come up with a plan on how we will implement this grid operation. You have 2 days. Yes, sir. Chapter 31: A Troubling Prospect. Mark left Richard's office, leaving him alone. He used this opportunity to check his system and see what changed. User, Richard Gonzalez. Health, 100/100. Age, 21. Level, 21. Experience points, 1073, 272/1, 235/094. Skills, Weapon Proficiency Level 2, Melee Proficiency Level 2, Driving Proficiency Level 2. New skills available. Available skill points, 11. Summon troops, 215/800. Current gold balance, 22,270,000 gold coins. New skills available. Tactics Mastery, Level 1. This skill enhances your ability to plan and execute military strategies effectively. It improves your understanding of troop formations, battlefield positioning, and resource management, making you a more formidable commander. That's the only skill I got after jumping 10 levels? Richard said, a bit disappointed about the new skill that he received. He wanted a combat-oriented skill. Wait, Tactics Mastery? Richard recalled all of the operations he conducted for the last 3 days, and he found out that all of them were ineffective and inefficient. Maybe if he learned this new skill, he would be able to improve his tactical sense. Perhaps he needed it more than the combat-oriented skills. After all, he hasn't got a chance to test his melee proficiency skill, for example, as zombies were killed before they could even reach him. And the prospect of him getting out in the world is slim, simply because he could have his troops do the operations. After a minute of contemplation, Richard decided to learn the new skill, Tactics Mastery. There's no currency exchanged for unlocking the skills, but leveling them does. He used all of his points to Tactical Mastery, raising its level to 2, and then he felt something strange in his mind. It felt like something was being absorbed or integrated into his consciousness. After that, Richard went to a shop and there he found that most of the locked products were now unlocked. He would have more choices when it comes to buying military hardware. However, the problem is space. The garage's ceiling was small for big military vehicles, so even if he could buy something, he couldn't take them out. Does that mean they need to relocate? Thinking about all the prospects is making his head spin with possibilities and challenges. Richard knew that to fully utilize his new skills and the unlocked military hardware options, he needed a suitable base of operations. The condominium simply couldn't accommodate his expanding ambitions. Feeling that he had hit a roadblock, Richard stopped thinking for a moment and allowed his mind to rest. It's just been 3 days, no need to rush everything, Richard said to himself. As Richard settled into his moment of reflection, he was suddenly interrupted by a polite knock on his office door. Startled, he looked towards the entrance, then called out, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a familiar face. It was Sarah. She entered the room with a composed demeanor and a folder in her hand. "Good afternoon, sir," Sarah greeted him with a respectful nod. "I know there's no appointment, but I want to share something with you." Richard rubbed his chin, curious as to what she might bring. "Okay, take a seat." Sarah nodded and took a seat across from Richard's desk, placing the folder she had brought on the table between them. She opened it and began to explain. "I have been doing some research about this zombie plague, and here's what I found. As you can see on this image and its timestamps, the outbreak happened almost instantaneously. Which I found odd because an outbreak usually has an origin or a ground zero, but this seems to have erupted simultaneously in multiple locations." Sarah presented a series of images and data on the table, showing maps and charts with various outbreaks marked. Her analysis was thorough, and she continued, "It's as if this plague was deliberately unleashed in a coordinated manner." Richard nodded as he regarded Sarah's words. He too found it odd that a zombie outbreak would reach every corner of the planet within a single day. "Have you been able to find out how the virus, or whatever it is, unleashed?" "That's another problem, sir." Sarah brought her tablet up and opened it. She showed him a compilation of footage extracted from the internet from around the world. "We don't know. But one thing we are sure of is that there is consistency in time. For example, in the Philippines. The first outbreak recorded in Manila happened at 6 o'clock in the morning, 3 days ago. And let's pick another city, New York, it was 6 in the evening. In London, it was 11 p.m. So it all happened at the same time?" Richard observed. "What about the hour before the outbreak?" Sarah showed him another footage, and there he saw footage of a peaceful and normal day in a city. Richard tapped his fingers on the table as he contemplated the situation. "So, what I'm grasping here is that 1 hour it was peaceful, and an hour later, it was an apocalypse. We don't even know where those zombies originated. Did humans inhale or consume something that would trigger their transformation if a clock struck 6 in the morning? That's for sure. I could still scour the internet for information," Sarah said. "Given that I have these powers, we can deny the possibility that this apocalypse is triggered by an alien or a god," Richard said. "There is also a possibility that I am not the only one who received powers. The more I say this, the more it's getting deeper. Mutated and normal zombies may not be the true enemy, it's something more. You can research all you want, Sarah, but there is also something I want you to do." "What is it, sir?" "I have been thinking that in the near future, we might need to relocate somewhere with more space. Cities won't just cut it. Sorry if I'm being indecisive. Like earlier, I just told Mark to turn my idea into a working plan of clearing a square kilometer grid of zombies, and now I'm asking you to find us a suitable location, making my idea useless." "It's okay, sir. In fact, it's a good thing to consider," Sarah replied. "The best place where we could relocate is somewhere remote. Urban cities such as we are in right now are a bad choice for long-term survival." "Yeah, thank you, Sarah. If there is nothing else, you can leave now," Richard said with a nod, appreciating Sarah's dedication and understanding of the situation. Sarah rose from her chair, her folder neatly organized with the research materials she had brought. "Of course, sir." With a final nod of acknowledgement, Sarah exited Richard's office. Just as she exited, Mark entered. "Sir, your little sister wants to see you." "Ah yes," Richard rubbed his head, completely forgetting about his little sister. "Let her in." With that, Mark signaled Lisa to enter his office. "Brother," Lisa said as she walked over to his desk. "Why didn't you tell me that you already returned?" Richard chuckled sheepishly. "I forgot, sorry, I was so engrossed in work." Lisa sighed. "It can't be helped then, since you are the leader of this private military company." Richard rose to his feet and pulled her sister into a warm hug. "You made me worried, you dummy. Do you know that I have been staring at the windows for hours, where I saw hordes of zombies heading towards where you are? And you have seen the convoy return, right?" Richard gently said. "Yes, but what if you weren't inside any of those vehicles?" Richard was silent upon hearing that. It was true, there is a possibility that he could have died there and not returned. It would be devastating for her, as they already lost their parents and siblings. He was the only family she had, and she was the only family left to him. "My bad. So, what happened, brother? Was your operation successful?" "Yeah, but we need to make another run because we only got 50% of the shopping mall. However, this time, our tactic will be different. And you will go along with them, right?" "I don't think I'll join, I'll stay here and watch from here." "That's great then." Chapter 32: Disturbance in Peace. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, the vibrant city of Makati basked in the gentle descent of the sun. The fading rays cast a warm, amber hue across the urban landscape, painting the skyline with a tranquil, almost nostalgic glow. It was a beautiful sight for Richard, to the point he didn't want to look down on the streets, as it would ruin the view. For the last hours, he was busy replenishing the spent ammunition and fuel during the scavenging operation. He returned to his seat and opened his tablet. He opened a tab that gave him access to the CCTV camera of the condominium. He tapped the 7th floor, and there he saw soldiers still unloading boxes of food from the M939 trucks. The truck that they took from the Super 9 didn't fit the height ceiling, so it remained in the ground floor garage. He would probably receive the detailed report of the food they have scavenged tomorrow, as it was still being processed. Richard switched to the next camera, and this time it was on the 8th floor where the condominium clubhouse was located. Their survivors from 3 buildings were socializing in the swimming pool, gyms, and restaurants. Watching them made him feel at ease, as he wanted to make the people they rescued feel a sense of normalcy. That even in the apocalypse, there is still a functioning community. However, in the function room, which was turned into a mess hall where soldiers and survivors eat, there seemed to be a commotion happening. He zoomed the camera, and there he saw his men talking to a lady who was pointing her hands aggressively toward them. Behind the soldiers were the pharmacists that they rescued in the Super 9 shopping mall. What's happening? Richard wondered. The cameras on the function hall don't have a built-in mic, so he couldn't listen to what they were saying. All the people inside the mess hall are turning their heads towards the lady and his soldiers, a sign that things are escalating. Just then, a group of ladies approached, and Richard recognized them instantly. It was his little sister, Lisa, and her classmates. Now, they seemed to be arguing, making him grow curious about it. He pushed a small button under his table, and immediately after, a person entered his office. "Sir, you pushed the button, what can I do for you?" "I want to know what's going on the 8th floor, Richard said as he turned his table, showing Mark the live footage of the in-progress argument. "I will check," Mark said as he picked up his radio and turned the knob. Seconds later, he spoke. "Clubhouse team, what's the situation over there?" Richard flipped the screen back to him and saw the soldier in the commotion reach for his radio. "Sir, a lady is complaining about the presence of the survivors rescued earlier. She is demanding that we kick them out." Richard's head snapped at Mark after hearing that. "Ask him why." Why? Mark asked. The lady said they don't belong here and might be infected, though we have explained that they were cleared, but she won't accept any of my explanation. Hey lady, stop. Richard's gaze flickered back to the screen and saw her sister getting slapped by the lady. His eyes widened, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Okay, I'm coming down there. Richard rose to his feet and walked out of the office with heavy footsteps. I'm coming with you, sir. Mark hurriedly followed Richard and caught up to him. What's the matter, sir? You look worried, Mark asked as they hurried down the corridor toward the commotion. Richard clenched his jaw, his worry etched across his face. It's Lisa, he replied tersely as he pushed the button of the elevator. The elevator door opened, and Richard entered before completing his sentence. She's in the middle of that commotion. Arriving at the 8th floor, Richard and Mark walked down the corridor, turned right at the corner, and stepped into the function hall. The soldiers who caught sight of Richard immediately stood in attention and saluted. The survivors present in the function hall were all looking at him, recognizing him. In the middle, Richard saw the commotion unfolding, and the soldier who was getting in between and stopping met his eyes. Sir? The soldier stood in attention, letting the aggressive girl out of his grasp. Brother? Lisa said, her right hand on her cheek, rubbing the part where she was slapped. Richard walked toward her, his expression stern yet protective. He gently touched her bruised cheek and spoke. Are you all right, Lisa? You are the leader, right? The lady who slapped his sister asked. Richard turned and faced the lady. She is in her mid-40s and judging from her face, she seemed to be Korean. I am, and may I ask why you are causing a commotion? Richard demanded. That is because your soldiers just admitted survivors outside. I was just worried about the safety of our camp. What if they are infected or something? But I believe my soldier explained to you that they are cleared, meaning they are not what you are scared of. Still, it's dangerous to let unknown people in. We've been through hell, and we can't afford to take any chances, the Korean woman insisted. So you are saying that we kicked them out because you feel scared? Not just me. Everyone is, I'm just simply representing them, the Korean woman said, looking around at his fellow sympathizers. Is that true? Richard asked loudly, his eyes glancing at each survivor. They lowered their heads, but he could see the fear on their faces. Look, I haven't told you this, but we have commenced an operation earlier to scavenge for food and supplies at the nearest shopping mall. And we found survivors like these pharmacists. Are you saying that the people we rescued because you are feeling scared? Don't feel entitled. Just because we made this our base of operations doesn't mean you are above survivors from the outside. Remember, I'm the boss here, and every soldier that you see around is under my command. What if I order them to take you out on the streets instead? As if on cue, the soldiers present in the function hall stomped their feet in unison, intimidating the group of survivors who had supported the Korean lady who demanded to expel the newcomers. Look, if you all want to have a peaceful life, there's only two things you have to do, and that is to comply and contribute. Any person who disrupts peace will find themselves on the streets. Upon saying that, a Korean lady who was about the same age as him ran towards the woman's side. And she spoke worryingly at the woman in Korean, which he could understand. The lady then turned to Richard and bowed her head. I'm sorry, sir. It's my mother, I apologize for everything she has caused. Suddenly, the radio on his shoulder crackled to life. All stations, there are flyers in the air. I repeat, flyers are in the air. Flyers, Richard repeated and glanced at Mark, and instantly spurred towards the exit. In the sky, about 30 flyers were hovering and looking down on them predatorily. Shit! Richard cursed and shifted his gaze to the people in the open. Everyone get inside. All units open fire. The soldiers outside aimed their M4 carbines up and fired at the flyers who droned in. Gunfire filled the air as tracers streaked toward the hovering flyers. The survivors scrambled for cover by hiding under the building. Richard joined in the firefight, firing his M9 Beretta at the flyers. The flyers' wings began to riddle with holes as the soldiers' gunfire found its mark. Some flyers died before they could even reach the ground, while others were able to swoop in, but the soldiers they were targeting were able to roll to the side, dodging the grasp of their talons. As minutes went by, more soldiers exited the hallways and into the open area. Armed with an M249 machine gun, they aimed at the flyers and spat a hail of bullets at the incoming flyers. More flyers fell lifelessly to the ground, as they scored scores upon scores. However, there are still survivors in the area. One of them was a lady Richard knew. Emily? It was Denise's sister, who was standing there, her head craned up, staring at the droning flyers. One of the flyers noticed her defenseless and targeted her. Emily! Richard shouted, and Emily simply jolted in her place and didn't move. This is bad. Richard ran as fast as he could to her location near the pool while firing his pistol at the swooping flyer. It won't die, Richard cursed, and the flyer was almost at Emily. The moment he got near to her, he leaped in. Together, they fell into the pool with a loud splash. The flyer, frustrated by missing its prey, screeched in the air as it circled around, unable to reach them underwater. Richard quickly surfaced, pulling Emily with him to the pool's edge. They gasped for breath, and Richard scanned the area. The firefight with the flyers continued, but at least they were momentarily safe in the water. "Are you all right, Emily?" Richard asked concernedly. I'm okay," Emily said shakily as she nodded her head. "Why did you just stand there and not run?" "I couldn't, I was scared." Richard gazed up and saw that the flyers' numbers were dwindling. The remaining flyers, noticing that they were hunted down easily, flew away in retreat. "It seems that they are going away," Richard observed. "Let's go." Richard helped her out of the pool, lifting her under the arms as she climbed up the pool's edge. It was his turn to climb up, but he got momentarily distracted at the sight of her soaked white blouse, and through it, he saw her lacy white bra that covered her ample bosom. "Richard?" Richard snapped out of his trance, realizing what he was staring at, and immediately averted his eyes. "Oh, sorry." Richard climbed out of the pool, his face slightly flushed. He was grateful that Emily hadn't noticed his momentary lapse in composure. As they both stood on the pool's edge, dripping wet, Mark approached him. "Sir, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Mark, give me the sitrep," Richard said. "No casualties in our men and the survivors," Mark answered. Richard took a glance around and saw corpses of flyers, their black blood pooling underneath. "We have to clean this mess. I think it's time that we invest in air defense." Chapter 33, Being Prudent and Feeling Uneasy. Richard watched as the soldiers efficiently attached ropes to the fallen flyers and began to drag them away. His gaze then shifted to the open sky, where the recent encounter with the airborne threats had left him with a gnawing sense of vulnerability. "We really need an anti-air defense," Mark concurred, breaking the silence. "Good thing there were no casualties on our side." Richard nodded in agreement, his thoughts still lingering on the potential danger they faced. "Yeah, the flyers seem to be weaker than other mutated zombies but are agile in the air. Good thing we managed to hit them down. Let's talk about air defense tomorrow. In the meantime, let's return to the function hall. The survivors must be panicking inside. You are right, sir," Mark acknowledged, his expression reflecting the same concern. Richard turned his attention toward Emily, witnessing her trembling form as she stood there, her attire drenched and glistening with rivulets of water. Looking at her, Richard suddenly felt the chill in the air more acutely. He too was soaked with water, and the evening air had turned cooler. But he composed himself, acting that the chilly air didn't affect him. "Let's go, Emily," he said, extending his hand towards her. With a grateful nod, Emily took his hand, and together they made their way back towards the function hall. As they re-entered the large room, one of the survivors who were huddled in a group asked, "Is it over?" "Yes," Richard confirmed. "We have eliminated the threat and there's no need to worry." In the meantime, we would like to ask you to return to your respective units until we clear the area and ensure it's safe. The survivor nodded, relief washing over their faces. Lisa, Denise, and Angela approached them, concerned about etching their faces. "Brother," Lisa exclaimed softly in relief. "Sister," Denise said, hugging her sister. "Is everyone all right?" Richard asked, his protective instincts kicking in as he looked at his little sister and her friends. "We're okay," Lisa reassured him. Denise, who was still hugging her sister, couldn't help but notice Emily's hand securely held in Richard's. She exchanged a quick glance with Angela, and they both frowned. Angela cleared her throat. "Sir Richard." "What?" Angela, her voice laced with curiosity, hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. "Sir Richard, it seems like you've got something on your hand." She nodded subtly towards the intertwined fingers of Richard and Emily. Richard followed Angela's gaze and then realized that he was still holding Emily's hand. A faint blush crept onto his cheeks, and he quickly released her hand, his voice slightly flustered. "Oh, I didn't realize." He cleared his throat, regaining his composure and glancing at the passing soldiers. "You, get some towel for this lady here." "Will do, sir," the soldier quickly acknowledged and hurried off to fetch a towel. Emily, her cheeks still tinted with a gentle blush from the earlier exchange, offered a grateful smile to Richard. "Thank you." Richard couldn't help but be curious as to why she was acting bashful. It was different from when he first met her, where she was assertive. The soldier Richard ordered to fetch a towel returned, and handed it to Emily with a respectful nod. Emily took the towel and began to dry herself off. "Okay, you should join the others," Richard said. "Go to your units and we will announce to you later if it's okay to go out or not." The girls nodded their heads and piled out. 30 minutes later, on the 32nd floor, Richard got out of his room with fresh new clothes and went straight to the command center. The staff saluted upon Richard's arrival before returning to their work. "Updates," Richard said. Mark began to brief him on the current situation. "The cleanup of the flyers is proceeding smoothly, and we've stationed additional guards on the 8th floor and the rooftop as a temporary anti-air defense measure." Richard nodded, pleased with the swift response. "Good. I want regular patrols and a rotation of guards. We can't let our guard down even for a minute. We'll install anti-air defenses on the rooftop and on the 8th floor." Upon saying that, Richard opened his system. User, Richard Gonzalez. Health, 100/100. Age, 21. Level, 21. Experience points, 1 223 272/1 235 094. Skills, Weapon Proficiency Level 2, Melee Proficiency Level 2, Driving Proficiency Level 1. Available skill points, 0. Summoned troops, 215/800. Current gold balance, 22,570,000 gold coins. Shop. Daily rewards, come back tomorrow. Wheel of Fortune, come back in 27 days. Missions. Basic Survival Guide. Tactics and Strategies. Zombie Encounters, updated. Looking at his experience points, he mentally calculated how many experience points he got from killing the flyers. It took him about a minute as the experience and gold capsule were still in effect, but basic math showed that killing flyer earned him 2,500 experience points. As for the gold coins, flyers drop 5,000 gold coins, multiplied by 2 and 300,000 gold coins. Satisfied, Richard browsed the shop and looked for anti-air guns. There he saw Phalanx Siram. It cost 80,000 gold coins per unit, of course, that's only the unit. The Phalanx Siram could hold a total of 1,550 20mm armor-piercing tungsten projectiles, costing 15,000 per drum. His current balance was 22,570,000 gold coins. Since he had an 8-digit balance, he didn't hesitate to acquire 5 units and 20 drum magazines. In total, the cost of 5 phalanx Siram units is 400,000 gold coins, cost of 20 drum magazines is 300,000 gold coins. 700,000 gold coins overall. His new current balance is 21,870,000 gold coins. The phalanx Siram went straight to his inventory, which he could summon later. I have bought ourselves some close-in weapon systems, Richard informed. Appoint some men who would install it. As for the room where the officers will operate them, I guess we can repurpose one room to a control center for remote-controlled military hardware? That's a good idea, sir, Mark agreed. Sarah, are there still threats present in our airspace? Richard asked. Negative, sir, Sarah promptly replied. No flyers sighted. Great. Mark, as for the corpses of the flyers, I want them contained in an area where survivors can't access them. We'll have a team to check on them later. We might gain a clue about this virus or whatever it is that's causing the apocalypse. Understood, sir. In 30 minutes, we announce that it's safe to go down on the 8th floor and that they can get their food from the function hall. Another 30 minutes later, an announcement to all survivors was disseminated through the PA system. The survivors went down to the 8th floor to get their share of food. Richard went down to the 25th floor to check on his sister, and just as he was about to knock, the door swung open. Brother? Lisa, I was about to invite you to the 8th floor. About that, brother, actually, there is something I want to tell you, Lisa said. Okay, what is it? Richard asked. You see, my classmates want to talk to you in private. They are inside, probably wanting to express their gratitude again for saving us. Perhaps you can give them a chance? They've been, how should I say this, pestering me. Richard chuckled. Okay, join me. No, Lisa said as she fumbled her hands. What's the problem? You see, brother, they specifically asked me to wait outside, so I can't go with you. I'll just wait. Richard sighed. I see. Fine. With that, Lisa exited the room and Richard entered inside. He closed the door behind him. The room was dimly lit as only the lamp tables were switched on. Oddly, he could feel his heart beating fast, as if something were about to happen. He sure must be overthinking. They are probably going to express their gratitude and he would gratefully accept them and head out. Well, he'll see. Chapter 34. I have principles. Richard, a soft voice echoed inside the unit as Richard stepped into the living room. Sitting on the sofa were Denise, Angela, and Emily. Their eyes trained at him seriously, causing him to tilt his head to the side. What's the matter? Emily was the first person to stand up and walked over to him. Nothing, I know we have said this to you many times, but we would like to tell it to you again. We are grateful that you saved us. Denise and Angela rose to their feet and surrounded Richard. Richard glanced at each and one of them and chuckled nervously. Okay, no problem. You saved me there earlier from that monster, Emily added, her voice becoming softer and alluring. If not for you, I would probably be dead there. She leaned closer, her lips were just an inch away from him. Not only that, he could feel Denise and Angela wrapping their arms around his arms, pressing their soft bodies against him. Don't you think we should repay you somehow? Denise whispered, her lips brushing against his ear. Richard felt a shiver run down his spine as he realized what was happening. He can't believe that a simple show of appreciation would turn out like this. But Richard pulled his arms away from Angela and Denise's grasp and placed his hands on Emily's shoulder, startling her. I know now where this is going, and I'm afraid I'll have to stop you three, Richard said firmly. Do you really think I saved you out there from danger so that I can get laid with you? I'm not a man who would take advantage of a situation like this. The girls looked at him in surprise, their faces turning red with embarrassment. Richard continued, rescuing you is already a pleasure to me. That's why your gratitude is enough for me. He looked them each in the eye, making sure they understood his intentions. I respect you as individuals, not as objects for my pleasure. Especially to you two, Angela and Denise, for you have witnessed things that weren't supposed to be witnessed. And from your eyes and faces alone, it looked to me that you are forcing yourselves to do this. The girls nodded, looking down at their feet with shame. Richard sighed, I understand that you may feel indebted to me, but this is not the right way to repay me. Just living your lives happily and without fear is enough for me. The girls looked up at him, tears forming in their eyes. Thank you, Richard, they said in unison. I'm sorry, Emily added. Emily, you are the adult one here, and I must say that I'm disappointed that you are leading them to do something such as this. Please be responsible. I'm sorry, Emily stammered as she apologized again, tears streaming down her face. It's okay now, Richard pulled her closer, embracing her in a comforting hug. Let's forget about this and move on. We have bigger things to worry about. The girls nodded, wiping away their tears and smiling softly at Richard. Okay, let's go down now. I'm sure the queue in the mess hall is already long. With that, Richard led the three girls out of the unit and there they saw Lisa. You already finished? Lisa asked, a surprised expression etching her face. Yes, they expressed their thanks and I accepted it. Why? Did you expect it would take longer than you expected? Lisa faintly blushed, betraying her thoughts about her being involved. Richard's piercing gaze remained at her. You and I are going to talk later. For now, you get your meals. The girls followed Richard to the elevator and headed down to the 8th floor. Just as Richard expected, the line for food was already long, occupying the narrow hallway that leads to the mess hall. After all, it was not only the survivors lining up for food but the soldiers as well. Fortunately for Richard, he didn't have to go through that line, he simply went with girls in tow, skipping the line, and into the desk where a foam food container was neatly stacked. Hey, there is a line, reminded one of the survivors in a line. Richard simply glanced over his shoulder, looking at the survivor who spoke. It was a man, and that man's eyes widened when he recognized him. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Richard rolled his eyes and turned back to the desk, grabbing 4 containers of food and bottled water. He looked around, searching for a vacant table in the mess hall. There, Richard pointed at the vacant table in the corner of the mess hall, away from the crowded area. He led the girls to the table and gestured for them to sit down. As they settled in, Denise, Angela, and Emily started opening their food containers, and smiles spread across their faces. Corned beef with rice, huh? Emily smiled, poking at her meal with a plastic fork. Denise and Angela nodded in agreement, their earlier discomfort seemingly forgotten as they dug into their food. Richard watched them for a moment, relieved that the awkwardness had passed, and the girls were able to enjoy a meal together as a group. He knew that they all needed this sense of normalcy, even if it was just for a short while. Normally, he wouldn't have to go down from his office to get food as there would be one delivered for him. But he wanted to experience the solidarity of sharing a meal with the others, and how the survivors are getting by in their new life. Sir Richard, can you open this bottle for me? Denise requested as she handed the bottle to Richard, her fingers trembling slightly. Richard nodded and took the bottle, effortlessly twisting off the cap and handing it back to Denise with a warm smile. Thank you, Denise replied with a grateful smile. As they continued to eat and chat, the atmosphere at the table remained pleasant and relaxed. As if nothing happened earlier. After finishing their meal, the group threw their empty containers and bottles into the garbage bins. Once they had tidied up, Richard stretched, signaling that it was time to leave the mess hall. Okay, you 3 may return from your units. Lisa and I will do some talking. 5 minutes later, on the 32nd floor, in his bedroom. Lisa sat on the bed while Richard closed the door. He then looked at her. He didn't say a word, but to her, it felt like she was being stared at by a principal who would reprimand her. Lisa shifted nervously on the bed, her fingers interlocking in her lap as she waited for Richard to speak. Lisa, tell me the truth. You know what would happen inside. Brother, it was their idea, Lisa began. I tried telling them not to, but for them, they felt like they had to do something to repay you for saving them. And isn't that what men like? Your view of men must have been twisted after you were trapped in your classroom, Richard sighed. No, not all men are like that. But can you blame me or them? We are powerless in this new world, brother. We can't fight the zombies and have to rely on your protection. The only way we can express our gratitude is by offering something valuable, which is our body. Richard couldn't really blame them, after all, in the apocalyptic scenario, it was survival of the fittest. Women would be seen as a commodity in such a situation, but Richard was determined to uphold his principles, no matter how dire the circumstances had become. And hearing that word from Lisa, which is our body, it was like his heart was being butchered. He couldn't imagine his little sister spouting those words. Before you came to our classroom, brother, I was about to force myself to do things I would never imagine. I realized at that moment that I was weak. Imagine, brother, if you weren't there. Stop. Richard rushed to her side and enveloped Lisa in a warm, reassuring hug. She buried her face in his shoulder, her tears soaking his shirt. He could feel the fear and trauma in her cries, and it pained him deeply to witness his younger sister in such distress. It's not going to happen, it won't happen, it won't happen. Not on my watch, Richard repeated those words as he tried to calm her down. Lisa continued to sob, her trembling gradually subsiding as she clung to her brother. After a while, her cries turned into sniffles, and she pulled away slightly to look into Richard's eyes. Brother, can I ask you a favor? What is it? Richard asked. I don't want to be in a miserable state anymore. I want you to teach me how to fire a gun and kill zombies. Bo. Chapter 35 A Usual Morning. On July 24, 2023, a section of the 32nd floor had undergone a transformation. It was now serving as a room dedicated to housing an unmanned aircraft vehicle and a fire control system for the CRAM, counter-rocket, artillery, and mortar defense system. Inside this utilitarian space, Richard directed his attention towards a station that bore resemblance to an arcade setup. At this station, a dedicated individual was stationed, communicating with the teams that were installing the CRAM on the rooftop and the 8th floor. Richard, his fingers lightly gripping the handle of his coffee mug, inquired with a hint of anticipation, Is it finished? In just a moment, sir, responded one of the fire control officers, their eyes never leaving the array of screens and controls before them. Richard, with his coffee mug still in hand, made his way over to the station controlling the remote-controlled drone. His gaze shifted to the display on the monitors, which offered a live feed of the condominium complex from a vantage point 200 meters away and at an altitude of 300 meters. He studied the screens intently, focusing on the 8th floor and the actual CRAM installation. There were no survivors on the ground as they were told to keep out of the area. But he could still see them from the corners, curiously watching what the soldiers and technicians were doing. The installation has been going on since 3 o'clock in the morning, a time when most people are asleep. He couldn't risk exposing himself using his ability to the survivors who might be peering down from the windows. The plan for this morning was simple, that is to conduct a test fire from the CRAM by intercepting drones in the sky. The target drones have agility similar to the flyers, making the operation not only a test fire but a simulation of a threat should flyers come flying back with a battalion. 5 minutes later, the fire control officer beside Richard nodded, signaling readiness. Prepare to initiate the test fire, he instructed. The fire control officer pressed a button, causing the CRAM down below to automatically align its crosshair to the drone that was now moving in a zigzag pattern. The CRAM can be either manually controlled or automatically aligned to engage aerial threats. The room fell into an expectant hush as all eyes remained glued to the screens, tracking the automated response of the CRAM. With split-second precision, the fire control officer removed the safeties, and the CRAM's rapid-fire rounds streaked into the sky. Richard and the officers inside could hear the shrill sound from the 32nd floor, an oddly satisfying sensation washing over him. On the screen, the agile drone's signal displayed random, noisy, and often black and white dots or specks scattered across the display, indicating that it was intercepted. "Target has been intercepted and destroyed," the fire control officer announced. Richard smiled in satisfaction. With this, the flyers would no longer pose a threat to them. After witnessing the successful test, Richard left the room and went to the command center. The room was filled with high-end electronic equipment, arrays of screens, and a team of skilled technicians. It served as the nervous system for their security operations. The staff inside the room paused what they were doing to give Richard a salute. Richard saluted back as he entered deeper into the room. "Any luck on finding survivors?" Sarah stepped forward. "We have been broadcasting messages on all frequencies, sir, and monitoring any incoming transmissions, but so far, there's been no response," Sarah reported with a concerned look. "Let's just hope that someone is still listening to the radio. How about the news channel? Are they really gone?" "The news channel has not been broadcasting since the outbreak. We suspect they were overrun by zombies." "How about government frequencies and the military? Any news about them?" "I've been trying to access government and military frequencies, but there's been nothing, sir. It's as if all communication has gone dark. So in just a day, the government and the armed forces of the Philippines have fallen in just 3 days. Well, not that I blame them, we are not ready for this apocalypse. No one really expected that a zombie outbreak of this scale would suddenly appear on the planet, giving the government and the military no time to respond. Not only that, zombie apocalypse scenarios are often treated as mere fiction in popular culture, so there is that." "Keep trying," Richard said. "I'm sure that the government hasn't completely fallen yet. They may be hiding somewhere and have probably heard our transmission. The moment we receive word from them, we'll conduct a rescue operation. They may be the people who have valuable intel about this outbreak." "I'll inform you the moment it happens, sir," Sarah replied with determination. "Sir." Richard's gaze flickered towards the source of the voice. It was Mark. "This is the news from the Chief of Staff for Logistics," Mark informed as he handed him a folded piece of paper. Richard unfolded it and began reading, his expression growing more serious with each passing moment. "I see, so with all the supplies that we scavenge, they calculated that we'd last only for another 20 days. We really need to clear the grid. Mark, how's the plan?" "We have been working on it with the Chief of Staff for the Army, Air Force, and the Special Operations. A detailed plan will be ready tomorrow. For the meantime, sir, about the volunteer forces." "Ah. The volunteer forces are the forces made up of survivors who wanted to join their ranks and be useful. Any military-aged, male or female, can enlist." The idea went back to the time he oriented the survivors. It had almost forgotten him until Lisa told her yesterday about her wanting to learn how to use a gun. "How many volunteers so far?" 60 males and 30 females, Mark answered as if he was already holding the answer in his pocket. "Your little sister and her classmates were part of it." "It makes me wonder, sir, you said that you are going to protect your sister, but allowing her to enlist means she'd go out there and fight zombies one day. Isn't that the opposite of you protecting her?" Richard shook his head. "I just want her to learn how to defend herself in times of crisis. But I would never let her go out on that field." "Your little sister would probably hate you on that," Mark chuckled softly. "It's best that she hates me rather than me grieving for her loss," Richard replied. As they were having a conversation, one of the communication officers flicked his fingers and alerted everyone. "Sir! Sir! You have to see this." Richard, Mark, and Sarah rushed over to the man's station and looked at the display of his monitor. "This is live CCTV footage in Cubao, take a look," the man said, putting the specific scene on full screen for everyone to see. The CCTV footage showed a chaotic scene in Cubao, one of the major districts in Metro Manila. The streets were filled with abandoned vehicles, debris, and signs of the recent chaos. But that was not the focus. It was a military-aged girl on a katana, cleaving and hacking beautifully and gracefully through the hordes of zombies. Now that is something you wouldn't often see happening in real life, Mark commented. Shit, Richard cursed under his breath. Chapter 36 New Threat. Their eyes fixed on the monitor, watching the girl with the katana fighting her way through a horde of zombies. They were figuratively on the edge of their seats, especially at the part where the girl was flickering here and there like a blur. Is that, Sarah tried voicing out her remarks but was interrupted by Mark. Superpowers? Richard had told Mark before that there is a possibility that he is not the only unique one with ability in this world. And now, the proof of it is in front of them, exhibiting flashy skills that one could only see in movies and anime. As they observed more, the more information they dissected. First, the girl could move from one point to another in the blink of an eye, almost as if she were teleporting. Then there were the incredibly precise strikes of her katana, slicing through zombie skulls with ease. But the surprises didn't end there. As the girl continued her fight against the relentless undead, she demonstrated another incredible feat with a swift and effortless motion. She reached down, grabbed a zombie by its decaying arm, and hurled it with astonishing force at the approaching horde. The zombie projectile crashed into the oncoming mass, knocking several others down like bowling pins. We have the hunters, the Goliath, and now this. Richard clicked his tongue, showing that a lot of things have been introduced since the apocalypse. He wondered how she got that ability. Did she receive it the way he did? Gaining system and instead of summoning weapons, its strength? Or perhaps, she gained those abilities through infection while still retaining consciousness. It's a possibility drawn out from one of the video games he played. Either way, there's no denying the fact that humans with superhuman abilities exist. As they were watching, something landed in the middle. Its appearance, pinkish skin, on fours, with reddish skin, hairless skin, bulging muscles. There's no doubt about it, it's a hunter. The hunter charged with incredible speed, its grotesque claws extended, ready to strike. The girl, however, remained composed. Just as the hunter lunged at her, its claws slashing through the air, she moved with a grace that defied belief. In the blink of an eye, she shifted to the side, her katana becoming a blur of motion. With precise timing and uncanny agility, she sliced through the hunter's outstretched limb with surgical precision. The monstrous appendage fell to the ground, severed, and the hunter screeched in agony, its attack thwarted. The trio watching the CCTV footage couldn't believe their eyes. That's bullshit. Richard cursed loudly. It took about 100 rounds of 7.62 mm and 5.5 javelin missiles, and you are telling me that a girl with a katana sliced its arm as if it was made of butter? Well, sir, by the looks of it, it seemed that this hunter is quite smaller than the ones you encountered in the classroom. Possibly there is some sort of a derivative from the original hunter strain, a lesser version, I suppose? Sarah shared her insights. Richard returned his gaze on the monitor, observing the hunter and comparing it to the ones he encountered, and sure enough, it was smaller than the ones they eliminated when they rescued Lisa and her classmates. It is a possibility, but this changes things. Richard rubbed his chin and contemplated the implications of what they were witnessing. It means that there's more to this outbreak than we initially understood. If there are different strains of these creatures, it could mean varying levels of threat and abilities. Mark nodded in agreement. And if there are others out there with abilities like the girl, we should find a way to connect with them. We might be able to pool our resources and knowledge to increase our chances of survival. Sarah, still watching the screen, added. But what if they are not friendly? And wouldn't hesitate to attack before asking questions? Like we don't even know if they are human or mutated zombies that still have consciousness. There's only one way to find out, Richard said, focusing back on the girl. But let's see if she can survive the... Richard's words were interrupted by the girl performing crisscrossing, instantaneous dance around the hunter, slicing its limbs one by one until it went limp. The hunter's body fell and the girl cut its chest vertically and reached inside. To the astonishment of the trio watching the monitor, she pulled out something from the hunter's body. "What's that? Can you get a clear visual of that?" Richard ordered, and the man who was on the station zoomed in to provide a closer look. The image on the screen sharpened, revealing the object the girl had retrieved from the hunter's body. Richard squinted at the screen, his brow furrowing. "It looks like some sort of capsule or pill." Mark leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he examined the screen. "She's inspecting it carefully." "What do you think it is?" "I have no idea," Sarah said. As they watched, the girl brought the pill closer to her face, her expression unreadable. Then, to their shock, she placed the pill into her mouth and swallowed it without hesitation. Richard's jaw dropped, and he blinked in disbelief. Did she just eat something from that hunter? The trio exchanged bewildered glances, trying to make sense of what they had just witnessed. Mark finally broke the silence. "It's hard to say what that pill is or why she consumed it. But one thing's for sure, it had some kind of effect on her." The girl on the camera screamed as if in agony, her body contorted, and her eyes seemed to glow with an eerie light. She staggered backward, clutching her head as if in intense pain. Seconds later, she returned to her composed self, standing there. The zombies that she didn't yet eliminate are converging on her once more, closing in from all sides. She readied her katana once again. As the zombies closed in on her, she twirled around with her katana in hand, executing a breathtakingly swift dance of death. With each elegant spin, she cleaved through the approaching undead with ease, her blade slicing through decaying flesh and bone. Limbs flew, and bodies fell, leaving a gruesome trail of destruction in her wake. "She's strong," Mark said. "And dangerous," Sarah added. "Given her swift and precise movements, I don't think our soldiers would be able to get to her." "We don't know about the strength of her body," Richard said. "Is she invincible from bullets? If so, at what caliber?" "She's also fast, but how fast can she see?" "She is either an ally or an enemy." "What should we do, sir?" Mark asked, looking at Richard expectantly. "Let's focus on expanding our territory," Richard said. "After that, we'll come after that girl." "Sir?" The man on station pulled their attention back to the monitor, and there they saw the girl staring back at the monitor, her eyes seeming to lock onto the camera as if she could see them on the other side. Richard furrowed his brows, scanning her face. It was devoid of any discernible emotion. Her eyes, though fixed on the camera, remained unreadable. It was an unsettling feeling, as if she was assessing them just as they were assessing her. "Who are you?" Richard mumbled under his breath. The girl turned around and ran. "Okay, that calls for an increase in our military budget," Richard smacked his lips. Chapter 37: The Volunteers. In the wake of witnessing the girl's extraordinary abilities on the monitor, Richard's concern deepened. He knew that merely increasing their military budget was a symbolic gesture for strengthening their military power. The sight of a human displaying such superhuman feats had been a stark wake-up call. Richard couldn't help but fear that these individuals could potentially become future adversaries. His own unique ability, which allowed him to summon troops and military hardware, suddenly felt inadequate in the face of such power. He understood that while his summoned military troops were well-equipped and trained, they were ultimately just humans armed with guns, and the military vehicles were constructed from ordinary earthly materials. The gap between his abilities and the raw power displayed by the girl was evident, and it left him feeling uneasy about the challenges they might face in the future. He has to know everything about that girl, strengths and weaknesses. However, before he could do so, he needed to strengthen his base first. "Mark, tomorrow, once the plan is concocted, I want it conducted as soon as possible," Richard said, looking firmly at Mark. "You mean, sir, we do it tomorrow?" Mark sought clarification. "Yes," Richard confirmed. Mark nodded in understanding, his expression serious. "Understood, sir." "Good. As for you, Sarah?" I want you to track that girl and find out where she is hiding. The sooner we are done with the operation tomorrow, the sooner we are going to send a strike team to locate her." Richard continued, his gaze now on Sarah. Sarah nodded, acknowledging the task at hand, and sat at her station. "I'll get started right away, sir." Based on where she was running, it seemed that she was somewhere inside the Cubeo Plaza. "Good thing that electricity is still running. We have access to the surveillance cameras in the area." Richard appreciated Sarah's efficiency. "Excellent, utilize all available resources to pinpoint her location. We need to know if she is alone or not." "For the meantime, sir," Mark interjected, "orientation for the volunteer forces will begin shortly. Do you want to observe, NV?" Richard considered the offer for a moment. The volunteer forces, his little sister is enlisting, there's no way he would miss this one out. "Yes, Mark. I'll join the orientation. I assume that all preparations for the orientation are in place?" "That's correct, sir," Mark confirmed. "Very well, let's go down to the 6th floor," Richard said, as he and Mark descended to the 6th floor, which had been converted from a parking garage into a bustling training ground. Rows of cars had been replaced by a crowd of people congregating in one area. Before them were tables displaying an array of weapons, ranging from pistols to assault rifles. Richard and Mark made their way to the front, and the moment he made his appearance, the survivors' eyes were all on him. "That's Sir Richard. He is going to watch us?" "Definitely." Richard's presence on the training ground immediately drew the attention of the survivors. Whispers of recognition and curiosity spread through the crowd as they acknowledged their leader's appearance. "Sir Richard." A man in his mid-30s waved at Richard. Richard instantly recognized the man. It was the Chief of Staff for Training and Education, Ryan. Ryan arrived with a confident stride, saluting Richard with respect as he approached. "Sir Richard, it's an honor to have you here to witness our training orientation." "I gotta see the new recruits," Richard warmly replied, casting a glance towards the group of volunteers, specifically at his little sister, whom he found looking at him proudly. "We'll begin in 1 minute, sir. My men with zombies are on their way now." "Why don't you take a seat over there and where you can watch the process?" Ryan suggested, gesturing to a row of chairs set up for observers. Mark and Richard followed Ryan's lead and took a seat among the other observers. He watched as the recruits, including his sister Lisa, gathered around their instructors, anticipation and excitement evident in their expressions. As the minutes passed, the sound of distant footsteps grew louder, and soon, a group of trainers dressed in padded gear emerged, each dragging a chain of snarling, reanimated zombies behind them. The recruits' eyes widened as they took in the eerie sight. Ryan stepped forward, addressing the recruits with a stern but encouraging tone. "Listen up, everyone. This is the enemy of the new world. Zombies. They are fast, agile, and would stop at nothing to bite you. Today we are going to teach you different ways to exterminate a zombie. There are 2 ways, that is shooting at its head and beheading it. I'll demonstrate." Ryan positioned himself about 5 meters in front of the chained zombie, his M9 Beretta in hand. The recruits watched with rapt attention as he calmly aimed at the body of the zombie and pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, and the bullet struck the zombie's torso. The creature staggered but still stood. Turning around to face the volunteers, Ryan spoke. "Remember, shooting them in the torso or any part of the body apart from the head won't kill them. It might slow them down, but it won't stop them." To prove his point, Ryan took careful aim once more, this time directing his shot at the zombie's head. He squeezed the trigger, and the crack of the gunshot echoed through the training ground. The bullet struck the undead creature squarely in the forehead, and with a gruesome splatter, it crumpled to the ground, motionless. A hushed silence settled over the recruits as they absorbed the lesson. The headshot was the key to dispatching a zombie effectively. Ryan's demonstration had driven the point home. "Headshots are your best chance at neutralizing a threat quickly," Ryan continued, his gaze sweeping over the recruits. But remember, it's not easy to hit a moving target, especially in the chaos of a real encounter. Be patient, aim carefully, and most importantly, be calm. Okay, that was easy, right? Now, let's have some volunteers. How about you, lady? Me? Ryan's gaze settled on Lisa, Richard's little sister, as she nervously pointed at herself, clearly surprised to be chosen for the demonstration. He nodded with a reassuring smile. Yes, you. Step forward. Lisa gulped, but she stepped forward, determination outweighing her anxiety. Have you held a gun before? Ryan asked. Lisa shook her head. No, sir. Well, there's a first time for everything, Ryan chuckled softly. Take this. Ryan handed Lisa the M9 Beretta, its weight unfamiliar in her hands. She held it carefully, her fingers trembling slightly with nervousness. It's a bit heavy, Lisa commented. Now aim at the zombie, Ryan instructed as another soldier brought other zombies in chains. As Lisa aimed the M9 Beretta at the chained zombie. Remember, when aiming, you should focus on the front sight of the gun, Ryan advised. Let your peripheral vision align the front sight with the target for an accurate shot. Lisa followed his guidance. Her hands were still trembling, but she took a deep breath and steadied herself. That's it, Ryan encouraged. Now, slowly squeeze the trigger. Lisa nodded her finger on the trigger. She applied gentle pressure, and the shot rang out. The bullet hit the zombie's head, piercing a hole through its forehead. The zombie collapsed to the ground. Ryan patted Lisa on the back, a proud smile on his face. Excellent job, young lady. Lisa sighed in satisfaction. Sir, are we going to train on different guns? Yes, Ryan confirmed. So go back and listen to the rest of the topic. Richard and Mark watched from their seats as Ryan continued the lesson, introducing them to different guns, how they work, and how they differ from one another. He also taught them how to do maintenance on them, and allowed them to fire the weapons with the zombies as their dummy targets. The whole lesson lasted for 8 hours with periodic breaks. But there's a long way to go for them to go out of the field. Chapter 38 Lost of Power. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, Richard spent his time on the 6th floor, observing the volunteers as they diligently practiced their shooting skills. He recognized the indirect benefits of these training sessions, as the zombies they gathered from the streets served as practice targets. The process not only improved the recruits' abilities but also converted the zombies into valuable resources, yielding gold and experience points. Yet, despite these gains, he found himself still short of leveling up to the next rank. As he contemplated his progress, Richard couldn't help but ponder the leveling system's intricacies. The higher his level, the more experience points it took to advance further. He wondered if there was a definitive ceiling to his potential, perhaps capped at level 100, or if the system allowed for limitless growth. His curiosity deepened as he considered the military hardware that might be unlocked at higher levels. Would it be advanced prototypes, possibly even technology not yet conceived in the real world? A glance at his shop tab revealed an enticing selection of sophisticated military equipment already available for purchase. The anticipation of someday acquiring futuristic firearms and vehicles filled him with both curiosity and excitement. If they do exist, he would acquire them with no hesitation, especially after witnessing a potential threat. Humans with supernatural abilities. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon and the 6th floor garage and the air was filled with rotten stench as the volunteers helped the soldiers remove the zombie corpses. He stood there, lost in thought, his eyes scanning the training ground until he was brought back to reality by a familiar voice calling his name. Brother! He turned to see his little sister, Lisa, approaching him. Her face was flushed from the training, but there was a determined glint in her eyes. She held a pistol, the same M9 Beretta she had used earlier in the day. Lisa, Richard greeted her with a warm smile. How was the first day of the training? How should I put this? It was exhilarating. At first, I was nervous about firing a gun, but after 2 or 3 hours, I grew confident. My aim improved steadily, while my knowledge about the technical aspects of the gun was expanding. Tomorrow, we will focus on how to do maintenance on a gun. Though we briefly touched that topic earlier, there's so much to learn. I'm glad that you are enjoying it. Richard ruffled Lisa's hair affectionately. Your classmates are also doing fine. Take it a month or two and you'll be able to defend yourself. Lisa beamed at her brother's encouragement. I'll keep working hard, brother. I want to make you proud. Richard's smile was filled with pride. You already have, Lisa. As Lisa and Richard continued their conversation, the lights on the ceiling were suddenly extinguished. Darkness enveloped the area, and an eerie silence descended upon the volunteers and soldiers. Richard instinctively reached for Lisa's arm, pulling her closer to him. What happened to the lights? Lisa whispered, her voice barely audible over the hushed murmurs of confusion around them. Blackwatch, this is Eagle Actual, lights went dark on the 6th floor garage, how copy? Richard radioed. In his mind, he believed that there was a blackout. Eagle Actual, same circumstances in the command center, everything went dark, Mark said, who left the 6th floor 3 hours ago to help Graves with the planning of the operation for tomorrow. Electricity seemed to have gone down all over the condominium. The response from Mark confirmed Richard's suspicions. Electricity was now gone. The power plant that is supplying electricity to Makati City must have been left unattended when the outbreak began. Well, not that he is not expecting it, he was expecting it to happen that electricity would go out in 1 or 2 weeks. But 4 days, that is something they hadn't anticipated. Lisa, I want you to return to your room, bring your classmates as well, Richard instructed. What happened, brother? Lisa asked. Electricity has gone out, Richard revealed. Don't worry, we'll get it back up using a generator. But brother, our unit is on the 25th floor, we are on the 6th floor. It's a long climb up those stairs, Lisa said, concern etching her face. Lisa was right, with the electricity gone, elevators were no longer an option, and the thought of climbing up to the 25th floor was daunting. But what can they do about it? Well, it's not like you have a choice here, Lisa. It's also good for you to climb up those stairs. After all, zombies are fast runners and to outrun them you must have high endurance, Richard replied with a reassuring smile. You can build it up there. Yeah, Lisa chuckled, realizing her error. My bad. Okay brother, I'll go now. With that, Lisa regrouped with her classmates who were among the survivors, and headed straight to the emergency stairwell. The emergency stairwell was narrow, and the concrete steps seemed to stretch endlessly upward. Lisa and her classmates, armed with flashlights, began their ascent. Meanwhile, Richard and the others who remained on the 6th floor assessed the situation. Blackwatch, this is Eagle Actual. There is a generator on the 2nd floor, we are going to try to restore power. Hold tight up there, Richard radioed to Mark. Copy that, sir. Ending the transmission, Richard beckoned his soldier closer and led the way to the 2nd floor. They used a different stairwell located on the opposite side of the building. Reaching the 2nd floor, they cautiously explored the area to find the generator room. Richard knew exactly where it was located as he had been there plenty of times thanks to his friend in the engineering department. Arriving at the generator room, Richard and his team cautiously entered. They scanned the room with flashlights. Standing at the center of the generator room is the generator itself. Richard and his team examined the massive piece of machinery. Okay, how do we start this thing? Richard said as his eyes scanned the control panels and the various switches that surrounded the generator. Despite his familiarity with the room, the process of starting the generator was something he had never needed to learn before. In normal times, there would be trained technicians to handle such tasks. One of the soldiers stepped forward, a look of determination on his face. Sir, I think I can figure this out. Richard glanced at the soldier who stepped up, his head tilting to the side. "Alright, do your best. We need to get the power back on as soon as possible." The soldier carefully examined the control panels, tracing wires and checking the fuel supply. After a tense few minutes, he finally said, "I think I've got it." "Stand back, sir." With a confident flick of a switch, the soldier initiated the startup sequence. The massive generator roared to life, vibrations shaking the room as it began to hum with power. Lights on the control panel lit up one by one, indicating that the generator was functioning correctly. "Is the generator supposed to be that loud?" Richard asked, his voice barely audible over the deafening noise of the generator. The soldier who had started the generator yelled back, "Yes, sir. It's normal for it to be this loud during startup. Once it stabilizes, it should quiet down." Richard nodded, trusting the soldier's knowledge. As they waited for the generator to stabilize, the soldier explained, "Once it's running smoothly, it'll provide power to most of the building, but it won't last forever. We'll need to ration its use and try to find more fuel if we can." Fuel is something he shouldn't worry about as he could purchase a barrel of it from his system. "How long does that generator last?" The soldier checked the fuel gauge and replied, "With the amount of fuel we have in here, it should last us for at least a few hours. 5 at most. From then, we'll have to feed with diesel." "Okay," Richard nodded. "Since you are the one who figured this out, I will assign you to this post." "Understood, sir." The electricity returned to the condominium 10 minutes after it went out. Richard arrived at the command center where Mark greeted him. "From this day on, our electricity is supplied by the generator on the second floor. We'll have to decrease its load, meaning we'll have to save electricity. I want you to write a memorandum for the survivors detailing the new power situation and the need for conservation. Make sure they understand that we can't afford to waste energy." Mark nodded in agreement. "I'll get that message out to everyone right away." Chapter 39 Operation Reclamation. The memo containing the conservation of electricity has been distributed by the soldiers to all of its residents. With this, non-essential electrical appliances were disconnected or powered down throughout the condominium, leaving only the essential lights and equipment such as water pumps operational. Residents huddled in their units, adjusting to the newfound scarcity of electricity. From the outside, it was as though the whole building was still on blackout as no lights illuminating the units. It was a good thing considering that zombies could also be attracted to bright places. However, the problem is that the new source of power providing electricity to the condominium were loud generators. Its loud mechanical noises were attracting zombies from far and near. They rushed as hordes and surrounded the building with no point of exit. Fortunately, the soldiers have a clear vantage point from the garage where they could simply lean over and fire their suppressed assault rifle, shooting down the zombies below. Richard watched the situation from the command center, rubbing his chin as he contemplated their circumstances. They really need to clear out the grid of zombies to prevent them from ever surrounding them like trapped rats. Fortunately, the plan is in the works, and he'll hear it tomorrow from his chief of staff. "Sarah, any news to our mutated girl in Cubeo?" Richard asked, looking over at the display monitor of Sarah's station. "We have searched the building using the CCTV cameras that were operational. We saw a glimpse of her inside, but we lost her somewhere in the main atrium. Are there any zombies inside the place?" Richard followed up another question. Sarah shook her head. "There corpses and entrails littering the floors, but an infected roaming, there's none. It is possible that she turned the entire plaza into a safe house." "Any survivors sighted?" "Since we started monitoring her movement, we haven't sighted a survivor inside the plaza." "Can you rewind the footage prior to the zombie outbreak?" Sarah shook her head again. "Unfortunately, I can only do much with remote access. To see the footage from before the outbreak, I would need direct access to their hardware. These buildings typically have their security systems isolated from external networks for safety reasons." Without physical access, I can't retrieve those specific recordings. What we can only do is view what it's recording live. Richard nodded, understanding the limitations they were dealing with. Just as he was about to continue the conversation, the display on the monitor flickered to a lost signal. What happened? Richard frowned. It seems that the plaza has lost its electricity, Sarah mumbled, her fingers hovering over the keyboard and tapped keys after keys, trying to regain any semblance of control over the surveillance systems. It might be that, without electricity, I have no access to their cameras, and we're effectively blind to what's happening in that area. Richard clicked his tongue. That's unlucky. Well, show me another display. What do you want to see, sir? I want to see our surroundings from the sky, Richard said. With a couple of taps on her keyboard, Sarah switched the cameras to the drones that were flying overhead. There, they saw zombies littered with zombies. Those who were in close proximity to the building kept coming while those who were far away from it were standing completely still. Even though we have killed thousands of them, there's still many of them in the area, Richard commented. That's an urban city for you. Inform me right away should there be some unexpected developments. Understood, sir. 8 o'clock in the morning. Richard took a bath and shower as he prepared for the big day. After that, he got dressed and headed towards the meeting room where the Joint Chiefs of Staff were present, sitting around a long table. Richard took the head of the seat, opening slightly the cover of the document that contained the plan and peeked at it. I assume that we have everything planned out? Richard said, glancing at every personnel present in the meeting room. Everyone nodded in response. Okay, let's go with the plan, Richard began. Mark stood from his seat and began the meeting. Good morning, everyone. Today we present to you the plan the Chief of Staff for the Army, Air Force, and Special Operation Forces developed. Let's start with the operation name, Operation Reclamation. There will be 3 phases on the plan. The first phase, 2 Pave Hawk helicopters will fly in their designated location and drop 2,000-pound ordnance at these strategic points. Point A, Point B, Point C, and Point D. Richard's attention was at the television screen where an animation of a helicopter heading towards the drop site and dropping a box full of explosives. The 4 main points are basically similar to the 4 corners of a rectangle, forming a box if an imaginary line connected them. The objective of Phase 1 is to reduce the number of zombies inside the square kilometer grid. The explosion would produce enough noise to lure the attention of the zombies and cause them to head in the area of explosion. Are there any questions on the first phase? Regarding Phase 1 of Operation Reclamation, how confident are we that the explosions will effectively draw the zombies away from our location and not disperse them in an unpredictable manner, potentially putting us at risk in the subsequent phases? Richard raised a question. We've conducted simulations and analyzed previous instances where similar tactics were employed, Mark replied. While we can't guarantee a 100% success rate, our assessment suggests that the explosions will draw the zombies away from our location in a predictable manner. Simulations, huh? Richard mumbled under his breath. He didn't know they'll use such sophisticated software. Very well, proceed to Phase 2. Phase 2 of the operation is that our ground forces will blockade major and minor entry points into the square kilometer grid. We'll install winded fences which would prevent zombies outside the square kilometer grid from entering. Welded fence, Richard mumbled under his breath. Given the fact that we have gauged the strength of the zombies, would the welded fences be strong enough to prevent the zombies from not toppling it? Especially when they have herd mentality where a large number would press upon the obstacles with great force, Richard asked, concerned about the durability of the welded fences. The welded fence would be a temporary form of blockade, sir, Mark replied. We'll upgrade it with cement once we finish this operation. To prevent it from not being toppled by the zombies, we'll assign guards there and exterminate zombies that would come close. Upon hearing his answer, Richard nodded in satisfaction. Okay, proceed to Phase 3. Mark cleared his throat and began. Phase 3 would be the most challenging part of the operation. We'll fill the square kilometer grid with our ground forces, exterminating zombies that remained inside the square kilometer grid. Every building, every house, every street, and every alley will be thoroughly checked. This phase aims to completely cleanse the area of any remaining threats. Richard looked around the room at the assembled team. And what about potential survivors within the square kilometer grid? How do we ensure their safety during this phase? Mark nodded, addressing the important concern. Our teams will be briefed to prioritize the safety of survivors. Any non-infected individuals found will be evacuated to a designated safe area. We will also have medical teams on standby to provide immediate care to anyone in need. And what if they are bitten and not yet turned? What are the rules of engagement? Richard asked. As for that, there are two options. If the subject is still sane, we would lock them up for quarantine and use the subject to explore about the virus. The second option is that when the subject is insane, we'll use force on the spot, Mark answered. Richard nodded understandingly. Okay, how many men do we need to effectively and efficiently execute this operation? A number of 400 men would constitute maximum efficiency. Richard contemplated the number for a moment. 400 men, very well. I can provide you with that force. He paused inside. We are going to be bombarded with questions about where they came from. Anyways, I approve of the operation. It seemed to be a well-thought-out plan. Let's execute it. Chapter 40. Execute 3 phases. On the rooftop of Building A, the pilot and the co-pilot of the Jolly 1 Pave Hawk helicopter are boarding the helicopter. They took their respective seats and began their pre-flight check. We were given names yesterday. What did you get? The co-pilot asked while flipping the switches on the control panel, ensuring everything was in its proper place. Scott, the pilot revealed as he put down the manifest. Scott, the co-pilot repeated with a nod. Nice to meet you officially, Captain Scott. I'm Williams. It's the name given to me by our superiors. Well, it's good to have a name, Scott said and continued. It gives us a sense of identity if you know what I mean. I get you, Williams chuckled and glanced over his shoulder. So, how about you 2 special mission aviators? Jochin. Andrew. The special mission aviators revealed their names. Okay, this will be a lot easier now that we have each name, Williams chortled. Very well, our mission for today is us dropping explosives on drop points. We'll take care of point A and point C while Jolly 2 will take point B and point D. It's a simple drop and go. We'll return by afternoon snacks. Let's start the engines. With the checks completed, Scott started the engine, and the Pave Hawk's rotors began to spin faster. Jolly 1 to Blackwatch Actual, we are ready for takeoff. Over, Scott radioed. Jolly 1, you are cleared for takeoff. Safe skies to you. Over. Roger that, Blackwatch Actual? Jolly 1 out, Scott ended the transmission and guided the helicopter into a steady ascent. Jolly 2 are also taking out, Williams said as he looked out of the window. The team below them was heaving a cargo and bringing it down on the center of the helipad. Okay, let's get our package hooked and secure. The massive wooden crate, marked with the ominous label 2,000 pounds explosives, was slowly and carefully attached to the cargo hooks. Packages secured in hooks are in place, reported one of the ground personnel through the radio. Scott and Williams exchanged a quick nod of acknowledgement. With that, they hoisted the 2,000 pounds explosives toward point A, which is located northwest of the condominium. They maintained an altitude of 500 meters and an airspeed of 90 knots as they headed toward the first drop point. Jochin, one of the special mission aviators, peered down below the major streets and saw zombies catching up to them with their heads and arms hanging limply as they staggered through the streets. Approaching pointed drop point, Scott announced as he brought the helicopter hovering above the designated area. Decreasing altitude to 200 meters for a safe drop. Scott throttled down the collective lever, carefully lowering the helicopter to the desired altitude. The undead horde on the ground continued their fast, relentless approach, their attention seemingly fixated on the aircraft hovering above them. Altitude is steady at 200 meters, Jochin reported. Let's drop that package. With a push of a button, the 2,000-pound wooden crate package hanging beneath the helicopter was released. It descended rapidly toward the ground and produced a thud as it crashed on the ground. Drop successful, Adrian reported through his radio. Let's get another package and deliver it to Point C. Scott and Williams exchanged glances and nodded subtly, leaving Point A and returning to the condominium to retrieve their next cargo. They repeated the process, carried the explosive cargo to the designated drop point, and left. As simple as that, it took almost an hour for the two helicopters to fulfill their role in the Phase 1, now they would get to enjoy the visuals of it. Jolly 1 to Eagle Actual, package has been dropped to Point A and C, we are hovering at an altitude of 800 meters, distance, and we are 300 meters away from Point C. Copy that, Jolly 1. We also received confirmation from Jolly 2 that the package was also dropped. Now you can either stay there and watch the fireworks or return to base, over. We'd prefer to watch the fireworks, Blackwatch Actual, Scott said. Well then, all stations that are Eagle Actual, Phase 1 are now ready to execute, detonation in the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Four massive explosions erupted in the distance, lighting up the cityscape below like fiery blossoms in the night. The shockwaves from the detonations rippled through the air, creating a symphony of destruction that echoed across the city. The crew of Jolly 1 watched in awe as the explosives they had dropped obliterated the designated areas. That's one hell of a firework, Williams enthusiastically exclaimed. I agree, Jochin added, his eyes fixed on the fiery display below. The crew of Jolly 1 continued to watch as the flames from the explosions gradually subsided. And then, an interesting development occurred on the streets. Zombies began to pile out from the buildings, rushing towards the source of the explosion like a magnet drawing in metal shavings. Meanwhile, in the command center, Richard watched from the drones hovering above the situation on the ground. A smile spread across his lips as the plan they had concocted was working. Prepare for Phase 2 of the operation, Richard said, and the ground team on the first-floor garage were boarding their respective vehicles. Prior to the operation, Richard had spent 1.5 million gold coins to acquire new military hardware and personnel for this operation. Their total troops are now over 600 and he planned on increasing it to the maximum once he had cleared the grid of zombies. 30 minutes later, the activity on the streets subsided, thousands of zombies were now outside the square-kilometer grid. All stations, this is Blackwatch Actual, detonation is confirmed and thousands of zombies are now at the sites of explosions. Executing Phase 2. I repeat, execute Phase 2. Chief of Staff of the Special Operations, Graves commanded the ground forces of the Blackwatch Army. They were now exiting the garage in convoy. The L-80-25, M117 Guardian, and the JLTV guns carrier escorted the new addition to the military hardware, the Hemte-4 cargo truck, 4 of them to be precise. It carried prefabricated fences on their flatbed. The numbers of the L-80-25, M117 Guardian, and the JLTV were also increased to 20 each. Arriving at their designated position, the engineering team hopped out of the vehicle and started setting up the welded fences. It took more than an hour to complete barricading all major points of entry. Once that was completed, Graves reported back to the command center. Phase 2 is complete, time for the finale, Richard said. All units, this is Blackwatch Actual. Execute Phase 3, I repeat, execute Phase 3. The main entrances to the condominium started squirting military vehicles and armed personnel and spread out of the area. Richard checked his system and saw that his experience points and gold points were increasing steadily. The only thing left to do for him is to sit back and relax and wait for the completion of Phase 3. Chapter 41, An Encounter. The reclamation operation conducted by Blackwatch is progressing smoothly. Teams divided into squads swept every street, road, alley, house, residential and commercial building. 2 hours after Phase 3 of the operation started, the Blackwatch operatives found no survivors so far. Richard was looking concernedly at the television screen mounted on the wall, giving him a first-person view of some operatives who were clearing the area. "Don't tell me, everyone inside the square kilometer grid was infected?" Richard murmured and bit his lower lip. "How many % of the square kilometer grid that we have scanned?" Sarah's fingers danced over the keyboard, swiftly entering commands into the software. Moments later, a display screen appeared, with a green area indicating the sections their operatives had already searched and a red area representing the yet-to-be-explored territory. "We've covered approximately 55% of the square kilometer grid so far." "That means there's still a substantial portion left to clear," Sarah answered. Richard nodded, his brow furrowed in thought. "Any mutants sighted in the AO?" Sarah shook her head. "None so far." "Okay, don't take your eyes off the camera. If we find one, report it immediately. We'll have Kilo 1 on standby," Richard said. "Yes, sir." The military staff on their stations responsible for looking over the cameras acknowledged firmly. Richard then contacted someone on the ground. "Blackwatch actual to Spectre 1. On the ground, Graves' squad was roaming around the streets with the JLTV Oshkosh, their heads on a swivel for potential zombies that might come out from the buildings on either side of the streets. His radio crackled to life, and he immediately recognized the voice. "This is Spectre 1, send traffic," Graves replied. "Spectre 1, I want a sitrep of your current location and status," Richard's voice came through the radio. Graves adjusted his headset and replied, "Roger, Blackwatch actual. We're currently positioned on Quadrant 2, specifically at Ayala Avenue. Our status is green, no signs of mutants or survivors in this area." "Over." "Copy that, Spectre 1. Continue to monitor the situation closely. If there's any change, report it immediately." "Understood, Blackwatch actual." Spectre 1 out. With the radio transmission complete, Graves refocused on his surroundings. Quadrant 2 is where the financial hub of Makati City is located. Commercial and residential skyscrapers dominated the cityscape, their windows reflecting the overcast sky like monolithic sentinels guarding a ghostly city. Graves and his squad were well aware of the importance of securing this area, as it held the potential for valuable resources and critical infrastructure. The square kilometer grid was divided into 4 quadrants. Quadrant 1 is where most of the residential areas were located. Quadrant 2 housed the financial and business districts. Quadrant 3 encompassed the government offices and civic centers, and Quadrant 4 contained the recreational and park areas. Their progress along Ayala Avenue was painstakingly slow due to the numerous abandoned vehicles that clogged the roads. Graves' squad navigated the JLTV Oshkosh carefully, weaving between the immobile vehicles as they scanned the surroundings for any signs of movement, and then, there was one movement. "Movement, 2 o'clock, Graves' voice crackled over the radio as he spotted movement. The tension in the JLTV Oshkosh ratcheted up instantly as the remote-controlled gun mounted atop the vehicle, the M2 Browning, turned towards the indicated direction. The heavy machine gun's barrel tracked the movement of what seemed to be a zombie, 5 of them. Attracted to the noise of the engine, the 5 zombies charged recklessly toward the JLTV Oshkosh. Inside the vehicle, Graves gave the soldier controlling the M2 Browning a determined nod. As the infected charged closer, their grotesque forms became more apparent. Tattered clothing hung from their emaciated bodies, and their eyes, once filled with humanity, were now vacant and lifeless. The soldier operating the heavy machine gun pressed the fire button and the weapon roared to life. The .50 BMG rounds erupted from the gun's barrel in rapid succession. The rounds struck the targets with unrelenting force, punching through flesh, bone, and sinew. There was no hesitation, no sympathy. The zombies were reduced to a gory mess as the .50 caliber bullets tore through them. Blood and viscera splattered across the asphalt as the infected bodies fell to the ground. "Look out for the buildings, zombies may squirt out from it at any moment," Graves calmly said. The sound produced by the M2 Browning just now was loud, so he expected there would be more coming out. And just as he said that, zombies squirted out from the buildings, some even from the windows, falling from great heights. "There's still many of them, huh?" Graves muttered under his breath. "Not all zombies in the area were attracted by the explosion earlier," said the driver of the JLTV Oshkosh. "It doesn't matter, they only number around 60 or 80, we can take them down," said the soldier operating the M2 Browning. "You are cleared hot to shoot, soldier," Graves ordered. With pleasure, the soldier pressed the screen again, and the M2 Browning burst with fire. The deafening roar of the heavy machine gun filled the air as it spat out a storm of .50 BMG rounds toward the oncoming horde. The bullets tore through the zombies with brutal efficiency, shredding their decaying bodies and sending pieces of flesh and bone flying in all directions. There was no chance of them even getting 10 meters close to Oshkosh. The streets around the JLTV Oshkosh were soon littered with the grotesque remnants of the undead. About a minute later, no zombies are coming out of the buildings. "Okay, it's either that there's no zombie in the buildings or they are stuck somewhere inside," Graves commented and pointed his finger at the building. "We are going to clear this building." The building that Graves pointed out was the Ayala North Exchange Tower 1. It's a high-end office twin building that was finished construction 3 years ago. The Blackwatch planned on making that tower as the new command center as it was built for that specific purpose. Graves and his men exited the JLTV Oshkosh and made their way to the main entrance of Tower 1. Towers 1 and 2 have different floors and uses. Tower 1 was constructed to be the headquarters of the top company in the Philippines, while Tower 2 served as a BPO facility. The entrance to Tower 1 was a revolving glass door, but it had been shattered long ago, likely during the early days of the outbreak when chaos reigned. The shattered glass crunched underfoot as Graves and his squad cautiously entered the building. It was dark inside, and Graves' men opened the flashlight fitted on their M4 carbine assault rifle. The beams of their flashlights cut through the gloom, revealing a scene of eerie desolation. Papers and debris littered the floor, and the walls were marked with smears of dried blood. As they cautiously moved deeper into the building, they heard a faint sound, almost like a whisper. Graves signaled for his squad to halt, and they all strained to listen. The sound was coming from further inside, beyond the lobby. The squad proceeded cautiously, their weapons trained in the direction of the sound. They finally reached the reception area, and what they saw there froze them in their tracks. Before them stood a woman of military age, seemingly in her 20s. Her jet-black hair flowed in a lustrous cascade, reaching down to her waist. She was dressed in a form-fitting white gown that accentuated her slender figure, and in her petite hands, she clutched the hilt of a katana whose blades glistened with the chilling evidence of fresh blood. Graves' squad members exchanged bewildered glances. It was odd, he felt like he had seen this woman before, on a video, from his commanding officer. He slowly reached for his radio, his assault rifle still aimed at the woman, and pressed a button. "Spectre 1 to Blackwatch Actual, switch to my camera, there's something you want to see." At the command center, Richard ordered Sarah to switch the display on the television screen to Graves' camera. And when the footage flickered to the screen, Richard's eyes widened. "Wait, is that?" Sarah uttered. "There's no way," Mark gasped softly. "Spectre 1, we are watching the live footage of your camera, and by the looks of it, it seems that you have encountered a specimen of great interest." Chapter 42 Fight. Richard scanned the appearance of the girl and compared it to the girl that they saw in Cubeo, and there was no mistaking it. It was the same girl. But how? They thought that the girl was hiding in the Cubeo Plaza, serving it as her base, but after seeing her in front of the Blackwatch operatives, it wasn't the case. Did she run all the way from Cubeo? The distance between Cubeo and Makati is approximately 10 kilometers. It's not that far, considering that during rush hour when transportation is hard to come by, many average workers in the Philippines would walk such a great distance just to go home or to go to work. The question is, why is that girl here? What is her purpose? Blackwatch Actual, Graves whispered to his radio. "What's your order?" Try communicating with her, Richard instructed. Start from what's her name, and follow it with why she is in the AO. Be friendly, her behavior is unpredictable. We don't want to appear hostile to a girl that can kill a hunter easily. Copy that. Actual. Graves acknowledged and spoke to the girl. Hello, my name is Graves, I work for the Blackwatch Private Military Company, and we are here to help. After saying that, the girl remained unmoved, downcast. Hello? Graves called, but there was no response. I'm having a bad feeling about this, sir, Mark chimed in. I agree, Richard said. Let's take precautions. All stations stationed in Quadrant 2, this is Blackwatch Actual. I want all of you to move on the coordinate we have sent to you immediately. There is a level 5 threat on site. Exercise extreme caution. This is a priority situation. Over and out. Each squad in Quadrant 2 acknowledged the order and began moving swiftly toward the designated coordinates, prepared for whatever awaited them. Back inside the Ayala North Exchange Tower 1, Graves continued his attempt to communicate with the enigmatic girl. Look, we're here to help you. Can you tell us your name, please? Suddenly, the girl shifted slightly, her attention shifting her blood-soaked katana to Graves. Her eyes gleamed ominously red. Sir, one of Graves' squad spoke with worry. Hold your ground, do not fire unless ordered upon, Graves strictly advised his men. The girl then moved her hands slowly, assuming what seemed to be a wakigami stance. This is bad, Graves muttered under his breath. And then, the girl disappeared as if in a flash. Then, just as abruptly as she had disappeared, the girl reappeared behind Graves. Graves' instincts kicked in, and he spun to face her, only to see a blade slicing upward. Shit! Graves cursed as he slanted his body, narrowly avoiding her upward slash. The girl growled as if frustrated by Graves dodging her attack. But the situation is clear. The girl showed hostile behavior and must be taken down. Fire! Graves shouted, and the squad opened fire. A volley of bullets aimed at the girl who had shown hostile intent. The rapid gunfire filled the lobby with deafening noise, and the flashes of muzzle fire illuminated the scene. The girl moved with inhuman speed, her jet-black hair trailing behind her like a shadow. She seemed a blur as she dodged the bullets that were passing through the space where she had stood moments before, hitting nothing but air. The girl reappeared behind Graves' men and the three of them were torn in half by a swift and deadly strike of her katana. The severed bodies of the unfortunate soldiers fell to the ground in a gruesome heap, their weapons clattering beside them. Graves watched in horror as his men met their grisly end, and anger welled up inside him. Monster! Graves fired his assault rifle at the girl with unrelenting determination. The deafening roar of gunfire echoed through the lobby as bullets streaked toward the enigmatic girl. But even as the onslaught of bullets closed in on her, the girl remained eerily composed. In a breathtaking display of agility and supernatural speed, the girl moved with graceful precision. She weaved through the deadly barrage of bullets, her katana a blur of motion as she deflected the incoming rounds with a flick of her blade. Despite her supernatural abilities, not all the bullets missed their mark. Some managed to penetrate her defenses, piercing her flesh and drawing thin lines of blood. Yet, the girl stood firm, her crimson eyes locked onto Graves. Seconds later, he had expended all of his ammunition in a mag. He had to reload, but he knew the girl wouldn't give him a chance. Graves, listen to me, Richard's voice sounded in his earpiece. That is not the place you die, you have to come out of there alive. That's a difficult order, sir, but I'll do my best, Graves said. Spectre 1 out. Ending the transmission, Graves locked gaze with the girl. Reloading his M4 carbine is impossible, but he still has his pistol and tactical knife on his holster. His eyes never left her when she started slaughtering his men, and looking back at it, she always wanted to appear behind her enemies. Come at me, Graves taunted, and the girl accepted the invitation. In an instant, she vanished from his line of sight and reappeared behind him, just as he had anticipated. With lightning reflexes, Graves spun around, his eyes widening as he witnessed the blade descending toward him. He acted on pure instinct, his left hand intercepting her slender arms in midair. His fingers closed around her delicate wrists, preventing her from doing any arm movement. Simultaneously, he drew his M9 Beretta from its holster with his right hand. The cold muzzle of the pistol pressed firmly against her abdomen, and Graves squeezed the trigger repeatedly. The girl groaned in pain for the first time, and she forcefully pulled her arms from Graves' grip, seized him by the collar, and flung him down the hallway, slamming his body against the wall. Graves gasped for breath as his back collided with the hard surface, the impact sending a jolt of pain coursing through his body. "She sure is strong." Summoning all the strength he could muster, Graves pushed himself away from the wall and staggered to his feet. His vision swam for a moment, but he fought to stay focused. The girl wasted no time, and she closed the distance between them with blinding speed. Graves barely had time to react as her hands shot out, fingers curling around his neck and choking him. Dot! Graves drew out his tactical knife from its holster and stabbed the girl's arm repeatedly and then to her neck, doing everything he could to get himself out of her vice-like grip. The girl's grip on Graves' neck weakened, and before he could break free, the girl flung him to the reception hall with a powerful throw. He crashed through the air, landing with a painful thud amidst the shattered remnants of the reception area. Gasping for air, Graves tried to collect his thoughts as he lay on the ground. His body ached from the impact, but he couldn't afford to stay down. As he pushed himself up, he ran out of the building. It's impossible to fight someone that's strong in a confined space. Outside the building, Graves saw squadrons from other squads arriving in their JLTV Oshkosh, M117 Guardian, LAD-25. "She's inside," Graves shouted, walking limp toward the arriving reinforcements. His voice was strained, his body battered, but his determination burned brightly. The squadrons quickly deployed, forming a perimeter around the building. They took cover behind vehicles and whatever available structures they could find, preparing for the unknown threat that lurked within. And then moments later, the girl appeared outside the main entrance, this time with her katana. Her eyes scanned the defensive positions of the soldiers. One of the soldiers armed with FGM-148 javelin locked onto the girl, his finger hovering over the trigger. The girl, her crimson eyes fixed on the soldier with the missile launcher, curiously stared at it. Moments later, the soldier pressed the trigger of the javelin launcher and a missile flew out from its tube. The missile streaked through the air with deadly intent, hurtling toward the enigmatic girl. Reacting with uncanny speed, the girl raised her blood-soaked katana, positioning it in front of her as if to intercept the missile with the blade. For a moment, it seemed as though she might prevail against the explosive force. But then, with a deafening roar, the missile collided with the blade of the katana in a spectacular explosion of fire and debris. The shockwave from the impact sent a powerful blast of wind in all directions and sent her flying backward with incredible force. "Go, confirm it," Graves ordered, and 20 soldiers approached the girl cautiously. 30 seconds later, the soldiers finally arrived where the girl at, and there, the girl's body lay motionless. "Tango down," announced the soldier. Chapter 43: The Enigmatic Lady. Spectre 1, this is Blackwatch Actual, can you approach the target? We need visual confirmation that it was taken down, Richard's voice sounded in Graves' earpiece. Copy that, Actual, approaching the target now, Graves acknowledged the order as he adjusted his camera on his helmet. The body of the woman lying on the ground was surrounded by the soldiers whose rifles were aimed at it, ready to pull the trigger should it move in a hostile way. Approaching the body, Graves looked down on the body. Arms were dismembered, and most of its face had been removed. It was a gruesome sight that would almost make an average person double down and throw up. Blackwatch Actual, are you seeing this? Graves asked through his radio. Yeah, the visuals are clear and we can safely assume that the target has been eliminated, Richard confirmed. What should we do to the body, Actual? Graves asked, his gaze still fixed on the lifeless body. I'd say we burn it. Richard paused as he noticed something in the body. Tendril-like. thingy slowly emerging from the woman's mangled flesh. What the hell is happening? Graves exclaimed softly. Graves froze, his heart pounding in his chest as he watched the tendril-like appendage writhe and snake its way out of the woman's ruined body. It seemed to pulse with an eerie, otherworldly energy, and it was growing longer with each passing moment. What the hell is that thing? One of the soldiers muttered. No one had an answer. They could only watch in morbid fascination as the tendril continued to extend itself, inching closer to the dismembered arms, as if it were trying to reattach them. Actual, we have a situation here, Graves said. The body, it's not staying dead. Something is happening. The soldiers tightened their grip on their rifles, their fingers hovering over the triggers. They were ready to open fire at a moment's notice if the situation escalated any further. As the tendril continued to elongate, it began to take on a more fleshy appearance, slowly morphing into a grotesque, makeshift limb. The woman's face, or what was left of it, was also regenerating, the torn and bloodied skin knitting itself back together. Moments later, the woman that they had taken down returned to her normal appearance, like nothing had happened. But the body remained unconscious. Richard checked his system to see if his zombie encounters would update. But it didn't, indicating that she was not a mutated or an ordinary zombie. She was something else. Actual, what do we do? Do we have to destroy it again? Graves asked, his tone urgent. Don't do such a thing, Richard ordered. I want you to contain the body. We have to study it. But Actual, you have seen its capabilities. It's dangerous to bring her in, Graves protested. Don't worry, we'll have a special facility that would contain her. Just bring her body back here, I'll handle the rest, Richard assured. Graves hesitated, still staring at the woman who had miraculously regenerated. The soldiers around him exchanged uneasy glances but followed their training, maintaining their aim at the now seemingly dormant figure. Copy that, Actual, Graves finally replied, his voice resolute. We'll secure the body for transport. Let's just hope that thing won't go south. 2 hours later, Phase 3 of the operation continued with Richard's soldiers still scouring every nook and cranny of the 1 square kilometer grid. They have covered 89% of the total area of the grid, meaning that it's only a matter of time before they can finally clear the grid. Richard glanced at the floor-to-ceiling window and saw that the sun was setting on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and red. He predicted by 7 o'clock, they would have cleared the whole square kilometer grid. As he watched the progress of his troops clear out the city, Mark approached him from behind. Before Mark could speak, Richard's mouth opened. How's the woman we contained? She is securely contained on the 6th floor. She regained her consciousness, but surprisingly, she's not even trying to get out, Mark reported. Richard rubbed his chin and hummed aloud. How about communication? Unresponsive, sir. We inferred that she can't speak, Mark replied. I'll go take a look, Richard said as he turned away from the television screen mounted on the wall. Mark trailed behind Richard and entered the elevator, taking them down to the 6th floor. Arriving at the 6th floor, Richard was greeted with his soldiers standing outside on either side. He gave them a nod, acknowledging their vigilance, and then headed towards where the woman was contained. Inside the room, the woman was held upright, her back against a sturdy steel table. Her limbs were tightly wrapped with 3-inch thick steel restraints, ensuring that she wouldn't be able to break free by force. Richard bought the containment room from his system for 250,000 gold coins. It was expensive, but it was that or she would go rampage if they held her in a facility that is not designed to keep someone like her in. Richard approached the girl whose eyes were following his movement. Sir, I advise that you don't go beyond 0.5 meters from her. She has an unpredictable behavior, Mark cautioned. Don't worry, Mark, I have common sense, Richard said as he locked eyes with the woman. So, lady. I know my men have already done this, but I want to test my luck. I'm the leader of a private military company known as Blackwatch. Our goal is to eliminate every zombie treading upon the soil of this planet. We saw a video of you fighting zombies and we prospected that you'd be an ally. But after killing 3 of my men who had shown no hostilities towards you, changed my opinion of you. You don't distinguish between zombies and humans, you act as if on impulse alone, which makes you dangerous to be left alive. After saying all those words, the lady remained unmoving, her gaze locked onto Richard's as if she were absorbing every word he said. Richard continued, "But I also believe that there's more to you than meets the eye. Your abilities are unlike anything we've encountered before. Superhuman strength and speed. How did you get those? Were you perhaps bitten by a zombie and evolved into a superior variant? But you are not a zombie according to my confidential classification. What are you?" "Sir, it's useless, the lady won't talk," Mark said. Richard nodded, confirming their earlier assessment. The woman's silence was beginning to wear on him, but he remained determined to get some answers. After all, she is not a zombie, she is something else he needs to find out. "Very well," Richard said, his voice firm. "We have ways of extracting information if she doesn't speak. We are going to make her our lab rat." As Richard and Mark were about to leave the room, a soft feminine voice sounded from behind. Impossible." Richard and Mark snapped their heads around to see the woman, still restrained, but now with her eyes wide open. It was the first sound they had heard from her since her capture. "Did you say something?" Richard approached the lady once again, eagerly anticipating her response. The woman hesitated for a moment as if struggling to find the right words. "Why are there still remains of you? My master already eliminated your kind. What the hell is she talking about?" Mark tilted his head to the side. "Master? Who are you referring to?" "Master, the one that will rule this new world." Chapter 44 The Master. Meanwhile, in Beijing, China, an 18-year-old boy named Lin Feng stood on the rooftop of the city's tallest building, known as the China Zun. He had a slender frame, and his black coat flapped in the wind. His glossy black hair framed a pair of eyes that resembled the night sky over the city below. The corner of his lips twitched into a smile as he watched the chaos befall the city. It was a beautiful sight, so beautiful that it made him intoxicated with euphoria. After all, it was he who created this art, who summoned otherworldly creatures on the planet. "Master," an angelic voice sounded from behind. "We have a problem." "A problem?" Lin Feng repeated, glancing over his shoulder to see a figure standing in the doorway of the rooftop access. The newcomer was a stark contrast to Lin Feng in every way. She was a girl about the same age, her beauty ethereal and enchanting, with a presence that could capture the heart of any who laid eyes on her. She had long, golden blonde hair that shimmered like spun gold in the moonlight, cascading down her back in gentle waves. Her complexion was flawless, her angelic face framed by tendrils of hair that danced gracefully in the breeze. Dressed in a school uniform that seemed tailor-made to accentuate her perfect figure. Lin Feng's twisted smile faded as he regarded her, his expression turning serious. "Su Shui, what kind of problem are we dealing with?" "Your woman in the Philippines has been captured by a paramilitary organization known as Blackwatch," Su Shui reported. "Blackwatch?" Lin Feng tilted his head to the side. "I have never heard of that name operating in the world. I have scanned every piece of information, classified and unclassified, but there's no record of any organization called Blackwatch," Su Shui explained. She was a walking database of information, one of Lin Feng's important harem, and also a member with an ability to connect with other members Lin Feng had sowed in different parts of the world. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he absorbed the information. "That doesn't make sense," he muttered to himself. "We have made sure that any military forces, private, militia, and an army would collapse at the day of the reckoning. How was she captured anyway?" "Well, I have sent her simply to a location where the most infected culled in hours, and that was in a place called Makati City. Only a military force can call that number." It first confused me as we have already dealt with the Philippine army. Is that so? Rose is okay, right? Ling Feng asked calmly, but underneath his calm facade was a raging storm of anger. Su Shui hesitated for a moment before answering, her expression softening. She's alive for now. But she got killed once. Killed? Lin Feng clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. His anger boiled over, his dark eyes flashing with a dangerous intensity. His harem members could only live twice thanks to his powers. If they get killed again, they are done for good. No one hurts what's mine and gets away with it. He opened his system and swiped through hundreds of databases of mutated creatures he had summoned. There, he found one asset. I'll send Goliath to that city. This will make them regret hurting my Rose, Lin Feng declared, and suddenly, he was interrupted by a repeating drumming noise from below. Su Shui walked over next to Lin Feng and peered down below. A rescue helicopter, huh? That noise, I want it to go away, Lin Feng demanded. Can I handle it, big brother? A girl materialized next to Lin Feng. She had a height of about 1.3 meters and wore a gothic Lolita-style dress with lace and bows. Her hair was a vivid shade of purple, and her eyes glowed with an eerie crimson light. She was part of Lin Feng's harem, codenamed Violet. Lin Feng nodded, his eyes never leaving the helicopter hovering nearby. Do it, Violet. Show them the price of disturbing my moment. With a mischievous grin, Violet raised her slender hand, her long, black-painted nails glinting in the moonlight. She unleashed a wave of destructive sound, a piercing, high-pitched noise that reverberated through the air. The sound was so intense that it shattered the helicopter's windows and sent it spiraling out of control. The helicopter plummeted from the sky, a fiery explosion marking its descent as it crashed to the ground below, sending shockwaves through the chaos-ridden streets of Beijing. Lin Feng stroked Violet's hair gently as a sign of approval, acknowledging her successful task. Ah! Master's hand is so soft and gentle, Violet purred, her eerie crimson eyes fixated adoringly on Lin Feng. She leaned into his touch, basking in his affection. Su Shui, who was witnessing Lin Feng's intimate moment with Violet, pouted and hummed softly, feeling somewhat left out. She wasn't accustomed to sharing Lin Feng's attention with others, even though they were all part of his unique circle. Her jealousy simmered beneath the surface as she continued to observe the affectionate exchange between Lin Feng and Violet. Lin Feng, sensing the tension, glanced back at Su Shui and gave her a reassuring smile. That's unfair, I want you to stroke me too. Su Shui. Lin Feng's reassuring smile remained as he responded to Su Shui's request, understanding her need for affection. Of course, Su Shui. Come here. Su Shui's eyes lit up, and she moved closer to Lin Feng. With a gentle touch, Lin Feng stroked her golden blonde hair, his fingers gliding through the silky strands. Ah! Su Shui moaned as Lin Feng's fingers caressed her hair, a soft and contented sigh escaping her lips. She closed her eyes, allowing herself to fully immerse in the soothing sensation. Lin Feng's touch was like a balm to her emotions, dispelling the lingering traces of jealousy and replacing them with a warm sense of security. Lin Feng pulled his hand back and shifted his attention to his system. Goliath is one of his powerful summons that is wreaking havoc in all parts of the world. Every country has one Goliath. For the last 2 years, Lin Feng has painstakingly strengthened the system he received from a weird video game advertisement. He planted seeds in every country on the planet to ensure a simultaneous outbreak that would take the world by surprise. He wanted to dominate this world as he felt deep hatred towards it. It was unfair that such a world had brought him so much suffering and pain in his earlier years. Now, he intended to reshape it in his image, where there shall be no suffering. Meanwhile, in the Philippines, the Goliath, who had been dormant for a few days, woke up as it received a providence from Lin Feng. It was as if a switch had been flipped, and the towering, monstrous creature turned its head southwest, where Makati City lay. With each thunderous step, the ground trembled beneath its colossal form. Chapter 45. Mocking the Master. The man who will rule the world? Richard repeated the girl's words, utterly confused about what it meant. Wait, could it be that your master is the one responsible as to why we are in this mess? A conjecture that I agree with, sir, Richard concurred. Well, lady, we need a name, not an epithet. The girl didn't speak, and simply shifted her, facing front and staring blankly. So suddenly, you forgot how to speak, Richard smacked his lips. He wanted to gain more information about this so-called master and the one who would rule the world. Because whoever it is holds the key to the mystery of the apocalypse, and possibly ends it. Look, we want information, and you are giving it to us. We are going to do it in the easy way, or the hard way. The easy way is that you provide us with information about your master and we will release you. The hard way is, well, let's just say we are going to do unimaginable things to get what we want. Sure, you can survive being shot repeatedly by bullets and can regenerate, but the downside is that you can still feel the pain. Do you want to be in eternal pain, miss? Richard's words hung in the air, the room filled with tension as they awaited her response. It's no use, the woman finally spoke and continued. My master will come for me. And when he does, he'll destroy all of you for touching and hurting me. Richard and Mark exchanged glances, uncertainty etching their faces. The woman's words only deepened the mystery surrounding her and her enigmatic master. Richard leaned closer to her, his gaze locked onto her eyes. Why is he causing all of this chaos? I told you, that is to rule this world. Only those he views worthy can live in the new world he envisions, the woman replied, her voice filled with a chilling conviction. Mark's curiosity got the better of him, and he probed further. And what does your master believe makes someone worthy? What kind of world is he trying to create? He believes in a world free of weakness, where only the strong survive. A world without the chaos of humanity, where order is enforced through strength alone. Richard frowned, trying to make sense of her cryptic words. So, he's creating this apocalypse to weed out the weak and usher in his idea of a perfect world? Your master must be fucked up in the head. This plan seems like the desperate fantasy of someone who feels the world has turned against them. Don't you disrespect my master. The girl snapped, her eyes gleaming ominously red as she tried breaking free from the restraint. The restraints groaned softly, as if struggling to contain the sudden surge of strength coursing through the woman's body. Mark stepped back instinctively while Richard stood there coolly, unfazed by her outburst. Normally, he would jump out in fear, but this time, he didn't. It must have something to do with his system. Your master killed millions if not hundreds of millions of people around the world, and the number is increasing. Your master is nothing more than a deranged tyrant, Richard countered firmly. I will not stand by, I will use my power to save this world from your lunatic master. I wonder, how did your master create you? Did he give you some power of some sort? If so, why do you need to eat pill-looking objects from the remains of the mutated zombies? This is hard to understand. Maybe by conducting an experiment on you we can learn more about your physiology. And what's with your unwavering loyalty to him as if you are brainwashed? One of your master's abilities? My master will come, and when I get out of here, I will massacre you all, the girl threatened. Good luck with that. In order to get out of those restraints, you'll need 200 pounds per square inch of force, and you're not even close, Richard retorted before glancing at Mark. Mark, I want you to conduct some medical tests on her. Find out why she is able to regenerate, what's the cause of her supernatural strength, supernatural speed, everything. Consider it done, sir, Mark said. With that, Richard left the containment room and headed up to the command center to oversee the reclamation operation that they are currently conducting. At the command center, as usual, the military staffers halted what they were doing and performed a salute. Richard waved his hand down, telling them to ease down. The staffers complied and returned to their work. He walked over to the center and turned to the wall where a big flat screen was mounted on it. It's been hours since we started the operation. Don't tell me that you haven't found a single survivor hiding in the buildings or stores, Richard commented. Actually, sir, survivors started to appear themselves. Most of them are locked on the upper floors of the skyscraper, some are stuck in the supermarket, Sarah reported. How many of them? Richard asked. 300 and increasing, Sarah replied. Good, rescue as many survivors as you can, Richard said, and an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Sarah, you are connected to the camera in the containment room, right? Is it possible for you can run facial recognition on the lady we are containing? It is possible, sir, Sarah responded, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she initiated a facial recognition scan on the mysterious woman within the containment room. Scanning the girl's face on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and all major databases. Searching for a match now, Sarah announced as the scanning process commenced. Meanwhile, in the containment room, medical officers proceeded with the medical tests on the lady, drawing blood, monitoring her heart rate, and conducting scans to uncover the secrets behind her powers. Back in the command center, the facial recognition scan initiated by Sarah quickly yielded results. The screen displayed a brief summary of her personal identification. Name: Andrea McDoney, Filipino-American, a famous actress, singer, and dancer. Age 20. Recently traveled to China for vacation with her family. Andrea McDoney? Richard repeated the name. Is that really her? I didn't recognize her. You didn't recognize one of the most famous individuals in the Philippines, sir? Well, I'm not that keen on Philippine entertainment, Richard admitted. But this is baffling. How did a famous actress end up in this situation? There's definitely more to this than meets the eye. You said that she recently traveled to China. When was it? About 2 weeks ago, sir, 9 days prior to the outbreak. How about the days prior to the actual outbreak after she returned to the Philippines? Did she make an appearance? Such as an interview, livestream, or any public event? Richard inquired. Sarah quickly accessed her search history and retrieved the relevant information. After a few moments of scanning through news articles and social media posts, she responded, there are no records of Andrea McDoney making any public appearances or interviews in the days leading up to the outbreak. Richard rubbed his chin as he contemplated. This only meant two things, that she got her powers in China or in the Philippines. But where specifically is it like finding a needle in a haystack? How about events in China? There is one, a fan meeting, Sarah revealed. Okay, pull up any videos and reports related to that fan meeting, Richard commanded. He had a hunch that the answers they were seeking might be hidden within that event. It's going to take a while, sir, Sarah informed. I'll wait. Chapter 46 Possible Lead. It's 10 o'clock in the evening and darkness enveloped the city of Makati. There was no light aside from the headlights of the military vehicles roaming on the streets. It's been 12 hours since Operation Reclamation started and it's nearing its completion. He opened his system and checked his status. User, Richard Gonzalez. Health, 100/100. Age, 21. Level, 22. Experience points, 1 240 095/1 609 877. Skills, Weapon Proficiency Level 2, Melee Proficiency Level 2, Driving Proficiency Level 2. Tactics Mastery Level 1. New skills available. Available skill points, 1. Summon troops, 415/850. Current gold balance, 22,270,000 gold coins. Total zombies killed, 5,789. Total survivors rescued, 412. Total gold coins received. 578,900 plus 2,060,000 is equal to 2,638,900. Current gold balance, 23,560,000 gold coins. A satisfied smile spread across Richard's lips after seeing the improvement in his status. With the reclamation operation completion within reach, he would be able to expand his base and add more troops and military hardware. He can't wait to spend the bulk of his money on defense, especially after hearing the threatening words of Andrea McDoney that her master will come and save her. About that, he wondered how powerful her master was. Powerful enough not to be damaged by conventional weapons? He doesn't know. He'll only find out about it when he meets him face to face, though he wouldn't want that to happen literally. The reason? Well, he is just an average human that can summon troops and weapons. If her master is capable of doing magic, he is toast. 10 minutes later, Sarah raised a hand and flickered her fingers. Sir Richard. The Operation Reclamation is completed. Richard walked over to Sarah's station and saw that the display screen of her monitor was all green, indicating that the square-kilometer grid was now free of zombies. He reached over to his radio strapped to his chest and spoke. All stations, this is Blackwatch Actual. I am seeing great news from the command center. I told you this will be finished within a day. Now you can rest on your laurels for today. Tomorrow we'll start cleaning up the mess. After saying that to his soldiers, Richard closed the radio channel and turned to Sarah with a smile of satisfaction. Great job, Sarah. Now, as for our girl, Andrea McDoney. What do we know about her events in China? Well, this is the footage that I was able to pick up, Sarah said, opening a video file. It's a 2-hour-long livestream from one of the attendees of the fan meeting showing Andrea signing posters, taking photos with fans, and answering questions from the audience. The atmosphere seemed festive, and Andrea appeared to be in good spirits. Richard watched the video attentively, studying Andrea's interactions and trying to glean any clues about her. Sarah fast-forwarded the video to a part where something struck as suspicious to her. In 1 hour and 20 minutes, there was this man who approached Andrea. The boy has a thin build, wearing a black hoodie with the hood up, and his face is mostly obscured. As they were shaking their hands, this happened. Richard's eyes narrowed as he observed the footage. The way the man shook Andrea's hand and enveloped it with his left hand. He didn't find anything suspicious, so he turned to Sarah. What am I looking at here specifically? Richard asked. Sarah zoomed over to the hand of the mysterious man and Andrea, enhancing the video further. As the image became clearer, Richard noticed something unusual. A faint, crimson glow appeared under the man's hand as he clasped Andrea's. What the Richard uttered. Yes, that red glow is unnatural. Zooming out, we didn't see any kind of lighting in the man's left or right hand. It's possible that this man is the one responsible as to why Andrea turned out to be whatever she is right now. Richard hummed aloud as he contemplated. Could it be some sort of lighting issue? Something from the camera? Sarah shook her head. This is not any kind of manipulation, sir. The footage is genuine, and I have ruled out technical glitches. This is something unique to that moment, and it's consistent with the idea that the man transferred something to Andrea during their interaction. Richard's thoughts raced as he considered the implications of the mysterious red glow. We need to identify this man and find out more about him. We have a problem on that part, sir, Sarah confessed. You see, after seeing this footage, I ran through multiple streaming accounts and CCTV cameras to follow the movement of this mysterious man. Sarah explained as she pressed multiple keys and showed Richard multiple video footage of the fan meeting event. The man didn't even enter the main entrance, nor left from it. It was as if he disappeared within, Sarah said. How about emergency exits or any other access points? Richard inquired. I have also checked on that too, sir. No sighting of him, Sarah said. Okay, pull up the video footage of the man in full screen and see where he went. Sarah complied and put the specific footage into full screen. There, they saw the man entering a room. He entered that room 2 minutes after shaking hands with Andrea. And stayed there for almost indefinitely. He didn't leave even after the event ended. Is there a camera inside that room? There is none, Sarah answered. The man is cautious. He knew every camera angle and blind spot. It's as if he anticipated being watched, Richard mused, his expression growing more serious. If he has an ability, it's common sense to hide it from the public. You are correct, sir, Sarah agreed. Well, at least we have learned something about this apocalypse. One is that there is a man responsible for turning someone into a mutant. Heck, he might even be our patient zero. I'm going to keep looking, sir. I will report to you immediately once I find out anything new, Sarah assured him. That'll be appreciated. For now, it's time that we go eat and rest. It's been a long day. Tomorrow we'll have a fresh start. Yes, sir. Chapter 47. It's going to be a long day. Part 1. 8 o'clock in the morning, July 27, 2023. It's been 6 days since the apocalypse started, almost a week. Richard claimed his daily rewards, which weren't something of importance. The third day reward was simply a chest containing a package of soldiers with different specialized fields. The fourth day reward was a chest containing a package of weapons, specifically the FN Scar, 50 of them. Richard decided not to summon the package of soldiers since the space in the condominium was limited. As for the weapons, he opened the chest and distributed them among his troops. Although the choice of weapons for soldiers didn't make a substantial difference in their effectiveness against zombies, it came down to personal preference. The fifth day's daily reward consisted of 3 capsules that increased experience points gained by 100%. On the 6th day, something more valuable came his way, a discount capsule. The discount capsule, as described in its text, offered a discount ranging from a minimum of 10% to a maximum of 70%. Essentially, it was a game of chance, with the lowest possible discount being the least favorable outcome Richard could get. Let's test my luck, Richard said as he tapped on the icon of the discount capsule, and a holographic screen popped up in front of him. The display looked like a slot machine one would often see in video games. Tap to spin and get favorable discounts, instructed the system. Richard tapped the spin icon and suddenly, the slot machine-style display began spinning. The anticipation was palpable as he watched the symbols were passed. With each passing second, his chances of getting a substantial discount hung in the balance. After a heart-pounding moment, the spinning finally slowed down, revealing the outcome. The symbols aligned, and Richard was rewarded with a 40% discount. Congratulations! You have received a 40% discount on all available items in the shop tab for 3 days. His lips curled into a satisfied grin as he tapped the screen to confirm his reward. It was a decent discount, not the best he could have hoped for, but certainly better than the minimum 10%. Every bit of savings counted in a world where resources were scarce, and survival was paramount. Now, he could buy more sophisticated military hardware at a cheaper price. But before he could do that, he'd have to assess the situation first in the command center. So he took his bath, got dressed, and made his way to the command center. Upon entering the command center, the military staffers, as usual, performed a salute. At ease, Richard waved his hand down and the military staffers returned to their work. He made his way to his desk and sat down, contemplating his plans for the day. Just as he was about to immerse himself in the daily routine of managing their base, Mark approached with a cup of steaming coffee in hand. "Morning, sir," Mark greeted, offering a cup of coffee. "Figured you could use a pick-me-up to start the day." Richard nodded appreciatively, accepting the coffee. The aroma of the freshly brewed brew was invigorating. He took a sip and felt a wave of warmth and caffeine course through him. "Thanks, Mark," Richard said, acknowledging the thoughtful gesture. "It's been quite a week, hasn't it?" "Indeed, it has. From a small force to a battalion-sized army. Now we have expanded our base, our men are in the process of clearing the streets of dead zombies. They have been burning the corpses since 12 o'clock midnight. It'll be a day or two before the square-kilometer grid becomes habitable for the survivors and our men," Mark said. "That's good to hear," Richard took another sip of his coffee. So, about Andrea McDoney, how is she? Unresponsive, sir. Although awake, she was only staring blankly in front of her as if her mind had retreated into some distant place, Mark explained. We tried offering her food, but she doesn't want it. Maybe she doesn't eat human food? That's a possibility. Maybe she only eats that pill thingy from mutated zombies. Speaking of pills, have you found one in the corpses of the flyers? According to the staff responsible for that, they dissected the flyer and found no pill inside their body. Maybe only a select few have those? Mark assumed. Or the flyers don't have pills in them. Richard clicked his tongue. If we encounter a hunter and take it down, I want them brought back to base for research. Understood, sir. Mark acknowledged the order. How's her medical test? Richard asked. About that, Richard set his coffee cup down, pulled out a folder, and grabbed one piece of paper. He handed it to Richard, who then perused the content, his brows furrowed. Is this it? A single paragraph? Richard arched a brow. Well, sir, we have limited medical equipment in our inventory. We can only do a blood test if we want to learn more about her physiology. The doctors have compiled a list of equipment needed for a complete medical examination. He shifted his eyes back to the report and read it. Blood test report. Subject, Andrea McDoney. Observation. Red blood cells, RBCs. Identification of an unconventional hemoglobin variant termed hemoglobin X23. Hemoglobin X23 is characterized by an aberrant tertiary structure and heightened oxygen binding affinity. Elevated oxygen carrying capacity associated with hemoglobin X23, potentially contributing to increased endurance and energy supply. White blood cells, WBCs. Detection of a unique leukocyte protein designated as leukocyte theta. Leukocyte theta exhibits enhanced phagocytic activity and heightened antimicrobial response. Increased affinity of leukocyte theta for pathogenic invaders, potentially contributing to rapid recovery and immunity to infections. Implication. The presence of these unusual protein compositions within both RBCs and WBCs indicates a significant genetic alteration or mutation in the subject's physiology. Further genetic analysis is recommended to elucidate the underlying mechanisms responsible for the subject's extraordinary regenerative abilities and exceptional strength. I don't know what I just read, Richard chuckled softly. Where is the list of equipment the doctors need? Here, sir. Mark handed him another letter, and upon seeing it again, Richard frowned. DNA sequencer, PCR machine, biopsy needle, microscope, X-ray machine, CT scanner, MRI machine, EMG machine, nerve conduction equipment, metabolic rate analyzer, hormone assay kits, laboratory equipment, blood analysis equipment. Richard paused reading and glanced at Mark. Look, there is a hospital not from here. It's called Makati Medical Center. It's about 250 meters away. Maybe that hospital has this equipment that our doctors can use. Oh, speaking of doctors, were there any survivors in that hospital? Not on our record, sir. It seemed as though everyone inside was killed in the outbreak, Mark answered somberly. That's unfortunate. Richard smacked his lips. Okay, enough with this, Andrea. Let's talk about increasing our defenses. I plan on acquiring new military hardware. Chapter 48. It's going to be a long day, part 2. In the zombie apocalypse, there was a practical rule: your base had to match your manpower. Trying to secure a supermarket with just 5 people didn't make sense. It was too big to handle, and a small group couldn't cover it effectively. The same goes for a big group occupying a 2-story building. It was a lesson learned the hard way by some survivors from fiction, movies, and series. With Operation Reclamation being successful, the Blackwatch private military company has earned themselves a square kilometer of land. Such a huge area would be impossible to be covered by 400 armed men, especially when the area is urban layout. Richard knew this, so he planned on doubling the size of his forces. The current limit of his force is 850, with 415 in active service. Not only that, he'll also add more military vehicles and aircraft. The problem with that plan is that the survivors might get suspicious of where they are coming from if they were to simply squirt out from the condominium. He'll have to make it appear natural. Richard and Mark hummed in thought, coming up with a potential solution. How about this, sir? Mark began. What if we summon the forces and the military vehicles and aircraft outside the base, and then make it appear that they are entering the base? We can explain to the survivors that they were from different locations and are regrouping. Richard rubbed his chin as he considered the idea, and then nodded. That sounds plausible, but outside the grid are zombie-infested areas. Well, sir, we'll simply repeat what we did to clear the zombies out, a distraction, Mark proposed. Anyway, sir, what are the military vehicles and aircraft you are planning on acquiring? Mark curiously asked. I have spoken with the Chief of Staff for the Air Force, Army, and Special Forces about it, and they gave me a list. Richard reached into the drawer under his table and grabbed the paper containing the list of equipment. Written on it was Land. M117 Guardian, 10 times 60,000 is equal to 600,000 gold coins. LAV-25, 10 times 100,000 is equal to 1 million gold coins. M1A2 Abrams tank, 5 times 450,000 is equal to 2,250,000 gold coins. Cougar 6x6, 80 times 40,000 is equal to 3,200,000 gold coins. JLTV Oshkosh, 80 times 40,000 is equal to 3,200,000 gold coins. Hemte 4, 50 times 45,000 is equal to 2,250,000 gold coins. M142 Mars, 5 times 350,000 is equal to 1,750,000 gold coins. M109 Howitzer, 20 times 90,000 is equal to 1,800,000 gold coins. Air. Boeing CH-47 Chinook, 10 times 750,000 is equal to 7,500,000 gold coins. Sikorsky UH-60 Black Hawk, 6 times 800,000 is equal to 4,800,000 gold coins. Boeing AH-64 Apache, 5 times 1,100,000 is equal to 5,500,000 gold coins. General Atomics MQ-9 Reaper, 2 times 800,000 is equal to 1,600,000 gold coins. General Atomics MQ-1 Predator, 2 times 600,000 is equal to 1,200,000 gold coins. Troops equals 400,000 gold coins. Miscellaneous, weapons, ammunitions, fuel, equals 650,000 gold coins. Overall total cost, 37,700,000 gold coins. With the discount applied, 40% 22,620,000 gold coins. So basically, sir, you are increasing the number of our current land fleet and adding new ones. I have no problem on land, but in air, why do we need a lot of helicopters? Mark asked. According to the Chief of Staff for the Air Force, it's for logistics and rescue operations. I agree on that part. The bigger our base, the logistics chain will be. As for the armed helicopters, they'll provide air support. As for the drones, they are for reconnaissance, except for the Reaper, Richard explained. About the drones, they'll need a runway, sir. I don't think we can accommodate such an aircraft, Mark voiced out his concern. That's where you are wrong, Mark, Richard corrected as he pulled another document. This time it was a map. You see, in the square kilometer grid, we have this 8-line road here that passes through our grid. We can convert that road into a runway. It's feasible according to our engineers. Of course, to accommodate the huge influx of military vehicles and aircraft, we'll have to demolish some buildings and residences to create space. This is going to be a huge undertaking. I couldn't agree more, sir, Mark said. It's a good thing, sir, that you were able to get a hold of a discount. Without it, we can only bring about a few military hardware into our assets. Praise to the system, Richard clasped his hands together as if thanking the entity who had given him the system. As the two were having a conversation, the Chief of Staff of Intelligence, Surveillance, and Reconnaissance, Sarah, walked over to his desk. Sir Richard, this is the complete report of the facilities within the square kilometer grid. Sarah handed a document to Richard. Thank you, Richard nodded and took the document, quickly scanning its contents. It detailed the various buildings, infrastructure, and potential resources within their newly acquired territory. There are 30 residential buildings, most of them are high-end, 2 abandoned buildings, 15 office buildings, 2 hospitals, 4 supermarkets, 50 convenience stores, 89 restaurants, 1 fire station, 1 police station, and 2 schools. Wow, I must say, this square kilometer grid is packed with resources and facilities, Richard remarked, glancing at Sarah, who smiled warmly at him. We could get more if we expand another square kilometer, Sarah said. We'll take things step by step, Sarah, Richard explained. Our plan is to expand our base incrementally, much like how we executed Operation Reclamation. To give you an idea, think of it as a strategy similar to what you've seen in the Attack on Titan anime. Of course, I don't mean to copy it exactly, it's just an analogy. Essentially, I envision our base expanding to cover 2 more cities, Pasay and Tagwig. Pasay, with its international airport, will become our Air Force base, while Tagwig will primarily serve as a residential area for survivors and troops. I expect we can finish it by the end of the year. Mark and Sarah nodded at their commanding officer's words. So, here's what we are going to do today. I'm going to purchase the military vehicles and aircraft later at a specific location away from the survivors' eyes, and then have it all relocated to the main base. As for the drones, I'm going to hold them in my inventory until the runway is complete, huh? Richard paused as a holographic screen popped up in front of him. Emergency mission. A wave is about to begin tomorrow, July 28, 2023. Ready your forces, and survive the hordes of mutated zombies. Rewards, 2 spins on the Wheel of Fortune. What the fuck? Richard cursed under his breath. What's the matter, sir? Mark asked, his brows creasing. Emergency meeting now. Chapter 49. It's going to be a long day, Part 3. It didn't take long for Richard's chief of staff to gather in the meeting room as soon as he called for it. In just under 10 minutes, all chief of staffs who were working in their respective post earlier, now found themselves sitting around a long table with Richard at the head of the table. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard began addressing the chiefs of staff. All of you must be wondering why I convened an emergency meeting. The reason is simple. I have received an emergency request from my system stating that we have to prepare for the wave. And that wave will be happening tomorrow. Upon revealing that, the Chief of Staff for Special Operations, Graves, asked first. Is there any subsequent information about the quest? Like how many of them are we facing, what kind? Richard shook his head. No, what I have said is the only message I got from my system. We don't know the full extent of the wave, but one thing we can be certain of is that it is going to be the worst. Possibly thousands of zombies marching from all directions, and among them are mutated zombies, but then we must prepare for it, sir, Graves said firmly. Richard nodded. That I agree with, which is why I'm purchasing troops from my system, 435 of them. In total, there'd be 850 troops under our command. And then I'm buying military hardware, air and land. I was planning on buying attack and reconnaissance drones, but since we don't have a runway and we are facing extreme circumstances, I'm pushing it off. Instead, I'm going to buy an attack helicopter to increase our firepower. That's a good decision, sir, Stephen, the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, praised. I shall monitor our perimeter through available CCTV cameras. I'll notify you, sir, the moment I see a herd, Sarah prudently said, as she, the Chief of Staff for Intelligence, Surveillance, and Reconnaissance, leaned forward in her chair. Richard nodded in approval. For now, I want the army that I'll be summoning hours later to prepare for tomorrow's wave. The Chief of Staff for the army shall begin drafting plans on how we are going to protect the square kilometer grid, Richard said as he flickered his gaze to Philip. Consider it done, sir, Philip responded with determination. I'll coordinate with the troops as soon as they arrive and ensure that we have a solid defense plan in place. Richard turned to his chief of staff for logistics and supplies, Maria. Maria, make sure we have an inventory of all the weapons and equipment we're getting from the system and keep track of our supplies. We can't afford any logistical issues during this operation. Maria nodded. I'll have a team ready to receive and distribute the equipment as soon as it arrives, sir. Great, now that it is settled on the operational side, let's focus on the survivors should the wave arrive tomorrow. Richard changed the topic. Since we have encountered mutated zombies with supernatural strengths and speeds, I think it'll be dangerous if we have them confined in this condominium. We have to relocate them somewhere that it is easy to protect where all of them can be accommodated. Richard was interrupted by Mark. A university is what describes such a location best, sir. Large campuses with multiple buildings, open spaces, and strong infrastructure. It would be ideal for housing and protecting survivors. Not only that, it's only a walking distance, about 300 meters from here. It would be an easy relocation as we won't need any military vehicles to transport them to and fro.